화이팅!
DRX 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We got Gen G up against DRX, and I am Valdez. With me is Ox today. Chovy POM probably going to happen.
Yeah, what a
he does get a lot.
Gesture. Chovy, the most POM player in the league right now. Could he get another today? Signs pointing to probably. Good chance. Good chance.
Yeah.
We'll see if his team can. We'll see. There's two people trying to stop it. Okay, two groups of people. There's his own team who are trying to get a POM for themselves.
Yeah.
And there's the other team, DRX, who have a tall order to try and stop Gen G from getting POMs at all.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen, but we did see Bro take down DK yesterday. That was a very different kind of scenario. Two very different teams. I think that Gen G is not a team that really messes around, even against teams that they are much better than. Hamalife Esports. I'm talking about Hamalife Esports. They always kind of mess around with the lower level teams. Gen G doesn't really do that, and they're looking for that 18-0, and we'll see if they can pull it off here with a 16th today as they are going up against DRX. It's first versus 9th, and Gen G is many tiers above teams that are even on their side of the bracket.
I mean, we got a taste of first versus 10th. Wasn't particularly close. First versus 9th. Slightly closer is the expectation. Not by much. Not by much. Rise Group confirmed and eliminated from road to MSI upon defeat. So this is a tall order for a win here, but if they want to be able to make it to the Legend Group and even have a shot at making it to MSI, they need a win today. This never feels good when you get to this point of the season and you're like, we just have to beat Gen G if we want to keep our hopes alive. Never feels too positive, but that is the situation we've been dealt with. And DRX, all they can do is play their best.
Gen G players on the verge of major milestones. We do have Ruler 1 win away from 400, which he's still in second place here for the all-time LCK AD carry win count behind Deft, but he is trying to catch up as Deft is now retired. Canyon sitting at third in the all-time LCK jungle game count, and he will hit it in game 2 tonight, 600.
Yeah, and only recently Cuz hit his 600, so trying to catch up to him. 400 wins. Ruler obviously having a long career in the LCK. Some of the top opponents he's played against. Faker second, actually, in terms of wins, but first in terms of games overall.
Yeah, it does make sense. Deft also up there. And here's Canyon. All the games that he has played. His #1 played champion is Lee Sin. Which is kind of interesting because I feel like there were a lot of metas where, he was playing Nidalee, he was playing Sejuani. Those are ones that immediately come to mind when I think about Canyon, but Lee Sin, definitely another one he's played quite a lot of. Also 30 games of Trundle, which there was a meta where it was like a tank jungler meta, and Trundle was coming out a lot because of that, but he's coming out a lot nowadays, and I'm not a big fan.
I think he has a place in the right spot, but, maybe when we're deep into Fearless, I think is where I can see him have a decent amount of power. Jungle Camp Slain closing at 25,000. That's a lot of chickens.
Yeah. A lot of Raptors. Don't tell Raptor from B&K. Because Canyon is the Raptor Slayer, and that he is indeed. Gen G up against DRX here. We're getting the fist bumps now. There's Chovy in the middle. Definitely going to be a tall order, you could say, for UCal, who I feel like has been playing better. Did have a nice big celebration after they defeated DNF on Wednesday 2-0. But this is definitely a much different opponent, a much harder opponent in Chovy.
Just a tad, just a slight bit. And obviously a big challenge, I think, making sure you have a strong performance, strong laning priority. I think if you lose out on lane priority and you don't have good matchups in lanes, it's over for minute 1. It doesn't guarantee you a victory, but I think it's one of these situations where we talk about draft, and draft doesn't always win games. There's a lot of times where, we can think a draft is unfavorable, or even teams might think a draft is unfavorable, and it still comes out ahead. But when there's a big misbalance in terms of the team's strength, you kind of need good play and a good draft in unison if you're going to find the upset.
So apparently it's also been 9 years since Ruler's debut. Very close to it, at least. It looks like it was the 26th. We're 3 days ahead of that, so very close. Here is the round 2 comparison between Canyon and Sponge. Sponge is, pretty middling. His stats are higher than his team's placement. He's definitely a bit feast or famine, as we've talked about a lot. Whereas Canyon, on a winning team, he generally gets the job done.
Yeah, for sure. And I think ultimately Sponge needs to have a great performance. He's had some great performances, but as you said, feast or famine, it's kind of been a scenario where he will snowball in either direction. Good or bad, the momentum starts going and the game starts heading in a certain direction, so looking to get off to a good start in this one.
Keen up against Rich. Might see the Jace heavily prioritized between these two. Definitely a couple of guys that love their Jace, so would not be surprised to see that. Chovy, what will he play today? Will he play some Smolder? We saw that Faker played Smolder yesterday, and I wouldn't be surprised if Chovy eventually picks it up.
There were big buffs to the Smolder, to the point where on the next patch they're planning to nerf it again. They kind of overshot a little bit. We know Chovy definitely someone who is a specialist on that pick, happy to bring it out even in high pressure situations.
Game 5s even?
Game 5s,
yeah,
he's willing to do so.
Crazy. Will Ruler or Lazyfield play it? That's another question.
I feel like it's feeling more like a mid pick at the moment. I'm interested if you see more Senna coming out, I
think we will.
Senna is definitely this pick where her role is very much dictated by the souls she can get. And right now, farming Senna is the thing. They buff the amount of souls you get quite significantly. A good laning phase, a lot of matchups where you can kind of just bully them out. And then once you hit that sort of point where you get enough range, you become very strong. I think one of the differences, we saw teams often struggle with the fasting Senna because they didn't necessarily transition it from fasting to getting some gold, getting some experience. Because if you come into the late game and you're level 11 and the enemy AD carries level 15, you are going to struggle. But I think farming Senna is easier to play around because it's just like a normal AD carry.
Yeah, and it does a lot of damage, does a lot of healing. It feels like it is in a really good spot, especially if you have other damage sources on your team that are consistent. You can transition very nicely through the mid game, and then you're just a late game powerhouse if you have a Senna at all.
And honestly, we've seen a lot of compositions that I feel like struggle with range, and Senna, we saw Lucian being picked up, and Senna into Lucian was one of the matchups we saw yesterday. It gets to a point where, even if you dash into range of the Senna, you'll have taken so much damage by the time you get in range to actually hit her. So you can just never approach, and then it just limits to how you can play team fights when she's just chunking you from 3 miles away.
Yeah, the range is very impressive. Pantheon the first ban, though. We're not going to see that from Sponge in Game 1. Vi also banned away here. We did have some decent jungle nerfs on this patch coming in. So it felt like Pantheon did rise a little bit just because all the other top junglers got nerfed a bit. But even Vi, who did get nerfed, is still first ban on red side. You can't beat that R button. Yeah, it's just too good.
The thing is, they nerfed the damage on a Q, for example, but it still has the CC, still does a good amount. You kind of have to charge it up to get a lot of the value, but that's not a big issue. Often in the early ganks you do. The Talia ban kind of indicated that it was going to be an Azir ban in return. We've seen a lot of teams trying to get that blue side Talia ban into first pick Azir, so that one will be taken off the cards. Still things like Kalista Gwen open that we've often seen banned recently. Kalista going to be banned by Gen G in this situation. I think big picks for me in my mind are like the Gwen and the Rumble that are open and available.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see the Jace either with these two top laners, as I mentioned before. But you got to be careful because Keen can, I think, counter the Jace very nicely. He's willing to go onto tanks that can counter it pretty well. Whereas Rich, they're going to ban away the Victor, though. So that's another mid ban, which leaves quite a lot open, especially for the top lane.
Yeah, they watched that game 3 between T1 and Gen G, where Chovy on the Victor there. They're like, no, we don't want that to happen to us. But I think it kind of makes sense because when all these top lane picks are open, if you ban one, you potentially strengthen the position of your opponents. And by doing this, you keep them open. Gen G, they're like, look, all these top laners are open. We're happy to give over that first priority on them to take this in out, because especially with that Pantheon banned away, the priority rises. Will DRX just take the Neferi in response? It's something we've seen quite commonly, and Sponge very happy to pick up that character.
Yeah, Sponge does love it. It's definitely a great shout. We're thinking about the Rise here. UCal has played a decent amount of this, and he actually had a great game 1 against DNF on this pick. So it looks like that is going to be the play. They banned Azir and Victor, so it sets up the Rise for a pretty good spot.
Yep. Rise Neferi honestly wouldn't surprise me too much. A lot of setup as well for the Neferi to connect on the targets and obviously brings a lot of that damage. Could go in a different direction though. If they want to secure a top laner here, if they want to, you know, not pass it over again, but they could also go for top laner on 3 and get that counter pick. Actually going for the Trundle, so I think my co-caster may not be too happy about this.
I mean, the thing about Trundle is I feel like it was picked in some spots that looked good, but the players didn't exactly play it very well, and then they got behind, and it just looked kind of useless. But with Rise Trundle, if you can get ahead, it's like you don't get to step towards those two ever.
Yeah, also into Xin Zhao, he doesn't have an escape. You know, obviously you can dash to camps, but you're not always going to have that. So if he's pillared in, he's stuck into it. In melee range of the Trundle, most AD auto-attack champions do not want to be in melee range of a Trundle because he just chomps you, steals your AD. It does feel a little early for the Trundle, but I think it makes sense what they want to bring out. We'll see if they're able to end up in a situation where it's really valuable. You want to be playing into an immobile AD carry ideally, and having the chance to ban away those will be important because, you know, into a Jace pretty heavily outranges you. Ahri's very mobile. I feel like the Trundle doesn't have a huge amount of value into those picks specifically.
Yeah, so Gen.G immediately responding to that Trundle, which can shape it. The Jace was picked, as I expected, but now we got to see what Rich is going to play into it. Do you want to play Rumble or Gwen into this is always a question. Or do we take a page out of, who was it that played yesterday? Doran. That's right, yeah. And
Doran Shovel
took over the game. He will take that page out of it. It will be Rich's Yorick today. Yeah,
so we're in a situation where the side laning for DRX is really powerful. A lot of ways they can play the map. The Trundle also, you know, if you're trying to have a Yorick pushing the side, the Trundle's great at controlling space and denying access to the enemy team. But immediately, when I look at these two compositions, DRX's looks much harder to play off the bat. And that's something that is worrying me a decent amount. They end up banning the Jhin away from Rula. And Rula actually banning the Ezreal himself, maybe thinking, hey, we don't want their 4-man unit or 3-man unit to play safely while Yorick's in the side lane. So we could even see Ezreal then a Xayah ban come out here if they want to make sure they get access. Alistar banned away on red side, not something we see too often. Normally it's a blue side ban, and they pick up the Alistar on that 4th pick.
Yeah, pretty interesting to see that. Maybe they want to play something like MF Rel with this, or maybe just the Rel in particular. Let's see what they want to go for. I feel like, you know, relatively low range as well on the 3 that they already have, so Alistar can be very annoying for that. Rakan is banned, so it's not Xayah, but it is her partner in the bottom lane, and there's the MF. Or not.
I think the Varus...
Yeah.
Can obviously, like, wave clear from a distance with that pick, so I think there's some value there. Also, you know, I think you can go with Lethality Varus here, and you're not really going to be dealing with a tank because you have got that Trundle. Gen.G looking to pick up that Lucian. And then the Braum, but Braum blind does kind of indicate why they banned away that Rakan, though. In this situation, obviously one of the picks that does well into it. We have seen Nautilus do okay into the Braum in recent matches. You could also pick the Rel. You don't want to pick the Leona. And it looks like they are leaning towards that Rel. I feel like the composition for Gen.G is pretty straightforward. Their skirmishing power is pretty insane. The ability to stack up the Braum pass are very powerful. You have things like the Xin Zhao and the Lee Sin and the Jace who all have ways to really quickly, really effectively stack that up. Their composition just allows them to team fight pretty effectively. For DRX, much more about that side lane pressure. I feel like a composition you have to be a lot smarter about how you play it, and that's kind of worrying. I think if you're going into a matchup against Gen.G, and Gen.G have the easier to play composition, easier to hit win cons, that is a little bit concerning.
Yeah, it definitely is. I don't mind the Rel, just because you need some kind of engage with this, I suppose, but I wouldn't have even minded something like a Renata alongside of the Varus to deal with the Lucian Braum to help that lane, and also there's a lot of like straightforwardness from the comp of Gen.G. A lot of low range that it could have done well into, but it's not going to be the choice here for Andil.
A lot of teams, especially now lower in the standards, feel really uncomfortable if they don't have like that reliable primary engage. It's kind of indicative against Gen.G. They're like, no, we're fine with just Braum. You know, we're fine with Chovy's Charms. That's enough for us. We don't need more engage like that. We know how to play it. I feel like DRX, they had a comp early on that was like, okay, we need to play it safe, we need to play a wider map state, and then kind of went, but we're just going to lock Rel just in case. if they end up going into team fights playing around the rel, I don't think they're doing what the comp wants to do.
Yeah, it's definitely a big question mark there. Very straightforward here from Gen.G, as you mentioned. And then we have Trundle back and Yorick and Rise on the top side here for DRX. We'll see if they can pull it off here in game number 1 against Gen.G.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go. Game number 1. I think we're going to know pretty early on in the series if DRX has what it takes to challenge Gen.G.
What Trundle skin is that, by the way? It had like he has like a Will's jacket on, and he has like the, you know, the bangers that you bang together. Make
Thunder sticks?
Thunder sticks, yeah. But I don't remember. I mean, we haven't seen Trundle in a while, but I don't remember seeing that skin.
I don't know. I want to see it.
I like how we're seeing everyone else but the Trundle now, just to really up the tension.
It is Trundle, so I mean, I don't know if it'll be a very exciting kind of jungle from him. Although, I mean, the pillar is very useful if you get the right lane to gank.
Esports fan Trundle.
Well, there you go.
I don't think I've seen that one before.
He's just an esports fan.
That's kind of based.
Are you a fan of esports? Oh.
I would say so. I would say I'm firmly in the fan department. I don't have that skin.
I think by default we have to be, right?
You'd hope so.
I am a little bit worried about Rich playing Yorick into Keen's Jace. That doesn't sound like a very easy matchup.
You're not keen on that matchup?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, we'll see how it pans out. Wow, Gen.G, 3 of these champions they've lost on. You don't see that very often.
They only have, what, 4 losses, I think?
Yeah.
At this point, so...
Rich not really having a fun time yet in the lane, but, you know, he's waiting for his moment. He saw the Doran game, he's like, I'm gonna make that happen. That's gonna be me. I'm gonna solo end the game. He's gotta have faith, Brendan.
Yeah, if you were playing against a different player, maybe I would. But in this one, not so sure. Canyon, there was a ward on his Raptors that spotted him doing the Raptors, or the Raptors being gone. So they have a decent idea of where he could be. Sponge actually doing a really good job of clearing out his jungle a bit faster than Canyon. He's going up to his Krugs at the moment. And this lane at the moment will not be very fun. Neither will the bot lane, especially with the Rel selection into Lucian Braum. You go in, you miss, you're engaged, and Varus can't follow up. You kind of just get kited and die. So
yeah, I think it's one of those matchups where unless you have jungle backup or like a Rise ulting down, you don't really look to go in unless unless the other side makes a mistake. Otherwise, you're kind of just letting the Varus trade at a distance. They are giving a lot of space and respect to the Gen.G bot lane, though.
Uh-oh. Keen might be punished here. There's the pillar. It goes the wrong way. He still has to flash as the knock-up came in, but it knocked him up to the wrong side.
Yeah, now Sponge looking to pick up the Scuttle Crab. Canyon finds him.
Yeah, Canyon going to go in on this one. Keen is here as well, even though he's really low. Now Sponge going to take a big shock blast. The flash over the wall should come through eventually, but now flash on into Keen, and it's going to be Canyon who gets first blood, and the knockback goes on to Rich, and now you've got Chovy here. And UCal can't do anything, and Rich wasn't able to kill Keen either.
It couldn't have gone worse for DRX, because Sponge, his mindset was, if I flash over the wall, he's going to follow me immediately. I need to try and bait him out, mind game him, and then he flashes over the wall, and Canyon just W's him. Like, that is like the worst case. Canyon didn't even flash in that passage of play, by the way.
Yeah.
That's 3 flashes from DRX for nothing from the side of Gen.G. It is not the start you wanted, ultimately. And Keen being able to move sooner really secured that play. Sponge will take this bot side Scuttle.
It's not the start DRX wanted, but it's the start that we expected. Yeah. You know, if we can be honest, I think that with winning lanes for Gen.G, outside of mid, which is kind of even at this point, they should be able to do a lot with it. And we saw that there in that fight.
And Sponge is using esports fan Trundle, so he's just happy to be here, you know? He's just, you know, he's happy to be part of esports.
He's hanging out. He's got his thunder sticks. He's banging them together. It's not a lot going on.
They don't, you know, in terms of things that do damage, maybe that's why he struggled in the 1v1, because, you know, those things aren't really effective tools to
Imagine if he had a real weapon. It's
Yeah.
not Jax, but like,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, he's
Thunder
Jax.
Six.
Jax doesn't need a real weapon to
Yeah.
kill Xin Zhao. Jax does pretty good in his Xin Zhao.
I think Trundle does need a real weapon.
Fishing rod, maybe.
Because
Perhaps.
he uses a club generally,
Yeah.
which is a real weapon.
Yeah, pretty effective one.
He's like a troll giant, right? So he's very, very strong.
In the cinematic recently, he did kind of get clapped by Darius, though.
Yeah, he
You know?
did. He's also like similar size to Darius, like
No,
a little
he-
bit bigger.
He was like 2 foot bigger than him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was way taller, and he
Oh.
got cleared. Honestly, he kind of lost some aura because of that, right?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
They should play Darius jungle instead, I think. This Trundle is not really doing it for me.
The lore matchups.
Yeah. Yeah, Duro doesn't. He doesn't care about the Rel. Not even a little bit.
Not even slightly.
Yeah. And it's not like LazyField can follow up on that, but at the same time, yeah, Duro's very much enjoying the fact that he blind picks Braum and he plays into Rel.
Yeah, I mean, Rel, as far as engaged supports go, not the worst into Braum. And I feel like the fact that Ruler and Duro constantly have pressure isn't purely indicative of the lane matchup. I feel like this is also just Genji's bot lane playing it better. It's like the mid lane matchup. Ryze is pretty fine in Ahri, and yet Chovy has a 50 CS lead.
How did that happen?
Yeah, that's something, that's something I've said for a while. If you're a Gen G fan and you only watch Gen G games, which is, there's a lot of fans who only watch their own team games, it's completely fine. But your opinion of matchups, especially in mid lane, must be so skewed. Like, you're watching this, you're like, I guess Ahri just counters Ryze, you know?
I think Chovy just counters everyone else. That's kind of the opinion you should have.
I think that's very fair and valid.
As a Gen G fan, or just as a fan of League of Legends, LCK in general nowadays, he does kind of win almost all the time.
He's pretty good at it.
There have been times that he's lost lane this season. I don't think he's gone 100%, but even if he does fall behind, it's kind of like, well, he's still going to have a big fight, and then they're going to win the game.
I think the big thing is just his ability to take matchups where so many of the players would just farm it up, it'd be relatively even, and he's really pressuring for every CS.
Yeah.
Really challenging. He's not letting you farm for free. And I think that's really what makes it so much harder to play into him, Because we've seen a lot of matchups where even when one mid lane is better than the other, there's not a huge difference we see in the lane. It's just kind of like they both farm up, they both become strong. Maybe the better mid laner has more value in team fights, but we don't really see that here. Oh, Keen, a little bit trapped.
Gets the knockback. Canyon's here. The Shock Blast does miss. Canyon level 6. Now we got to fight down on the bottom side. Duro's still not caring. He's going to hold up the door. Maybe he cares now. And yes, he will. He gets taken down. Just in a straight up 2v2 as well. Now we got to dive up on the top side. Canyon, though, is going to flash. And guess who's here? It's you, Cal. And eventually should be able to take down Keen.
Wait, I think he gets the execute here.
Really? Might actually just be able to walk it off. Yeah, he gets executed. Now Canyon gonna dash on over. He's got Chovy here.
Oh, that's so sad.
Oh, that's so sad.
If Yukal had his flash from earlier, he would have just killed Keen there outright.
They're just gonna do the grubs.
Oh,
They're just gonna take all 3 of them.
This doesn't feel good.
I mean, really? I guess with Duro here, yeah. In the 2v2, I think they actually could have tried to fight, but...
That's the thing as well, because he chased Keen for so long, he ends up not being there to help out. This is just the level 6 spikes coming from DRX, and Duro maybe should have cared a little more in this situation. You feel strong, you feel confident, you're Braum, but ends up flashing late after the ult and dies anyway. The Q still hits. So well played from DRX's bot lane there, finding an angle and capitalizing on the big power this ult grant. He did actually die, I didn't see that.
Ruler also died, we didn't see that.
Okay, credit. DRX's bot lane kind of popping off. And honestly, that almost makes what happened top lane more sad, because if it'd gone well, that would have been a map-wide win for DRX.
Yeah.
It was very close to, both Canyon and Keen dying. And it kind of, I talked about the flash as well. Earlier, Canyon didn't have to burn his flash to kill Sponge. If he had, maybe that play goes differently, so... Seen a lot of the consequences of these earlier plays coming back to bite DRX, but the bot lane 2v2, somewhere where they're really finding strength, and it's not easy to find a 2v2 against Lucian Braum.
No, and against Ruler Duro as well. And we're going in again, and they've got Ryze on the way. Ult comes out from Duro, but they got it back as Realm Warp is being threatened. Maybe a little bit early from Ondil, but either way, Just going to force them back here.
It's one of those tricky situations where it feels early, but if you wait any longer, they'll just back off. So
yeah,
kind of have to get the fight started. Because if you just start walking towards them, they'll go, oh, something's up. You know, don't end up committing the ult from Lazyfield there, though. And so ends up being a pretty even trade in terms of resources used, ult for ultimate supports.
I feel like they could have tried to really all in onto the Braum. You know, Duro doesn't have heal, doesn't have flash, and yes, Ruler would try to, you know, poke them out, but you just got to kill. You came back stronger. You could have like tried to flash ult in as Lazyfield and really force it and give UCal a chance. Just really try to punish the flash cooldown, but instead they just play it safe. I feel like some of our lower teams do this against like some of our top teams where they're like, no, no, no. And that one was very close. I'm not saying that that was a mistake. I just think that maybe could have tried to force it a bit.
Maybe we were concerned about like Chovy TPing.
All right, we got another play here. UCal has to flash again. And now a little knock up in, but now we have the chains coming out. Not going to hit Canyon, unfortunately. Tons of damage though coming out from Lazyfield. Has that Yomu's. And will win the fight here, does DRX actually. They do have to burn UCal's flash though.
Could have been a kill onto the jungler there. Obviously, Canyon didn't have his ultimate, but I think if the ult connects, the pillar's going to come in and follow up. And they would have been able to find that one. So, a little unfortunate from Lazyfield, but still forces Gen G away and allows them to get a bit more control over this dragon area. 16 seconds till that dragon, second of the game. One in favor of Gen G so far. And Gen G very close to getting the feats of strength. And that's something I want to mention. I feel like since we've seen the reduction in price for the feats of strength, a lot more players finishing them after they get their first 2 items and seeing the value, particularly the boots of swiftness. So you obviously get 10 extra movement speed, but just if your movement speed is 400, you get 20 extra adaptive force.
Yeah.
And obviously if you have any ways to boost your movement speed, which, you know, Jace does, Ahri does, Lucian does, even Braum does. I mean, Braum's not really going for adaptive force, but...
What do you mean, Q-Max Braum? They're doing damage, man.
It's one of these things where you're just getting, essentially, for 500 gold, you're getting about how much you would spend on that much adaptive force, and you're getting the 10 movement speed. And then anytime, like, if Jace goes through his gate, he gets even more.
Sponge gonna go for the subjugation here, but he is taking a ton of damage anyway. The stun comes out. They're going very deep for this, though, and Sponge lives. And now we have the ults coming out here from Andal, just trying to peel. Lazyfield getting out as well. A bit of a 1v1 on the top side. UCal versus Canyon. And now Andal gonna get charmed up. He stuck around for way too long trying to peel for the team. And he is the sacrifice. Will be blue buff on top of it for Gen G.
This is the skirmishing power of this DRX lineup coming through. Just really able to find so much power in the extended fights with the CC from the Braum, with the CC from the Ahri. Feature strength came through, but it was really funny because no one on Gen G, I think, had tier 2 boots. So you know how normally we get the pop-up?
Yeah.
Where it says, oh, boots have been picked up. Only Chovy has just now bought boots, so we didn't get the pop-up we normally do when feature strength is secured. Kind of funny. I think that's one of the first times we've had that.
Yeah.
But here, Sponge, good flash that comes out, survives a while because of the ult, and only Duro chases him. The problem is, they don't have that much sustained damage here. You know, UCal's zoned away, Lazyfield's zoned away, and then Andal's kind of stuck in the mixer. The Braum passive hits, the charm hits. Oh, now look at Chovy. He has no ult.
He does have a blast cone, but there's 3 people around him. Even UCal denies it. He heard me. Yeah, Chovy's just dead. I don't know how he ended up in this spot. They're trying to give the kill over to Sponge, and Chovy will be successful in that. But I mean, still, it's a big shutdown here for the Trundle.
Yeah, didn't see how that ended up happening. Mistake from Chovy and a good pick from DRX. But giving the kill over the Trundle, definitely best case scenario from that. So at least managed to get lessen the impact of that play, even if it obviously wasn't ideal given over that gold regardless. And it's still a good lead for Gen G. They still have a 2-dragon advantage. They still have 3 grubs, feats of strength, all of that. But it's not like an inescapable lead right now for DRX. The game definitely not over yet, but not going how they would have hoped, I can definitely say.
Yeah, not an unlosable spot just yet for Gen G. And the majority of their lead just comes from the top lane. Keen he got a kill, and he's winning in CS. So the Yorick not really doing much yet. Hopefully, as he gets a bit stronger, he can do something. Chovy just walking over ward, past no vision, trying to pick up the blue buff, which he got, and then died.
Yeah, this was, you know, we've seen so many times supports dying for control wards. This is the mid lane equivalent of just being like, I'm gonna go pick up that blue buff, ends up paying for it.
아, 블루 버프, 씨. 먹지 말 걸, 그냥.
He's like, blue buff. I shouldn't have even gone for it.
Yeah.
So he knows. I mean, that was just, It's Blue Buff's fault, to be honest. So yeah,
You know what? It's
totally fine here.
Canyon's fault for taking the blue buff and putting it there as bait.
You know, Canyon's just trying to get a POM. Can you blame him?
Actually, if that's his play, smart.
Can you blame him? This is a Xinjiao, but there are 4 people here engaged from Ondil, but they're going pretty deep for this one into Xinjiao and Braum, who are not taking damage. Canyon finally, they get into the circle and they take him out, but look at everybody's health bar. Only Braum is going to go down alongside of it, and now LazyFeel is left alone. He does flash away from this one, but Gen G get the better of it because all of that damage went on to Canyon and Duro.
Yeah, and a lot of AoE was done there. I also think like a Xin Zhao with Sundered Sky? Yeah, that's the item. Thank you, Brent.
Yes.
Gets a lot of healing in this situation. Like the flash is really good after you're trapped over the wall. Gets a couple of autos off for healing. The ult comes out, keeps him alive, and then he's just, you know, doing the AoE. Ruler and Keen do so much damage here as well. And it's one of these situations where you're locked into the play. You're like, hey, we can pick these people. The play starts to get worse and worse and worse. And like, we have no outs.
Yeah.
We're all in.
You're committed.
You have to, and to be fair, it didn't go that badly considering, but it did not go good.
Yeah, I mean, LazyFeel could do 0 damage to the Xinjiao over the wall. So
Also,
if it was a different jungler, maybe.
Keen has a little bit of a lot of an advantage.
A little bit of a gigantic gold lead in the top lane.
Yeah. That's substantial. Has picked up the Boots of Swiftness. If he upgrades that soon, right, his Phase Rush, he has Ghost Blade, he has the Acceleration Gate. That's a lot of movement speed to give you extra AD. Especially early on, it makes a pretty big difference.
Yeah. Well, he's definitely going to be working on that. Right now he's working on the Raptors, and the Rift Herald was just put down here.
No one riding it.
Just going to charge into the mid lane.
I like that. They give the Rift Herald free reign to make his own decisions.
Yeah.
And he decides to charge in a mid-tier one, like every other Rift Herald.
Yeah. Shelly's kind of pre-programmed. Doesn't really have a lot of wiggle room there.
The illusion of free choice.
Yeah. Isn't that the same for all of us? Anyway. Yeah, Gen G are... It doesn't feel like they're stomping, but they kind of are. It's still like a playable game here for DRX.
The lead's expanding, that's the scary thing. The thing is, a lot of that gold is on Jace, which is bad and good. It's bad because Jace is very strong and will shock blast you to hell. It's good in the sense that if you kill Jace, that's a lot of gold taken off. Oh, they're team fighting with Yorick. Well,
hell yeah. All right, the engage comes in. Canyon, again, the target here. Not sure about that. Ondil, already dead. He's just gone. But Duro as well getting low. Chovy, he's got a couple of dashes still left over. Although he did take some poke damage from them. Now the re-engage does come in. Sponge going to put down a pillar. Just wants to kill the Drake. But this is so all over the place for DRX. They're killing the Drake there. They're killing... Oh, no. And no TP comes out here. It's just a full ace as everything goes wrong for DRX. Gen G just sweep them.
yeah, I think that's the moment we're waiting for.
I think highlight 2.
This is kind of the problem with this composition for DRX. This is why I was kind of worried coming out of the draft. Because it felt like they wanted to go for the split push style, but they committed to the Rel, and then the Rel's engaging onto the frontliners. So Keen is just untouched. You're now team fighting with a Yorick instead of playing the side lane. And I understand that you're like, look, we need to secure this dragon, otherwise it's going to be really bad. But you just end up getting absolutely decimated in this situation. You know, Gen G's composition so much easier to play, so much stronger in these fights and these skirmishes, and they end up getting the perfect fight. They also get the dragon to boot, and now the game is just over. 7,000 gold lead, 3 dragons in pocket. They put everything in their favor. And I just think, you know, I was worried, because right now, I mean, in the meta generally in the past few years, split pushing's been pretty weak. It's been very much objective focused.
Yeah.
Souls are so strong, dragons are so strong, there's so many objectives to play for. But we have seen some split push wins recently, like that play from Durham. But I think it's always been harder to play like a side lane comp than to just, you know, play a team fight death ball composition. And I think DRX, their win conditions are harder to execute. And then when they lock the Rel, I'm like, they're just going to team fight, aren't they? And you know what?
Yep.
They're just team fighting. They bring the Yorick in just because they want a fist fight.
They didn't have to pick the Rel. They could have picked something else. Could have played Renata or Nico or anything. UCal just being chased down here. He doesn't have flash, he doesn't have his Realm Warp, and he's just dead. So, yeah, just face check the bottom Tri-Brush with no vision, puts down a ward, and just dies eventually.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Rich wants to fight.
Well, I'm not sure he does anymore. The ghouls still do, but they're just doing their own thing. And Gen.G will look to pick up the Arakan. They have 23 petals, by the way. You know what? It happened a couple of weeks ago. I flamed Ruler because he walked past the petal without taking it. And I feel like maybe he heard me, because since then, Gen.G been locked into these petals. 23 free Arakan is kind of crazy. We don't normally see that many. I feel like teams just don't often prioritize them or pick them up. And now up to 35. I think it's things... So, Keen, you know, we talked about the Boots of Swiftness, that extra AD. You're now getting the extra AD from the petals, and you got 8,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, it might have something to do with it. We do have Rich in a bad spot here, gets charmed. He is pretty tanky. He's also going to flash, and he does get away. Duro here, though, as well, so no revenge to be taken by DRX.
Duro has 100 AD. This is a strong brawl. Well, okay, yeah. I mean, Keen has 350. That's a lot more.
Adaptive Force Braum.
He's got so much Adaptive Force. This is truly peak. This is peak Braum. This is muscle Braum.
Yeah. It fits the image of Braum, right?
Yeah. That's the thing, is some champions, you know, you have this image of them, and they just don't really fit it so much. You know, I mean, Braum does the whole saving thing, but you'd think if Braum got in a melee range of, like, I don't know, like an Ezreal, he'd probably be able to beat it down a little bit, and really we never...
Choke slam.
Yeah. From
the top rope.
Wrestler Braum.
Yeah.
Hit him with a steel chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, not so much. Unless you're one of these people who played like top lane Braum. There are people who do that.
Yeah. I don't think I want to know any further about it. I remember top lane Tarek as well. LazyField might just die here, has to barrier. Didn't actually have to, but, you know, got a little scared there at the end.
Misses the cannon, unfortunately. That's just... It's not a good feeling. Yeah.
You said it before the game was over after that team fight. It's very over. It's kind of rare to get fully aced at about 17 minutes into the game, and it really can, in the pro scene, just kind of end your game.
Yeah, clean 5-0. Like, not just the fully 8, but 5-0 is just like, okay, it's kind of... Because they were already slipping away from the game, and definitely not in a fantastic spot now. I kind of want to see, though, I've talked about this a few times, for science, I want to see how much damage Keen Shock Blast does right now. Also, look at his items, and look at Rich's items. It's...
Hey, Trinity Force is pretty expensive, okay?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is... Oh, there you go. That's one Shock Blast.
Wow.
In the LazyField.
It's a lot of damage.
Hey, Seraph's Embrace just finished for you, Cal. We're going to have a team fight here. Sponge nearly dies to one phase combo, but the pillar! Oh! He gets the shutdown for LazyField. Look at Canyon as well in a really bad spot. Well, I say that. He kills LazyField, actually. In goes Chovy. I think Gen.G are definitely having their fun with this one. As the Realm Warp does come in, Chovy now in a 1v3 scenario, and is still going to get the kill.
Still alive!
He still lives! There's just no damage here for the side of DRX, and that is, again, an ace. This time it's not clean as two of them die, but I don't think Gen.G care.
Yeah, I mean, killing Keen at the start of the fight, a pretty good strategy when you're not 10,000 gold down, but unfortunately too far behind, even with the Jace taking off the cards. Chovy just cleans up the fight, doesn't die, keeps getting the resets. And that, you know, I talked about it being salt in the wound. Well, you said salt in the wound, but they're losing the cannon earlier. This is much worse than that. This is a horrible situation to be in, because this is the sort of play where there's so much hope at the start. They're like, hey, we've caught Keen, he's rooted, go, 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 we got the chase. They're like, cool, guys, we can win this. Like, sure, do they end up losing some members? The virus goes down? Absolutely. But then they're like, okay, we got Chovy, big shutdown. And then Chovy ends up getting a reset. And then they're like, okay, well, we got him now. No, he gets another reset. And I think this is the point where things aren't okay.
Yeah. For me, the toughest part to watch was when LazyField flashed over to help kill Canyon, and Canyon just one rotation clapped him from half health. LazyField's just like, oh, well, I guess I guess I can't do that. Didn't have barrier because he had used it against rulers, just random culling in mid lane.
Yeah, so I've learned a little bit in my time covering League of Legends. When you have more gold and more items, it makes you strong. More levels too.
How about a Mountain Soul?
That also does help.
Otacon?
Otacon, contributing factor.
Feature strength?
Yeah, Grubs as well. 40 petals right now for Genji. That's a good amount of adaptive force.
Hey, but Chovy missed his charm.
Duro has 105 AD. You know, I talked about like who would win in melee range, Duro or Lazyfield? I think it's still Lazyfield. I hope it's still Lazyfield. That's a strong Braum though, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is a buff Braum.
So they're just baiting Baron here. It's still very early as Baron just spawns. And they're just going to look to turn onto Andil, who says, well, I'm going to press my buttons and hope that somebody saves me. Canyon just frontlining here. Big Braum ultimate on the engage. And now they're not going to get away again as they're all stuck in the circle. And it's just lights out from here. The TP comes in onto the bottom lane. Rich has his head in his hands. It's not a good field, down 14,000 gold, 26 minutes into the game. And yeah, that's game one. Genji, pretty good at this game.
Safe to say, I think. I think that's a pretty, you know, we sometimes say some outlandish statements, but I think we're pretty secure in saying that one. Genji, you give them an inch, they take 17 miles, and maybe more. It feels like in that one. I think ultimately DRX, 100 wins for Ruler. Congratulations to him, huge achievement. And you can see 9th there, Showmaker pennant. And unfortunately, here's the sad thing, right? Because Canyon's on his team, you're not going to catch him until you split up.
And Chovy.
Yeah, you're not catching
They're all ahead of him. At least Ruler's ahead of Duro. He's got that going.
Yeah, Ruler's like, I just hit 400 wins. So like, oh, only now?
Yeah, you're a bit late, buddy.
Yeah, keep up.
Maybe you shouldn't have left.
True.
He had a very successful career over there.
Yeah, I mean, I think
LPL.
for DRX, I think the composition, look, when you're the team who are the underdogs, I think playing a composition that's more nuanced, harder to play, has trickier win conditions, it's like you're playing on a more difficult setting against a player who is better than you. I feel like that's the situation they put themselves in. Genji's comp was easier to play, and they are the strongest team in the league. I think you didn't set yourselves up for success. That's not to say that the game is unwinnable from draft, but I think it makes it harder, and then they made some flubs in game that really cost them.
Yeah. You see Duro, the only one still left in the booth. He's got some studying to do.
The only one without 400 wins as well.
Maybe, you know, that bot lane situation, still some stuff to go over that, as he did die, and then Ruler died as well. They did get dual killed. That did happen in this game, actually, did the Genji bot lane, so gonna be looking at that. Genji 1-0 over DRX. We'll take a break.
그냥 여기 크게 싸먹어도 돼.
근데 원딜 정글만 노플이야. 원딜 정글. 여기 와드 체크 되나?
라이더 그냥 보자.
방패 들어줘. 방패. 난 쭉 가자. 나 바운스까지 볼게. 바운스. 야, 라이즈. 나이스. 아, 펜타 각이었는데. 이번엔 진짜로. 뭐야, 또 펜타야? 이번엔 진짜 펜타 각이었는데.
콤보 먹었어. 내가
그니까, 콤보가 먹었어.
말을 안 했어요.
대혁이 형 잘못이네. 아니, 그냥, 이번엔 말 안 했어. 아니, 그게 뭐야? 네? 뭐야? 나리요? 너무 아쉽고.
네, 너무 아쉽고.
나비!
Chovy. That's the tweet. Especially after that last one, it is 1-0. Gen G taking care of business here against DRX. DRX tried to come up with something unique in the draft, didn't quite work out. Digon here alongside Wolf and Woodid. And Wolf, you really want to take a look at some of those picks that DRX tried to go with.
Yeah, I want to talk about the draft a little bit, as of course Woodid and I were not super happy with how some of the early game happened. We'll talk about that later, but the draft itself, the early picks and bans, were a little bit interesting here. So they target Chovy with the Azir and the Victor bans, which on paper isn't a problem, but then they just took Ryze. Like, if you're going to take Ahri here, and I feel pretty okay about this, then Chovy has to play something that doesn't necessarily work well with Xin Zhao. But they just took Ryze Trundle after giving the Xin Zhao, so Chovy just gets to play Ahri anyways. They also get the Jace. So the early part of this draft, I didn't feel like DRX really had a strong foothold. And then they grabbed Yorick as well with no really great setup. So I just didn't really fully understand what DRX's approach was.
So I thought when you see them banning Pantheon, you can easily see that they're gonna go for Zinzo first pick. So I think the best way might be just giving up the Zinzo first pick for them and pick away Jace and Nari at the same time, and you can pick Nafiri at third to make it versatile on the top side. But I think, as you mentioned, I don't think you got any single advantage in the draft where you could get it from the red side.
Yeah, but coming into today, Wolf and I had talked about it earlier, Chovy had played single-digit champions. He wasn't in the double digits yet compared to like Keen, who's played a ton of compared to Duro, so I can at least see the through line. But when plays like this happen in Highlight 1, it kind of doesn't matter if you're banning out Chovy when you can't execute a gank in the top side.
Yeah, we didn't really want to talk about this, but Yundo actually pointed something else out to us, as there's no W for Yorick, by the way. He did not skill it at level 3.
So it might be a guaranteed kill if Yorick leveled up W. So this ganking was not planned at all. So after this, I think the plan was correct. Them getting a top priority and going for the bot crab is the top crab is correct. But I feel like they have to think about what they can do as well, because you already know that where is Trundle, and here Canyon, he already knew that they cannot get the top priority, a top push in time, so that's why he was camping in the brush. And Keen is coming for the river fight, even though he got ganked on top side. He's first here and trying to deal extra damage for the jungler. So here, it shows why Genji is good in those kind of details and why this team is having.
Wait! I have W now. Oh God! It just,
yeah,
I just, oh.
And also the wind becomes lightning hitting over the wall after the flash. Canyon doesn't have to flash, and Yukao flashes, so 3 flashes are down. And everything that DRX did in that moment, like trying to set up a gank when there's no skill on the wall for the Yorick, and then just going to Scuttle Crab without any information, like nothing was pre-planned as you did, but everything Genji did there was well executed, well communicated. Canyon is already hiding in the brush. Is he just blindly starting Scuttle after that exchange? He's like, nope. Guess where Trundle's coming? He's going to come straight to the Scuttle after the gank doesn't succeed. Keen is already moving over. Genji is already like 3 steps ahead, and it felt like DRX just didn't have any plan. They're like, well, I guess we'll try this. Oh no, we don't have a wall for a Yorick. Oh no.
Yeah, and then later on we get to see just the execution of a play, and really, why did hates Yorick? Let's take a look at highlight 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you guys will not agree with me, but here, I mean, it clearly shows that why Yorick is my worst champion. I don't want to have Yorick in my team. I would rather have 050 Jace in my team than 500 Yorick. I mean, this is the reason why I hate Yorick. It's so useless. I want him to just go side lane and like force someone to show on the side lane. I don't want him to join the team fight. I don't want him to just be here and just like, hey, I'm here, guys. I'm fat, but what can you do as Yorick?
And like breaking down what DRX attempted to do outside of the fact that Yorick obviously has very little value here in this Realm War template, it's very sad, is that when the rel engage comes through, it's a pretty nice angle, right? Like Andil had the great play bottom side, right? They got helped set them up for that double kill down there, but he wasn't able to have any follow-up there because Chovy was zoning the rise. LazyField's not in position to follow up, so it's a good rel engage, but nobody can actually hit anybody, so it doesn't really matter.
A fast breakdown for a fast game number 1. Genji are still cruising to that undefeated series season. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out here as we go to game number 2.
Thank you very much, Spacers, for that breakdown. And we're getting ready for game number 2. Probably we'll have Genji moving over to the red side, assuming that DRX select the blue side. Some of our other teams have said, no, you know what, let's take a chance. Let's go over to the red side. It hasn't worked.
I don't think you do that against Genji.
No.
I don't think they're going to do that against Genji.
They just experienced it and didn't really know what to do with it in game 1.
So I think it's important to bring back the fact that this game, pretty big stakes for DRX. If they lose this, they cannot go to MSI. They will not be able to make it into the road to MSI qualifiers, and they cannot make it in the Legend group. They will be locked in the Rise group. And for Canyon, this is a 600th game in the LCK. Cuz very recently hit that milestone just ahead of him. Peanut has a pretty hefty lead. But you know, Canyon, been around quite a while, and I think a lot of people will think back to his debut when he made a lot of scenes with D+. Long time since then.
Just do it. If you don't win, you can't go home. Well, that's unfortunate. DRX will be going over to the blue side here. Not a big surprise. Gen.G will play from red. And I think they'll have a much better idea of how to navigate the draft from the red side. Although, you know, we talked about it before. Draft only matters so much. I think that Gen.G, even if DRX had a better draft in game one, probably still would have won.
Yeah, I think the thing is, draft matters a lot for DRX. It matters less for Gen.G, because there has to be... DRX need to set themselves up for success. Gen.G, as long as the draft isn't really awful, should still be in a very good spot to win the game, which is why it's so hard coming into this, and it is stacked towards the team who have been undefeated so far for a reason. Now, they end up banning the Rumble and then the Taliyah, sorry, not Taliyah, the Azir themselves, which is interesting. Like I said, normally we've seen like the Taliyah ban, and then you try and get the Azir and you force them to ban it. Here, they're just not doing that. We're getting Vi and Kalista banned out by Gen.G so far. And they will ban the Taliyah as well for DRX, banning both those mid laners. This means that Victor is open and available. Pantheon is something that stands out for me. So I think Gen.G maybe just ban away the Pantheon. Yeah.
Yep.
So what are you first picking in this situation? What is the prior pick that you're really happy to lean on? Is it just going to be like a Neferi? Oh, I don't feel great about that. And again, you were so focused on denying that Victor in game one, and maybe it's because you wanted to pick... Oh, they're actually going to go for the Victor. Okay, so we talked about them denying the Victor in that game one. They're like, well, actually, we want to play the Victor in this situation. I think this is a better call than picking the Neferi, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, especially with all that mid focus. And let's see if Canyon wants to play the Neferi here. Doesn't necessarily have to. Could go for the Sejuani.
Sejuani Gwen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think...
Gwen.
That is Gwen. Can pair with Sejuani, pretty happy, especially with the junglers taking off the cards. In fact, Xin Zhao, Pantheon, gone. Definitely feels pretty positive about that. They could also just go for the Neferi themselves if they really wanted.
Yeah, I mean, Sponge likes his Neferi. Canyon obviously can play a great Neferi. So you could deny it, or you could go for the synergy. I think that's really the question here. Thinking about a Galio first. So that's going to be locked in.
Yeah, Chovy, definitely happy to play this one into the Victor. I do think with the fact they have these, probably less likely to see the Sejuani in the jungle. Maybe more likely to see the Neferi, so they have a bit more AD on the top side. And now, DRX going to take the Poppy. Potential flex pick between support and jungle. And then the Gnar coming out for Rich into the Gwen. Double Yordle pickup. You don't really see that much Gnar priority this early on, especially. Kind of shows how the options to deal with Gwen with the Jace and Rumble off the cards is definitely limited. And we're talking about AD jungles. This is something Canyon has played before. It would provide that AD in the top side. Instead, going to go for the Nocturne. Nocturne Galio into a Victor, into a Gnar. Well... Good luck.
Yeah. I think Canyon's going to be on the hunt this game. I would not be too surprised.
No, that's more of a Rengar thing.
I feel like the Poppy. It felt like Canyon was looking for something that would do very well into that, and not really care about the Poppy in these fights. And Nocturne is definitely one of those. The Ezreal and the Jhin going to get banned away.
Probably the Ezreal Xayah bans. We so often see this when teams are playing like these dive-heavy compositions. You ban Ezreal, Xayah, the two safest AD carries. And then what kind of play do you really have to being Nocturne ulted? We'll see if they opt to go for both of these in the situations. They could also leave the Xayah open and pick it themselves on 4. Obviously, Rula very comfortable with that champion. We'll see if they opt to go in that direction. So they ban the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa would have paired it pretty well, but Kai'Sa also does well in the Xayah, so I think it might be the Xayah pick on 4.
Yeah.
DRX, I think you could ban Rakan here, maybe. You could ban Alice, you could ban Xayah. I think these are all fine, but I think any situation, you're still going to be dealing with a difficult scenario in reverse.
Yeah, it's not a very good spot to be in here with only this one ban left and so much to consider. So Rakan does feel like kind of the best in this situation.
I think it's a good ban.
I think you still take the Xayah, though.
Yeah,
or
I get the Alistair prio because Alistair's really strong. I think denying the Xayah probably would have been the play I would have gone for. But you know, the engage is pretty crazy here. Will Xayah be able to survive against all this? Maybe slightly better than other 80 carries, but is she going to really be able to survive? Seems difficult regardless. But I think they have to take it for the side of DRX in the situation. I'm not sure what else you'd pick an 80 carry role. I like the Gragas though. Xayah Gragas, actually, that's a good lane if you lock in those together. Gragas fantastic against this sort of composition. So I think maybe DRX actually out navigating Gen G a little bit in these last 2 picks if they go with if they go in this direction.
Well,
oh,
thinking about the Senna instead. The Xayah seemed like kind of a slam dunk in the situation. And now we're thinking about a Zeri.
Yeah, oh, Tristana would be very, very rough to play into. I'm a little, you know, I don't think, Senna's strong, right? But I don't think this is a game where you massively need the range. Because I think when the fight starts, people are going to be coming in range of you quite quickly.
Yeah.
I think the Xayah would have been a great pickup. I think the Senna is just a little vulnerable. That being said, you can, if you're able to do it, you know when Nocturne pops his ult, if you pop your E, he can't dash to you.
Yeah.
So maybe Lazyfield feeling confident he's going to be able to do that. Obviously, if the Senna gets to the later stages of the game, she will shred from a distance. And with like the Black Cleaver build, you are a little bit bulkier. The Gragas is at appeal, the Poppy's at appeal. This is very much a dive-focused composition from Gen G, and DRX, they have great scaling backline. They need to protect them. They need to find a way to keep them alive. But I think this is better than the previous game. Like, at least you kind of understand what the win cons are. If DRX can get to late, if they can protect their backline, that is how they're going to win this game. I think a much more straightforward match than the previous one, where it really felt like they were having to play around side lane pressure.
Yeah, I'm glad that they kind of figured that out. Everybody's on the same page as we're comparing Lazyfield to a Capybara. Not the first time we've done that with our players here. Not capybaras specifically, but other animals that are generally cute and cuddly.
Yeah.
London to Seoul. Whoa. It's a decently long flight. You may have done that once or twice, Ox.
Not that often, specifically London to Seoul, but I have done that flight before a couple of times.
How long is that?
Like, depends which way you're going, but like 14 to 16?
15? Yeah. Well, guys, it's game 2. Let's go.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Okay, game number 2, and DRX's last chance to avoid Rise Group and no shot at Road to MSI. They're going to get Keen's Flash here very early on.
Could have flashed to follow, but a bit tricky when he's gone into the brush and flashed. And I think just taking the flash in return, I think fine play to make, puts Keen a little bit behind already. And against the Gwen, that's always something you want to do. And I think really, especially when you have a Poppy in the jungle into a Nocturne, make that impact early on. The later we get into the game, especially past level 6, that's where Nocturne really starts to come online, unsurprisingly. So try and get things done while Canyon's just farming up to 6. And especially we have a flashless Gwen, that's an angle you can look to punish. You're playing into a melee mid laner who has a dash, which you can cancel. Bot lane as well. Poppy going to be pretty good into Alistar and Tristana, so I really want to see Sponge hit the ground running in this game.
Yeah. This mid lane matchup is going to be pretty interesting. UCal already showing the sad Amumu as Chovy saw the victor and just picked Galio. And Chovy's Galio is pretty legendary. He's very good at this pick. He has had multiple big plays on it, even post taunt flash nerf that did come to Galio. Before that, Galio was played just like every single game. It was kind of intense how good he was in the past.
I remember when he was played support a lot, and you just channel the taunt level 1, and they'd have to flash.
Yeah.
If you didn't, you just flash and kill them.
Fun times. I'm kind of glad that's out of the game.
Yeah, it's
very cheesy.
It reminds of also like when Rakan on release, when there was no delay between his R and his W, so you just like RW flash from like a whole screen away, you're suddenly on top of them.
Yeah.
A lot more counterplay now in both of those characters. And seeing so far, Lazyfield and Andal doing pretty good in the bot lane 2v2. And if there's any sort of shining light, I feel like it's been the bot lane's performance in that game 1 where they did manage to get a 2v2 kill against Ruler and Duro. If they can find that advantage again, would be big. And speaking of advantage, Rich getting some good trades in the early levels.
Yeah, no flash for Keen, so he can't exactly put on as much pressure as he would like to.
Yes, both Keen and Chovy 5-0 on their champions to play in this game.
I mean, they just win in general. So.
Yeah, but they have won a lot on these champions specifically.
Yes. They have played these champions a decent amount so far, up until this point. So they do have a lot of wins on them. No losses, though. We did see some losses in game 1. A lot of harass going on to Chovy. That's not very surprising. Canyon is here, but thinking about it, actually uses Q in the other direction. And now, with Sponge coming in, he's just going to back out of here. But for a moment, he thought about it.
Chovy's just so low, you know. Credit to Yukal having a good laning phase so far. You see Andal get stunned up. We'll just slap Ruler with a cask.
Second Scuttle Crab.
Duro's starting to move already.
Yeah.
And it's kind of unfortunate because Chovy, he's TPing in, he was a little late, but I guess Yukal's no mana, so he wouldn't have been much help. In the end, Canyon will pick up that Scuttle Crab. But, you know, Sponge got a topside one, I don't think he's too concerned.
Will engage, allow Ruler to farm this out. They're going to hold the wave here, it looks like.
Yeah, it really feels like Gen G trying to crash the wave here and just being denied by Andal and Lazyfield. And this is also a duo with a lot of sustain. You know, Gragas has his passive, Lazyfield has the healing from the Q. It's hard because Ruler and Duro, you go for some shorter trades, you want to get them low and find an all-in. That's not really going to happen, especially because Andal has exhaust and Duro has heal, no ignite.
Got another double knock up here. And PTA comes through for Ruler as well, so they're continuing to put on the pressure and doing a good job of that, but the wave is still in a rough spot, and especially with Tristana, it can be rough. Push that one back. Canyon, he actually never did back. He just went to his full clear once again, so that's what he's doing. Chovy will fall behind in this lane, as is expected. And the top lane somehow still pretty even, actually. Chovy taking a good trade here onto Yukal.
I love how Chovy was so low, and there was such a health advantage from Yukal. Yukal willing him down, and then one trade, and it's evened out. But now, Chovy doesn't have cooldowns for a little longer. This is a great gank angle.
Yeah. Chovy now realizing the spot he's in. Not a lot of hope for him. That's first blood given over to Sponge. Nice wrap around there, and Chovy will be punished. Trying to crash that wave. It's not going to happen.
Really well played there by Sponge, finding a great timing. Chovy had gotten a good trade to kind of mitigate some of the pressure in lane, but it cost him those cooldowns, and he does end up going down. And you know, it's a positive start, I think, so far. Rich is doing fine in lane. They've got that kill on a Chovy. Bot lane's going fine. I'm starting to believe, Brendan.
Yeah, I mean, a gold lead for DRX early on is good. That's what you want to see for them to have a chance in this one. Rich even going to get that cannon. Nice. We always point out when they don't get the cannon. How about we start pointing out when they do? Canyon and Duro.
A lot.
Yeah.
Considering.
Maybe not every time, but sometimes. They're just going to take this Drake here, early ocean. Definitely going to make some of these lanes easier. This is my angle here for Canyon, but like, you think about Chovy taking a lot of harass in mid, Keen taking a lot of harass in top. That Ocean Drake definitely going to help out.
I understand there'd be like too much clutter if we did, but you know how in recent times you start to get like numbers in game where you can see how much like runes have done or how much like certain items have done in terms of damage. It'd be super cool if like when you got an early Ocean Dragon, you actually could track how much health it restored so far in the game.
Yeah. Can you even do that in the spectator client?
No.
Yeah. They should add that to the game.
I feel like it's one of those things where they had a lot more numbers and then they like toned them back a little bit. Personally, I'm of the opinion we should have all the numbers.
Yeah.
I feel like everything should have a number. It's like, hey, Rich bought that null magic mantle. I want to mouse over it and see how much damage it reduced.
Even like the amount of justice punches Chovy has hit in the game.
Sure, why not?
You say you want to have everything. I mean,
everything. How many extra attacks did Canyon do because of that dagger?
How many autos have you done? Flash on in. They're going to go for Lazy Feel. A little bit of counter synergy there, but still level 6 hit by Ruler. And they're just going to look for Ondil instead. Lazy Feel does get out for now. And yeah, he's just going to have to flash out of that one. So Lazy Feel gets out, but they're heavily winning the lane, are the Gen G bottom lane this time.
Last game, we saw a scenario where DRX bot lane punished Gen G for not respecting the level 6 spike, and we just saw the reverse here. Ruler jumping in as soon as he had that level 6. Lazy Feel does manage to get out though, but has to reset and has fallen a little bit behind in terms of farm. Sponge will pick up a grub and is trying to scare Canyon away. Canyon's a lot spookier than Poppy is, so...
Duro's here. And that should be 2 grubs going over to Gen G.
Oh, and Andal's calling so late.
Yeah. He's just not here on time.
Well, at least I got the 1 grub. But the fact that Gen G get 2 and also got that first dragon, they're pretty happy with that.
Feeling pretty good about their position in this game. A little wave crash on the bottom lane, but Ruler is going to catch that. Keen, it doesn't feel like he's had a very good time in this lane ever since he had to use his flash.
It's not too fun of a matchup.
Yeah.
Playing a melee character into Gnar, generally. With the exceptions of like Aatrox or something.
Renekton.
Yeah.
How about Jax?
I mean these champions have ways to get on the Gnar, don't get me wrong, but it's not fun.
Well, we got Ondil here, and there is a spell shield to come through, but the Senna ult's also going to help, and the cast just gets them away. Bunch of needles coming out from Keen. But yeah, that's going to be a nice positioning and timing there for Ondil to be in the top lane.
Yeah, Ondil was a little late to be able to help out for the grubs, but was there. Or stun doesn't connect.
Yeah. No stun connect means that Keen just walks it off.
Yeah, and you're now in a tower race against Tristana,
who is alone, getting full turret plates.
Well, I think Gen G pretty okay with how this has panned out. Yeah, I think the decision to stop though, if you feel like lane's going rough, fair enough. But I just think the problem is now, Ruler from being static bot, he's got a sizable 25 CS lead over Lazy Feel. He's gotten a bunch of solo plates as well. Might even get another one here. Yes, he will.
Oh boy. This is getting out of hand.
Okay.
Did he get all 4 of those plates solo? Probably 3, right?
I don't know exactly. All I know...
You know, we should be able to have that number.
We should.
Right?
We should have that number. We should have everything.
Every single number. How many autos did it take Ruler to kill the first plate and the second plate?
Fortunately, production has said they will let us know, so that's very nice of them. So we will have that number.
Yes.
How much healing has Chovy's Spectre's Cowl given? You know, with the extra regen?
Yeah. We should know. Every number.
Every number. Okay, maybe not every number. Most numbers.
What? You can't back down now.
Well, you know, every...
Every single number. That's what you said. You want every number in the game.
That's a lot of numbers.
What is the highest movement speed that Canyon has been able to hit in this game? So far. He is going Hexblade, by the way.
What is the most targets Canyon has hit with his passive, like the AoE at once?
Yeah.
And that'll be an easy number, because it'll be when he was... Actually, will it have been the Raptors? Because he also did grubs, and they spawned little grub knight things. You know?
It's probably the grubs, then.
Yeah.
So we have the confirmation. Ruler got all the plates solo.
Okay, so he has a lot of gold.
Yeah, that's 500 gold from plates.
But we
one player.
We don't have confirmation of how many the most targets Canyon has hit with his passive.
Yeah. Keen getting bullied up here on the top lane. I think he will go down. The knockup comes in, and it's a nice little dive here from Sponge to help out Rich even more in that top lane.
This is kind of the trade-off, right? Rich has managed to pick up a massive farm lead over Keen, and it's the trade-off where Ruler, he's very fed, but Rich is now getting very fed. Rich is going to get some plates alone in the top lane. Gen G are going to take this tower on the bot side, and will get feats of strength if they are first here, which they should be.
Yep. Tristana and 2 people hitting it. Definitely going to outdo the Gnar. We do have a little bit of a setup here, but that's a Gragas who just runs away.
I think,
with this belly.
You know, the caveat I will say in this situation is normally like, okay, fed Gnar, fed Tristana, money on the Tristana. But the one thing I will say is Senna gets a lot of free value from the souls. So I don't think you're feeling as bad compared to like a traditional AD carry about here being behind. It's not great. I'm not going to sit here and sell you it being good. But there's worse champions to be a bit behind on. This is just a great gang setup. Rich has the Mega here to knock him into the wall. Not really much counterplay against a Gnar Poppy. When you hit the wall from one, you hit the wall from the other.
Yeah. So Keen's been the sad one in this game. We have Hexplate Nocturne. It's not Stridebreaker, and we're in Pro. We've had this conversation where Hexplate can be very good in solo queue. You're getting a lot of ganks off. You're getting a lot of value from that. But when you're in Pro and you're kind of just sitting here, you're farming it out, there's not a lot of angles for you to gank with your ults.
27 stacks?
Doesn't feel as good.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but 27 stacks is not a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty low.
That's pretty low.
He's been out of the lane a lot, too.
Yeah, you know, it's farming Senna that's good at the moment. This is feeling a little bit like fasting Senna, but actually fasting Senna has more souls, so this is just, if you're not farming, you're not fasting.
What are you?
I don't know. Maybe this is Senna who was trapped in the Lantern, you know when she was trapped by Thresh?
Yeah.
I assume she didn't get much farm or souls in that situation.
Probably not, but we don't have that number, so...
I just wish we had these numbers.
We should have that number.
Yeah.
Every number from the lore, from the cinematics, you know, we need to know.
Like, do you not watch, like, you watch the cinematic, remember that one where they're all in the forest fighting? And you're like, how tall is Nautilus exactly? I don't know that information. Is it available?
I feel like it used to be. I swear it was, like, on the old website. They would have, like, the height.
The plates are so funny. It's just 5 top, 5 bot, and it's just Gnar and Tristana. Yeah. This is Rich's game to carry. All the emphasis has been put on him.
But it's a Gnar.
He'll do what he can. You know, this kind of reminds me of that game we had in the... Was it the finals of the LCK Cup? When there was the lane swap, and Gen G split all the money. No, they didn't split the money. They put all the money on Ruler's Jinx, and Keen was like 1,000,000 levels behind and farm behind Zeus because HLE split the gold instead.
Yeah.
This is obviously not splitting the gold because it all just went to Rich. But this kind of feels like two teams, you know, they both put the eggs in different baskets, and we're trying to judge the basket integrity right now. Who has the better woven basket? Is what that's what I'm trying to get at. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that clear, Brendan?
Yes. I totally get what you're saying. But it's not Easter anymore. Don't get Degon excited.
Oh.
Because you hold eggs in the woven basket, you know.
That's what he gets excited about?
Yes.
He does get excited about a lot of things. He is pretty excitable.
Especially if it's a green basket. Little engage here over the wall from the Sponge. It's a lot of damage going into Kenny. It's being thrown around like a rag doll. And now the ult comes out, but he has to flash away. It's all disengaged here from the side of Jovius. Now TP comes in from Keen. Re-engage angle looking for you, Cal, but it's only Keen in the front line. As now Gen G trying to get away. Flash by Jovi over the wall. No kills, though, going the way of DRX. I feel like they should have been able to get something from that. At least they're going to win the fight and look to push with this Rift Herald.
Wait, that's a center in there.
That's
okay, fine. Yeah, the Poppy was there for the coverage. A little bit of a scattered engage came out there from DRX. Ended up not really finding the targets they wanted, but Gen G winning really in a position to counter engage. And getting some summoners, you know, Flash and Canyon, Flash and Chovy, they'll take those. And 30 seconds on that Dragon, and a lot of ults down is the big takeaway. Obviously, Gnar ult's still going to be available, and those ult coming up pretty soon. Like, Paranoia is down.
It's Chemtech Dragon.
That's pretty big. Whoa, I'm going to say something crazy, Brendan.
Say
but actually,
you have permission.
A lot of shielding and healing on DRX, wouldn't you know?
They do. And a lot of tanks.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the worst Chemtech game. I feel like that's a conversation we always have.
Yeah, I will not comment on this any further.
Yeah, no further comment on that. DRX setting up for it. I'm not sure Gen G really can do much to fight this. You can see Chovy pushing the side lane. He could TP in. I think they're just going to let it go.
Just take the turret and just let them have one. I think that's fine, but as you did mention, it is a bit of a pretty nice soul and individual Drakes for DRX, so they will very much enjoy each and every one of them. It's now Rich facing off against Keen, who he's very far ahead of, but still is going to be backed away on. UCal did TP top, so no turret take here for Gen G.
And I think DRX, honestly, in a pretty good spot. You know, they got the gold lead, able to pick up that dragon there. If Gen G start... Oh.
Nice buffer.
Oh, the ult from Andal.
Oh, but Duro over the top, and now it's the counter engage as even LazyField gonna flash and just die. And Ruler gets the kill. It's worst case scenario. As Chovy also comes in here, showing his support with his ult. Not gonna end up doing much, but Gen G, it's a nice kill to shore up some of that gold deficit they had.
Yeah, great play there from Duro to find LazyField just overstepping a little bit. Like somewhat disrespectful there, and Flash too late to respond. And now Flash to center, definitely a target you want to be able to look for. You can see here they look for Ruler, and I think the problem with this play is he has Cleanse and Flash, and he's under the turret, so you were never 100% killing him. You at best forcing summoners, and you end up burning both of Senna's summoners.
Lazy, just die. Yeah. Like, you're dead, just die. It's fine.
And now LazyField's a vulnerable target. You know, this is the kind of concerns we had about this Senna, why we thought the Xayah would be the pickup, because going into this next objective fight, there's Atakan coming up in a minute, there's Dragon in 3.5, you won't have those summoners on LazyField, and you will be a target in 44 stacks, Brendan.
20 minutes into the game.
That is not a good number.
It's not really acceptable.
LazyField is 70 CS down.
Sponge is here. I think Keen is about to get a really rough wake-up call as the ult goes the opposite way. Maybe he just knew he was dead anyway, hit the minions. As Andal, well, he's getting a lot of... Okay, that's the reset to Ruler, as a lot of shots win into the Gragas.
Ruler has a 2-level lead and a 80 CS lead.
He's chovying so hard. Sponge, you're not allowed to do that.
Wow, that is a lot of damage.
Okay, he's definitely not listening.
Okay, I think it's about the time where we assess, do we feel better about gold on Rich or gold on Ruler? I'm thinking Ruler.
Yes.
Controversial, I know. A little bit of anti-synergy there, but it's fine. And here, Andal just wandering about, gets caught out. Duro doing a fantastic job this game of picking off targets and sets up Ruler here. Even with the exhaust, doesn't really matter.
The fadeaway too.
Yeah, trying to see if you can find LazyField as well with that turret being up, keeps him safe. The thing is, right, there's a lead for Rich over Ian of about 40 CS, but it hasn't expanded by that much, and he's only a level behind. He does have a big gold lead, don't get me wrong, but this lead between the AD carries just seems to be getting bigger and bigger, and the fact it's so big in terms of levels is really concerning as well. Well, the Rich has just hit 14. Gen G starting Atakan. Rich does have TP. Might have to use it here.
Sponge is miles away. He's so far away. Can he even get through Chovy to the objective on time? As over the top goes Duro. The TP is coming in. They're looking to turn onto UCal. Galio comes in as well. Ruler did get stunned up against the wall, though. Not doing damage for a while. Has to jump away after getting pretty low. Desadakan also getting very low, but Andal is as well. Big Gnar ultimate, and Poppy to knock them away. But the re-engage from Chovy talks more, but no follow-up comes through. But the Otacon still goes the way of Canyon. Not a good-looking fight here for Gen G, though, as Ruler does go down, and they're going to clap Gwen as well. And Chovy is left all alone, and he will eventually be taken out, so should be a lot of levels given over to the side of LazyField. At least DRX win the fight.
Yeah, DRX with a good fight there, able to punish Gen G for that play on the Anakin. Unfortunately, they don't secure the objective itself. If they'd gotten that, I think it would have been a bit of a slam dunk. But we see here, they managed to start onto the Victor, but this ult onto Ruler, he does buffer it, but then he's CC'd immediately after. Doesn't get to play the game, he's tanking Atakan as well. UCal gets so much damage off in that play, and then in the ensuing fight, you know, this ult from Sponge, fantastic, knocking the Alistair away, not letting him get value. Getting a great slam as well, but here, if we watch, look how low it gets, 60 HP off with the smite. Really unfortunate there. And then they just start lacking the damage in the extended fight, you know, the Galio can't really kill the Senna with the ult shield. And the healing as well. LazyField not doing so much in the damage department, but he's there, you know.
Yeah, he's helping. He's helping out.
He's shredding.
Yeah. It's carry Poppy angle now. Sponge 4-0-3. 100% kill participation. And now Keen, rough spot. He's got Nocturne to help out though, and maybe they go a bit deep, but everybody seems to be here. On the side of DRX, UCal gets low. Duro has to flash out of this one. Cask over the top. Not going to keep them around. So DRX try to force that fight, but doesn't quite work out for them.
Yeah, flash down on UCal here, so can be a little bit vulnerable. But it just feels like Gen G, you know, banning a summoner is not necessarily enough because they end up losing that dragon. No real motivation for DRX to fight again for a while. If they find a pick on the UCal, great, but he seems to be surviving so long. Canyon, so weak. You look at the items, doesn't even have a second item yet. Neither does Chovy. The threat of these two diving in just feels a little bit muted at the moment.
Yeah, this Hexplate doesn't seem to be getting that much value.
That's the thing, is that there's only a 2k gold lead, but look how many items Ruler has. Like, if you took Ruler out of the equation, everyone else is starving, right? It's Ruler or bust. He has to carry this game.
Okay.
And he does do a lot of damage.
If Chovy just hit an ability onto him, I think Andal just dies.
Yeah. So,
okay.
If it wasn't clear before, it's very clear now. It's all about Ruler and what he can do in these fights. The rest of the team is there to set him up, and he just needs to get reset after reset. He is doing absurd damage right now. There's also a lot of threats on the side of DRX to punish him. TP comes in, they are looking for this Gnaw. I think it's...
Sponge is nearby. Boomerang gonna hit. They can still try to commit to this, but hop away by Rich.
Oh, this
Chovy
is bad.
does start using that early, and now the turn is coming in. And look at this, we got Keen all alone as the knockaway comes through from Sponge, and Rich picks up another kill. Even throws out a little emote.
Sponge is just having such a good game right now on this Poppy.
He is feasting. The opposite of famining, and Duro is just going to be fine. He still has this all. A ton of damage still coming up for Ruler. They still have to be so careful of this one Tristana. The one person on Gen G that exists in this game.
Yeah, it's basically just try and make plays when he's not there, and when he's there, give him a lot of respect. Keep distance, don't really aggress into him. Give him a lot of space. Right now, 60 CS lead between the 80 carries.
Trying to go on a UCal here. It's only Andal nearby. And this is the dive comp. DRX getting caught in rotation. And that's another kill over to Ruler now.
Did they just go Baron?
Oh, there's some pings.
I think they can bait Baron if they want to, but it looks like they're a little bit hesitant on doing so. Just push the waves in and get a reset. And here, not a pretty hard target to actually pin down, especially when it's Galio leading the charge. You channel the taunt, he hops away. He does also have flash as well. The sidestep there, you saw Chovy, he went for the sort of, you go behind them and then you E backwards, so if it misses, you kind of disengage. But it just ends up missing, and he's like, I'm out of there, have fun, Keen. This was a good play though. This is kind of what I'm talking about with the Victor in the center. DRX have to be really sharp to protect their carries, or stuff like that will happen.
Yeah, I mean, they can get dove so easily if they're alone. Even with Andal nearby, he didn't even bother. As now he finally hit 74 stacks. That's a nice little acceleration for Lazy Feel.
It's a bit better. It's improving.
Still behind the curve, but he had a rough early game. So
yeah.
Kind of difficult to hit normal numbers. We got bounties now for a couple of players here on DRX, and one of them is on Lazy Feel.
Interesting. What does it mean?
What did they mean by that? I don't know.
He has 2,000 gold down, almost 70-50.
But
a bounty.
His team is ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, we're kind of seeing. So Ruler has the most gold in the game, even more than Rich, which is very funny, considering.
And his opponent has a bounty.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for me to get over that. It's not a big bounty, but it's there.
You're going to keep mentioning it. I know. This is a pressing issue for you.
If he dies, I'll mention that they got the bounty.
I'm sure you will.
That's. Guess who's also got a bounty now? It's Sponge.
I mean,
that one makes sense.
That one does make a good amount of sense. Yeah, do you see Scholar Crab picked up there for Canyon? It is Baron and that third dragon up. Again, you've said Chemtech Soul not the strongest, but I think with how the game is and the fact you're already lacking damage, you don't want to give any more extra power over to DRX right now.
Keen struggling to be a force in this game at all. He's kind of just been baiting the sidelines. 0-4, got behind early, has been struggling. And we're just starting the Baron.
Okay. DRX moving over. See Duro on this flank angle, will blast cone away.
Okay, I mean, there's already a lot of damage in, but Sponge is right there, so you have to respect the Poppy. Even as Nocturne, who can throw up a shield, a spell shield.
This is the sort of play you go for when you hope DRX overcommit to Dragon. Because, you know, Dragon's the objective to just spawn. Like, they'll be, you know, if they focus on that, we can just sneak the Baron. By the time they realize, too late. DRX don't fall for it. Move over, force Gen G away. I think maybe if they put Na in a position just to solo the Dragon, that's the ideal. And I think that's what they're going for now. So the rest of the team just has to control this area. Rich doesn't have TP, but he's not that far away. It won't take him that long to solo the Dragon out here. And I think Gen G starting this would be a bit risky, but they look for a can't taunt flash anymore, Chovy.
They look for a what? Excuse me?
A fight.
Yes. I mean, Canyon's trying to run over.
He was looking for Teemos in the brush.
But Sponge is there. He can try to ult in. That's very close, but yeah, it's a little bit too late there for Canyon.
Chovy was looking for Teemo.
He's just going to go in, and he's got a Galio eventually, right? Okay, there we go. Canyon getting pretty low, though. It's a broken up fight, but now we got a taunt on this back line. Sonya's comes in. They are fine, and Ruler's just doing damage to the front line. Not so much just yet. As you see Keen getting some work done in that back line, but he's going to go down. As it was a very big overextension from Gen G, and DRX are looking to punish. Duro looks like he is going to flash, but the follow-through. Oh, nice taxi there onto the blue buff. I think he actually does get away, but now we got pings on the Baron, and DRX won it.
Looking real rough. You know, this Gwen is falling further and further behind, and Laserfield able to do his job, able to do what he needs to do on this center. Keen is in a bit of a pit right now. DRX going to move over to this Baron. Not the fastest Baron take, but fast enough, I think is a clear thing. Canyon's ult not quite available yet, but you see Ruler moving over. Blue Team's going to come through, and Chovy has TP.
It's kind of difficult to zone away Ruler, but Ruler also can't just face check into 5 people. No vision on the Baron just yet, but they're trying to get it for him as a ward comes down. Rich gonna actually zone him away. And now he's gonna ult over the top though, and it goes over to Sponge. They do secure it, but what about the fight? We got a big taunt in the pit, and Chovy just keeps them all around. Sponge in a lot of trouble. The Ruler, he jumps into the wall. Not gonna get anything there. Keen does get the bounty, by the way, on Lazyfield. And now we got Sponge. Everything is missing here for Keen, but the important part is that he keeps him around. He missed every single needle! Every one! And that means that Chovy has to flash. He does get 1,000 gold for it, though.
He was just donating the gold to Chovy. In that situation.
Good call, I think.
Keen, you know, sometimes you have a situation where you're put behind in the game, you're down in gold, but you're still hitting your skills. Not so much for Keen. A little bit of a rough one there, but the team comes through in the end. Dragon secured here. And the fight, they go into Victor, trying to burn some summoners. They do get the flash out of him, which is big for the ensuing fight, but you see how mangled they just get. And Ruler, you know, he's hitting the Gragas, he gets CC'd, then gets exhausted, cleanses it. He hits Sponge a bit, but Sponge is super tanky. The damage that Tristana did in that fight was very low on the top side, and you need the Tristana hitting. But then here, worst case scenario for DRX, you're trapped in the pit against Galio Alistair, and you end up getting bounce housed.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that we saw Rich leave the pit to deal with the Nocturne, Rich is doing nothing in this fight. It's kind of the counterpoint. The Dragon fight, Ruler wasn't able to do anything. This fight, Rich wasn't able to. These are the two most fed members on both teams. And it feels like we just saw back-to-back teams unable to facilitate them.
Yeah. I mean, you understand Rich's point of view. He did get the stun on the Nocturne, but it's still Nocturne. He's still able to ult into the pit. You're not going to get that out, as now we got a Nocturne ult trying to save Chovy. It's not going to do anything.
Okay, big pick. Able to find that kill, denying some of this Baron pressure. I mean, sorry, it's them with the Baron. I saw the Baron power play, minus 2,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
That is a lot. That's a big minus. They do still have the Baron on Rich, though, so hopefully they can pick a bit of that up. And now can use, with Chovy down, they can use some of their Baron pressure to get this down.
We got there eventually.
In the end.
It does make sense. You know, Chovy, he's got a death cap. He's relatively fed himself. Not as much as Ruler, obviously, but the two of them, Keen and Ruler, are able to come forward. That's a big cast, but it's only going to get Alistair, who just ults away. They're using everything onto the ulted Alistair, literally everything, including the Senna ult. And now, they're just holding the helicopter and trying to back away. And they're the ones with the Baron trying to put on pressure, but that's going to end their push.
You know, the ult, the concept of it, pretty nice when I go for a pick off that, but, you know, Alistair's still so tanky with that ultimate coming through, and Ruler just free hitting. If you don't have the CC for him, he'll do that damage. We'll see what happened here. So Ruler in a bit of trouble, and he's like, you know what, Chovy? You can die instead for me. And Chovy says, okay.
Yes.
Protect
yes,
the president.
Sir.
Protect the president. That is
Yep.
what this game is. And speaking of the president, Ruler very close to being full build. Has that BF sword, likely going to be a bloodthirst to finish off. We are finally getting to some significant stacks here, but 106 at 33 minutes doesn't feel amazing.
Yeah.
We are looking at Chemtech Soul potentially in 30 if DRX can secure it.
A little engaged here, but that is a Poppy waiting for his opportunity as now we have the dive coming in, and UCal in a lot of trouble. He's taking damage, goes golden, but Canyon is in the back line, Keen's in the back line, and they're just chipping away at these front lines. Canyon is going to be taken out finally, but look at the health bars of DRX. Ruler only finally gets here, and now the real damage will be coming through as Sponge, incredibly tanky, but he's looking for Lazyfield. He's getting the jump offs. As
Get
the
another.
explosion should go off and kill Rich. There it is, and he takes down Ando. And that is exactly the fight that Gen G were looking for.
Quadra kill, no Penta. I know Ruler's going to complain about that one. Looked a little bit precarious, that fight, engaging before Ruler was even there. You know, your Fed carry, but it's Tristana. He arrives, he cleans up, the health bars are low, the setup was done. And I think Canyon and Chovy in particular got a huge amount of value there. Get on the lazy field. And it feels like that might be the point where really DRX start to question whether they're still in this game. Compositionally, gold-wise, 100%, but to lose that fight, such a big tilter. We see Keen starting off on a sponge, and the ult comes in on the flash to center, and Canyon is just unwavering. Stays on him, gets the fear. Chovy comes in, gets the taunt. Senna not able to function. And he does survive for a long time, but you just see Ruler coming in.
아, 이긴 것 같아, 이긴 것 같아.
Gets that big explosion there for the explosive charge. Looks for the reset onto the Senate. Gets the reset there as well. Knows it's secured, so he flashes forward. Very well played. And now has 2.5k gold in the inventory.
He
So
didn't say anything the whole time.
he's cool, calm, and collected.
Like right at the beginning, he said something, but after that, he's just focused. He's in the zone.
Yeah.
And now Gen G have a lead. They deny the Chemtech Soul. The one thing is, though, that it looks like DRX didn't have many summoners in that last fight, and now they have some on Lazyfield and UCal. So that's going to be something to look for.
Definitely a big factor. Because yeah, it kind of feels like the fights go well for Gen G when they can just ult onto these backliners and just charge at them. But there are a lot of flashes on the side of Gen G as well. Only Ruler lacking his. So do have those to look for some plays to make. But 3,000 gold now, the deficit. Gold not super meaningful at this point. But you also have the feats of strength, you know, those upgraded boots on a lot of members. You also have the Atakan. Not that many pedals this time, only 23 in favor of Gen G. But these little things building up. And we're sort of getting to the point where Keen is relevant. You know, wow. Oh my
Are
God.
they just going in on the Sponge? I mean, he is going to ult him away, and now Canyon has to just back out. Sponge is very low now.
Yeah, that's a signal to start Baron if I've ever seen them. Hopefully going to look for some honey food to grab on the way. But he needs to be here, and he does not have the health to do so.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing the wolves, just trying to get some, yeah, it's just gone. I mean, look at the damage, it's insane! From the Gwen and the Tristana. It's enough, and they get Baron for free. They just needed a couple of ults as now the engage comes in on a Canyon, but that's not necessarily the target you want. The follow-up for Duro is huge! And now you just have the Galio over the top. This is how this composition functions as we get the resets coming through for Ruler. And Lazyfield, he's all alone. That's a triple looking for the Penta. We have these, it seems like, every day now. But I don't think he's going to be able to get it unless we have Rich giving it over, which we know he won't. It's only a triple, but it's looking good still for Gen G.
Looks like they're going to be able to close this one out. Only Sponge and Rich to defend. This is their chances to make it a legend group, to make it to the road to MSI. Fading away. We're trying to defend the base. Not many minions.
Canyon's like, do I ult here? It's like, never mind. That's going to be the end of those two players, and Gen G will just end the game right here. A good try by DRX. You have to hand it to them. They had a lead for a lot of that game, but they weren't able to put the nail in the coffin. The Senna just way too far behind. The carry Gnar wasn't as good, nearly as the carry Tristana.
Ruler was locked in that game, and paying off those resources invested into him. I think it's sad for DRX because against a weaker team, I think they win this game too, and I think you see a chance for them to bring it back, for them to potentially keep their hopes alive. But unfortunately, they were in a position where they had to beat Gen G to make it into the road to MSI qualifiers, and that's just a tall task to ask. Gen G, not always easy games, not always clean sailing, but they know how to clutch it in the end. Keen, a bit of a rough performance.
He doesn't look very happy, but
understandable.
That's fine. 1v1 me, Canyon. Yeah, I think he's got better things to do. Sorry. Just,
wow, Brendan.
Just telling it like it is. Canyon is currently, I guess he's still maybe number 2 behind Owner, but that's debatable at this point. I mean, he's playing so well. The Nocturne game was, I mean, he pressed his ult sometimes. But, yeah, there you go.
I think honestly as well, to me, Ruler had a bit of a slower start to the year, and I think Viper often had performances where he was edging ahead, but I think Ruler's starting to really have some great moments more recently. Looking like probably a favorite for the POM, I would say, in this one. I think also Duro had a pretty fantastic series. The Alistair there found lots of opportunities on that one. Chovy's Chovy, you know, I will always get at least the Chovy, I feel. But Keen had a rough one, I think it's safe to say. And this isn't the first time we've seen Gen G heavily invest resources into the AD carry at the cost of their top laner. And it did cost them that Game 5 against HLE in the LCK Cup. Here it did not cost them the game, but did make things a little bit tough. And they really needed Ruler to come through, and he did, fortunately. Some scrappy team fights ultimately in this one. No. But just able to clutch it out in the end.
Yeah. Ruler was so low in this fight, and he kept on trying to go in to deal damage, and eventually
you know what's crazy?
It just turned on to him.
Duro didn't die in this game. Like, you see all these fights going in favor of DRX, and he just didn't die.
I mean, he was playing Alistair into a Senna who kind of only half existed.
That's pretty valid, honestly.
There wasn't a lot of damage.
That's pretty valid. But still, it's kind of crazy with how hectic some of these fights were. Canyon not able to get the smite there, but this was that fight that I really feel like this is the one where the fear creeps in. I think up until this point, DRX is feeling pretty good, and this is the one where you go, oh no, did we just throw against Gen G?
Yes. Not the first team to do it, won't be the last. Look at Poppy. We won. Penta.
Ruler pulling for a Penta, what a surprise.
Please get me the Penta.
You know what? I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. If he doesn't get POM, it's because he didn't get the Penta.
I think he probably will.
I think it's a pretty safe bet. I think there's some good votes. I think there's one good vote that isn't Ruler. But I think Ruler is probably going to get it, because that Tristana performance really was him doing a lot of work for his team.
Yeah, his Lucian was good too. I mean, even though that duo kill did happen in Game 1 against both Ruler and Duro, I think the two of them played very well in both games. Like, Duro a bit better in Game 2. Ruler played well in both, I think, so. Yeah, 57,000 damage, I think.
Oh, is that it?
I think that's enough.
Is that it?
To get him POM.
Yeah.
I think all the other numbers look so miniature compared to
Feel actually did a good amount of damage on the Senna, considering, you know?
Almost 900
He kind of got goofed upon.
BPM?
Yeah.
As a Senna that was that far behind, and yet it just looks so small compared to the 57K.
Ruler really was just damage maxing in that game.
Will he be POM maxing in this series? The 2-0 from Gen G we expected. Game 2 was pretty close, actually. Made it pretty fun. I honestly, I sat down, I thought it was going to be a 2-0 stomp and there would be nothing to write home about, but I'm glad we had at least one close game. Game 1 was, well, DRX got the duo kill and then it was kind of over. It is going to be Ruler with his first POM. Some of the fans were calling for it, and his KDAs were insane on top of it all.
It's crazy it's his first, and then you remember he's on a team with Chovy. You know, that's the thing, because when you're on one of the teams at the top of the standings, you get more series wins, more chances for POM, but then you're on a team with Chovy, so it drops down. You know, honestly, I feel like if you're on like sort of upper middle of the pack team, you're probably feeling better about your chances of getting POM. But he does get one today, and I think it's very deserved.
He deserves it, and Chovy this time won't get it. But guys, we have the interview. I'll hand it over to Dio.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POM interview translation, joined by Ruler for the first time this season. Congratulations, you finally won your POM. Not only that, you also got your 400th LCK victory. How do you feel? I feel like it's been a while since I picked up a POM, so I'm a little nervous doing the interview, but yeah, it feels amazing. Well, in game number 1, it didn't really start great, double kill for the enemy bot duo. However, Genji managed to turn the game around. What was the game plan in that game? Well, it was just about our bottom lane losing a little bit, but our top side was still having a great time, so I was not too concerned. And the rest of our teammates were doing a great job to keep the game balanced, so we managed to pick up a game win in the end. I want to know your thoughts on Lucian. We have a lot of Lucian Braum comp, but there's a lot of obvious weaknesses as well as the strength. Well, it depends on the comp, that Lucian is playing against, but I think one of the standard strengths that Lucian has is that as long as you can get through lane, he can be very, very powerful later on. And then game 2, we had so many bans towards the bottom lane, especially the AD carry, so we managed to see your Tristana after a while. Tell us about the pick. Back in the days, it was a meta pick into Senna, so we tried it a couple of times in scrims, and I thought it was a decent counter into Senna. However, game 2, it was not an easy game for Genji, so it felt like your Tristana had to make something happen in the late game. I think looking at our comp, we had a very good dive comp, and it was a really good composition for Tristana to deal damage as well. So I thought later game, Tristana will have no problem doing damage. And then Genji turned the game around, and then another quadra for you, Ruler. Why does it keep happening? Why no penta for you? I don't know. It's very strange. As a viewer of the LCK, we are seeing so many pentas over penta every single day, but when it's my turn, I never manage to grab it. I think they're just dodging and escaping really well, which is a big bummer to me. But I don't know how I should word it, but it's a little sad. And then Chovy even said, we were trying to hand you over the penta, but you cannot even take it. Is that true? I mean, I did ask for the penta, but sadly, I was not able to make it happen this time. It's a bummer. Today, we have so many things to celebrate. 400th LCK win for Ruler, but also 600th LCK game for Canyon. Any message over to him? I think Canyon had a fantastic performance today, so it feels like I kind of stole his POM today. How many games was it? 600? Okay. So I hope we can hit 700, 800, and we can have a great time together as a team. And Genji's next opponent is KT Roaster. They are on a great momentum. How are we going to prepare for that one? We have always thought highly of KT Roaster. They always show great potential. So we have to focus on the strengths that KT has. We will do our best to analyze them. And this upcoming May 26th is your debut 9-year anniversary. So many fans are already celebrating it. Any message to the fans? I would have not been able to make it happen without the support from the fans. So sincerely, thank you so much to all the support and love from you guys. And I will keep doing my best and working hard. So I would like to keep getting more support from the fans, but also I wish you all the best in the future as well. And this will be the end of the Ruler interview on the side of Genji, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jisun. As it is A first POM for Ruler, 100 palm points now on the board, getting it done. And the race to 3,000 palm points for Chovy taking a little bit of a hit here, Woodid.
Yeah, I think the second game was kind of messy, but the reason why Genji could win against DRX is because of him being consistent in the second game. I think he was the main reason why Genji lost a lot in the early skirmishes, but they could bounce back because they put a lot of resources on the bot lane, but DRX tried to win through the top lane, but it didn't work out.
For someone who's really been obviously tracking LazyField's career for a really long time now and wants to see DRX do well, on one hand, I feel really good about the fact they were able to put up a good fight. Bottom side was in tatters. They still were able to play through top side a little bit and make the game close. But it's also super disappointing that they weren't able to close out. They made big mistakes on Baron that lost them control of the game. So it's kind of a series that makes me feel a little bit torn when I'm hoping for the best out of DRX. Like, some parts great, other parts we got to go back to the basics.
A little bittersweet Wolf here on the desk. Let's take a look at the POM votes. Obviously, Ruler getting that one 11 out of 13. Oh, big shout outs to Duro. Oh,
Yeah, Ox.
it was you guys.
Yeah, Ox. I saw it.
Chovy didn't even get the fan votes. I thought like the whole bottom was going to be Chovy for some reason.
No. Media and Soup.
They were knowers.
Learning.
They were knowers. Yeah.
I knew it. I knew this is gonna happen, so that's why I prepared my video clip for my POM. So we're gonna see it soon.
All right, let's go to comments. I guess we have Wolf first since we have a video.
The bottom gap was immeasurable. Even if you had a ruler, it wouldn't quite be long enough.
Oh God, I was like, what? Okay,
Oh,
Wolf
You
didn't
had a protractor, couldn't see it.
Wolf
Nope.
didn't do so good yesterday with his dad jokes. Today, that one's
You
good.
liked it.
hurts.
You liked it. I know you liked it.
No, I didn't see
good.
it.
It's good.
I didn't see it coming, and I just feel like I got ran over by a truck. Who's next? Here's Wadids.
I love Duro Oppa at this point. Like, he's so good at the clutch moment as well. So the reason why I voted for Duro is because you already mentioned that they kind of ruined their natural play, but whenever they have advantage, they kind of overstep a little bit. Like, that was a 1 inch that they overstepped, but Duro, he got the moment here. So here's the momentum where DRX was snowballing well, but this flash play on the mid lane was really huge to Ruler. Could have the advantage after this play. So I think it was really huge, like forcing out their flashes, and I think after this point, like Ruler could have like insane damage in the team
He
fight.
mental boomed LazyField, who like flashed under turret aggro and barriered and still died as well.
Yeah.
Sad times.
I like that one because Wadid came with receipts with the vote there, or with the video there. There's Ox. Duro is so durable. I really wish he would have just gone with durable, but that's
Durable?
okay.
No, I like this one because if he just said durable, it sounds like it could be multiple things and it's like a little bit cringe. But now he gets to just say both.
What else would it be? What's durable? Durable.
Durable?
Durable.
Yeah, I don't know. Duro so durable sounds good to me. It's like good alliteration. Dion, this is why you don't have a comment.
You're so salty.
I'm sorry, I had to do it to him. I don't know.
Helios says, this has to be the POM, right? A Penta would have made it perfect for Ruler.
Wow, why is he even throwing shade? He got the palm. Let him have his palm.
Helios is just, he wants perfection. That's what he wants. Let's see. Hey, Chovy, it's me today. I've got 22 kills. Go. Keeping count of all of them, both game 1 and 2, despite that early first blood, or early loss in the bot lane in game number 1. Let's see what else we have here. Cloud Templar. When the team is in danger, that's when the bot truly shines. Yeah, I like that one here by Cloud Templar. Very right in this one.
Yeah. It's in the sentence. It comes off weird in English because it's like claiming Ruler's a bot, but he played like the opposite of bot. Like he played like god tier mode. But yeah, we all know what he meant.
Yeah.
Doombots.
I mean, I think it's becoming more meme about Ruler's Penta, you know? I think at some point he can get it, right? A rookie challenger joined Jen's POM competition. He's definitely a rookie for POM
Palms,
standing.
yeah.
Yes. Yes. That was
Yeah.
a good one, Pony. If anyone's freaking out, yes, we know that Ruler has 401 wins. Pony knows that too. All right, we wanted to show the draft here because DRX came at it with a unique angle yet again. They did it both in Game 1 and in Game 2. This one, we're so worried about the Senna just constantly getting dove by the Nocturne, but instead, DRX did a great job matadoring around the map, making sure they weren't on vision. Nocturne's first ult didn't quite work out, but it didn't end up not working out in the end.
It didn't necessarily end up mattering. I think a lot of the way this draft played out for DRX was circumstantial, right? The bottom lane was in tatters, so they had to play through topside. They got Keen's flash at level 1, so they were able to try to punish him there, put a little bit of pressure up there to generate enough of a lead for Rich to where actually playing through top was viable. Because I think this draft for DRX is really hard, but actually with the execution they had and with the situation they were in, they made every right choice until, of course, that disaster happened on Baron.
And now we are going to see the L3 about the gold difference because the game plan is all about playing through top lane or just playing through bot lane from Gen G. So it's all about winning top or winning bot, but I feel like DRX was giving up the bot lane too much. You know, we could see Tristana getting like 4 plates for free, and there's no pressure at all. So we're already kind of seeing that like Tristana is gonna carry the late game, and it happened, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, so when we were looking at this, we actually talked about making this kind of graphic like super early in the game when the leads were like this at 15 minutes, and I was like, there's just no way Rich is gonna do the same amount of value as this late game Tristana is. But I think he did a lot, to be honest. Like he was able to get a lot of picks. He was able to side lane really aggressively. They played through him well. But that last fight, right, even with the triple Chemtech Dragon shielding coming through, all that extra healing, all he needs is that one jump reset and they can clean up the fight. He was so big in this game. He did massive damage, like 57,000 or something like that. So I think DRX made the right choice, but ultimately it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and here's that final highlight of the big fight at 33 minutes, where down on the bottom side of the map, it looks good to start. Looks good to start.
I mean, I thought they could win this team fight because of the Chemtech. Drake was affecting. It was really effective here. Like you could see it from Senna. Look at this shield. Look at the shield. Like
crazy. They have Locket here. They have the Senna shield, and also Senna's Qs are healing throughout the fight as well. So it's so difficult to kill Lazyfield. He's able to get back into the pit. They push Canyon away. Now he's in a really decent spot here, right? He can of course get over the wall. He's able to sneak his way through. Chovy can't quite reach him. He's getting slowed down by the Gnar, and then Ruler says, that's enough. I've got those health bars low enough. I've got them right where I want them. And he's like, ready? Jump in. Boom. Ulted. Jump again. Boom.
Yeah, it has so much damage at this point. So here's the reason why you cannot make a mistake when you gave up like huge advantage for the value pick. You know, you all know that Tristana will pop off after 4 items, but if you can actually win out before him getting 4 items, it's gonna work. But they made so many mistakes. We already showed up on the mid lane that they made overstepping, so they gave up the kills for Tristana. So all those kind of misstepping was the issue. It's not only about the Nashor here.
Yeah, I wanted to show just because I thought it was really interesting how much value Chemtech also got in this game. If they had played the Baron better and secured that one, I think they win this game. I think it goes to 3.
Yeah, a great attempt here by DRX, but in the end, they fall, and as we take a look at the standings, Gen G continue their march towards perfection. They are 16-0. The big matchup that happened earlier this week, they were able to get through that one as well. 2 more matches to go 18-0. With DRX, sticker official now.
Yeah.
They are in the Rise group at 4-12.
They were able to beat DNF earlier this week to avoid it one more series, but ultimately has been decided that they are going to be in the Rise group. I hope that can hone this team into a stronger force moving into the second half of the year.
Well, today's match, that first match, was a great appetizer to probably one of the most important matches for the whole first half of the season. It is KT versus Nongshim Red Force. These two teams battling it out to be in the Legends group. Which way will it go? We'll find out in just a little bit.
끊고 나니까 경기력이 좀 달라지고 있거든요 지금. 이러니까 승리만한 게 없는 거예요. 완벽한 연계!
정말 귀신 같아요. 30분이 되는 그 시점! 하나 생명의 시간인가요?
경기력으로 증명하는 거잖아요. 과연 누가 쇼의 프로브를 할지 기대가 됩니다.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
챌린지입니다. 아, 젠지 강하긴 강하네요, 진짜.
POM으로 선정된 듀로 선수 만나서 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 롤스에서 초비 선수가 듀로 선수의 보라트를 너무 보고 싶어 하더라고요.
민규 오늘 POM 받았으면 좋겠다, 민규. 오늘 민규 POM 받고 보라트 했으면 좋겠다.
아마도 팬분들의 함성 들리시죠? 듀로 선수 너무 보고 싶어 하실 것 같은데 POM 받으면 보라트 해야겠지. 또 이렇게 취업풀까지 있는 만큼 자, 하나 둘 셋 하면 보라트 준비되셨나요? 마음의 준비?
하겠습니다.
하나 둘 셋 파트! 오! 와우 3단 하트로 이렇게 해주셨습니다. 초비 선수가 뭐라고 할까요?
잘 봤다고 얘기하지 않을까요?
네, 이렇게 시원한 세레머니까지 해주셨습니다.
에이스!
야 펜타. 아 뭐하는 거야?
와우! 아, 미안해. I'm sorry. 아, 몰랐어.
근데 좀 비포 어떻게 더 잘했으면 먹을 수도 있었을 것 같아요 저는.
아,
다음에는 좀 킬패치를 잘해보자. 좀 아쉽긴 했어.
진짜 주세요. 와! I'm sorry.
줄게.
펜타.
야 이걸 먹네.
나이스. 감사합니다, 형들.
야 재혁아 내가 한 대도 안 터졌다.
사랑합니다, 형들. 아싸, 펜타킬 했다.
펜타.
야, 펜타 줘, 펜타. 야, 주자. 안 찌를게. 야, 일단 스카노 안 줄게. 야, 펜타 먹어.
펜타.
아이고, 펜타.
야 다음부터 해봐.
알겠어. 기다려. 펜타냐? 펜타 주냐? 안 줘. 주지 말자. 가자. 야, 가자. 혼대. 펜타. 야, 최초 아니야, 이거?
뭔가 심장이 빨리 뛰고
지원을 해서 좀 간절하게 달라고 했던 것 같습니다. 되게 루시 선수가 펜타키를 좀 간절히 원하는 것 같아가지고 오히려 주고 싶은 마음이 컸었던 것 같아요. 오랜만에 되게 연승도 하고 펜타키도 해가지고 되게 기분 좋은 대회였던 것 같은데 앞으로 더 연승 더 많이 이어나가 보도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
传奇该如何铸就？
Uzi. He was really young and really prodigious.
The AD carries known for being like greedy, very selfish. The game was about him at all times.
This is the best AD carry in the game.
Incredibly mechanically gifted.
He's going for every trade. He's fighting for every farm. He's playing like a psycho. Whoa, that's dude.
我特别喜欢虐别人的感觉。
他打法像疯狗一样。
Uzi is a walking gun.
내 우지를 보고 캐리가 이런 거구나라는.
Everyone loves a wonder kid.
这肯定是会有一个，就是有一个利弊的一个衡量的。
Only person to reach 2 finals and have 2 losses to his name.
Uzi is denied another title.
太多次觉得可以的事情都没有做到。
People wanted to see him lift a trophy.
就觉得自己还可以赢一切的对手，我都不会怕。
他们会在他登场的那个瞬间，就是
他的这些经历、这些故事，到今天依然能打动你。
He made people see that there is more to it than just doing what's expected of you.
The crownless king now rules the world.
stronger.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. Nongshim Red Force up against KT Rolster. And this one should be a lot closer than what we saw in our first series. Nongshim and KT both vying for those middle of the pack spots here at the LCK. And KT's on the upswing, Nongshim on a bit of a downswing. And I think they meet somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. Who did you predict for this one?
KT.
I think I went Nongshim. Not sure how I feel about that. One of them is going to win. We know that for sure.
That's true.
How we're going to get there, the journey along the way, that's something we just have to experience.
It's hard to know. I think with Nongshim in 4th and KT in 5th, overtaking DK recently, it should be a close match. On paper, it should be. But there are some things that have changed today, specifically one thing. The Nongshim AD carry. We'll get into that in a little bit, but we'll see how he fares up against KT Rolster. For now, it's Rise versus Legends. The battle act of mid-tier teams begins.
Yeah, so even though Nongshim currently one series ahead, they have, I was going to say a little bit of a harder schedule, but D+, is that a harder team? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I think both teams, they have, T1 and Gen.G, really strong opponents. They have each other. The other matches definitely winnable, so it could really go in any direction. It's not clear-cut, and this match, when you're this close in the standings, will have a lot of weight to it, will have a lot of impact. So definitely an important one here. And Vital returning to the LCK after 278 days, previously played as a support. Bit of back and forth between roles. I think the thing really to me is that Jiwoo's been underperforming. I think there's no other way to spin it. Jiwoo has previously at times really impressed us and being the strongest point of Nongshim, but in this iteration of the roster, he has been the weakest player, and I think it's understandable they want to make a change. Hopefully we've seen players go down to challengers, play there a bit, bounce back and come back stronger. That's kind of the hope, but for now, Vital is in and we'll see what he can do.
Yeah, I haven't watched much of Vital in challengers, so unfortunately can't give that kind of perspective today, but I think it says a lot to bring him up instead of Jiwoo, as you did touch on already. Kingen nearing 1,000 LCK kills, currently 6th in the top standings there. And he's 5 kills away from becoming the 33rd player in the LCK.
It's crazy how much of a lead Keen has over everyone else. And obviously on Gen.G, we'll be racking up a good amount more, as they do tend to get a lot of kills. Kingen, a lot of those champions we know him for, particularly the Aatrox #2, no real surprise there. Jason Gwen, who surprisingly in the meta at the moment, so able to get some more kills on those champions as well, maybe even this series.
Yeah. Gragas doesn't get played also all too often, so it looks like that Gragas win rate will stick at 70%. Renekton every so often does get played, so that's in his top 5 in terms of win rates. As here we go, the teams are coming out here, and it's nice to see as well that KT are finally alive, that they're finally a team, because they started off in a really bad spot, and all of us thought, well, we're not sure what's going to go on. Padak came in, Duckdom came back, we saw Peter come up instead of away after LCK Cup, and then there was also Perfect getting subbed out for casting. And then eventually it was just this roster with Peter and Duckdom and Perfect, the original starters, that stuck.
And look, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something important, okay? Because there's been a lot of talk.
All right, I'm listening.
In Gen G's final week, they will be playing against KT and Bro. So Gen G has to beat KT and Bro to go undefeated. And a lot of people have been talking about KT being the one to do it. And right now, KT is on a 4-win streak. If KT wins both their series this week, right, today against Nongshim, and then later against BFX, and got a 6-win streak, that is an impressive record for round 2 from Cuz. But what I was saying is, if they win every single match up until the Gen G series, do we really think they're going to beat Gen G? You need to go down a bit before you can go up. No, I think if the expectations are too high, they're not going to deliver. If the expectations are low, they're going to... So maybe KT needs to stumble a little bit so they can step into the sunlight. I think is what I'm trying to say.
Not the stunlight. That would be rough, because if you step in the light, you get stunned.
Yeah, if you're playing in Leona, that's what happens. She does have a lot of stun light.
Yeah. We might see Leona in the series. Has fallen back a little bit. But yeah, Cuz I think definitely deserves a lot of praise for the way that he has been playing recently. He was also very missing in round 1. So his round 2, he really turned it around. It was BDD that would pop off every once in a while, and that was it. That was all that KT had. Yeah. But now they're a team, and they have Cuz back. The BDD Cuz synergy is back, and everybody else is playing well around them. So I don't know what happened in the beginning of LCK, but I'm just glad that they're here with us.
It's KT. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Yep. And you know what's going to happen? KT. That's what's going to continue to happen.
Draft?
Well, yeah, the draft is going to happen. But generally, talking from a team's perspective, it's just, I think it's amazing that, you know, no other team has really been able to retain their identity through so many different roster iterations. Like, obviously, you can talk about T1, but they've had Faker this whole time.
Yeah.
But KT, I honestly think we got an answer to the ship of Theseus, sort of, if you change every single part, is it the same ship? Yes, because KT is the same team, no matter how many pieces you change. And they look great right now, and it would be great if they kept looking great, but at some point, the roller coaster does have to come down, and I'm wondering when. We're all watching and waiting when. And hopefully, it's not today for KT fans. This is definitely a winnable matchup, definitely a matchup that will help them a lot in the standings and move towards securing a spot in the Legend group. But I'm interested, Nongshim, you know, we saw the Calyx introduction to the roster have such a massive impact in a positive way. Will Vital be able to do similar? That is the question.
I mean, what we've seen from Vital has been a little bit here and there. You know, he hasn't been making huge waves whenever he came up, but it has been almost a full year. It's something like 8 or 9 months-ish since he has played. So, as you mentioned, you know, go into the time chamber a little bit, get some training, and come back. So we'll wait for that one.
A lot of respect given to Petey here with that Nico ban, and I feel like of every single support in the league, he has had the best performances on that pick. Some others had a bit of a rough time, not always been the best. So the note, though, is that despite the Vi and Poppy being banned, there is still Pantheon and Zhao open, who are really high-priority junglers. So maybe got to look in towards them. No real look towards top lane bans as well yet, which we've seen, you know, a little bit of a change. Sometimes we do get top laner bans towards the end, but a lot more drafts where there's just no top laners banned. We do get that Gwen coming through, and you obviously could look to go the Rumble or the Jace, but I think King and Happy in both, so they're going to lock in that Pantheon, which has risen in priority, and people are prioritizing that over the Xin Zhao. I think for KT, they're going to go Rumble. Do they just go Rumble Xin Zhao? They don't need to pick the Xin Zhao now if there's like a mid laner they want priority on.
I mean, Talia's available. So is Azir. You could go ahead and pick Talia. because BDD's Taliyah is insane. His Azir is also insane, but the Taliyah has a very good matchup into the Azir, so...
Yeah, plus Taliyah Pantheon is kind of nuts.
Yeah.
And it really sets you up to be able to pick up that Xin Zhao on 3 pretty comfortably. And now the question is, what will Nongshim pick to pair up with that Pantheon? Could just be the Ahri. I think Ahri Pantheon pretty solid. And Calyx has had some good performances on it. We've seen that matchup a lot more preferable than Azir into Taliyah. And then you could just pick the Jace. Or they're looking at the Galio. So this could go top into Perfect. Or it could go mid. Oh.
Okay.
Well.
Kingen does like his top Nidalee.
Yeah.
And that is what we're getting.
Perfect wanted an honest laning phase. He was like, Rumble vs Jace? Yeah, I'm down for that. No. No. You don't gotta have fun. So taking the Galio in the mid lane, which double global mid jungle from the Galio and the Pantheon. Both of them going to be entering the fights with those. And they are obviously going up against Taliyah, who has that wall. But I think the impact immediately can be felt a bit more from the Galio and the Pantheon. It allows them to play through the sides quite effectively. They already have a favorable matchup with that Nidalee in the top lane. And we'll see what they're going to be able to get into the bot lane. The Elise band away. I've said this before, but I think second rotation Elise bands probably the most popular thing we see into Nongshim against Lahen specifically. If Nico has been this great pick for Peter, I think Elise has been that great pick for Lahens.
Yeah. I do wonder if they'll go ahead and ban Shen on top of it. I don't think you necessarily have to. But Lahens will play it if you leave it up. I do see a nod from Peter. He's like, yeah, he will play it if you leave it up. They don't care. It's Xayah who is banned instead.
Denied away from Vital here. So the option of like an Ezreal open, and I think there's a lot of threats for any immobile AD carries, so Ezreal, a good amount of value in this situation. Could ban the Alistar here. We often see as the blue side ban to deny it from that 4th pick. I know Nongshim would love to get the Alistar themselves, especially into like the Taliyah, because you're bulky enough not just get bursted through the Unraveled Earth, but they will go for the Varus ban instead. Honestly, I feel like the Alistar is the standard we've sort of seen here.
Yeah.
And Peter is not going to stray away from that. It also feels kind of bad because you... Oh... Galio support potentially with the Sylas mid lane?
I mean, Sylas already has a couple of really awesome ults to steal.
Yeah, I mean, the Alistar, it's so rare to play Sylas into Alistar because no one wants to pick Alistar when Sylas is open. The Ezreal being hovered, I think it's a great pickup into Taliyah, into Alistar, hard for them to have that impact.
I think they can still consider it. You know, you can play Ezreal, Galio, bot, and you could still pick up the Sylas here.
I think you can. Galio's fine into Alistar.
Yeah.
I think it would actually be such a strong play, and it'd really explain the willingness to give over the Alistar. Instead, go for the Leona. Leona Ezreal a strong lane, but Leona into Alistar specifically, not a great matchup altogether. We'll have that stun light, though, that we touched on earlier.
Stun light. And it's just Jin here from Duckdom. And I feel like this has been a good look for him.
Man,
because the rest of the team does stuff, and he's just in the back, not dying, doing damage as well.
Like, the drafts are fine. I just really thought the Galio Flex Sylas pick, that'd have been big brain. That'd have been cool.
It was, and then they just decided not to be big brain.
Yeah, maybe... You know, I was going to say maybe the thought of an extra melee champion, but they have the same amount of melee champions if they did it the other way around into Taliyah. Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately Taliyah, Rumble, Alistar feels so good here into all these melee champions, so much churn and burn. A lot of power in favor of KT in this draft, but I do think the Nidalee going to be a little bit problematic to deal with. The Ezreal, prime time for him to take over this game. So I'm looking at Vital in his re-debut for Nongshim, and I'm looking at King in the top lane. They need to have a good game. They need to be ahead of the curve if they're going to win this one out. They've given a lot of power over.
Yeah, they definitely have to try to just make whatever they wanted to put together work. Lahen says here, I promise I won't lose to BDD on that sign. And we'll see if that actually does happen. You know, a couple of weeks ago, I would say that Nongshim were definitely favored against KT. That's not the case anymore. The whole landscape of this matchup has changed entirely as the weeks have come along. So let's see how it goes here. We're ready to hop into the rift for game number 1.
감사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go. Game 1 on the cards. We're here in week 8 already of the LCK.
It's crazy.
We'll have week 9 the week after, and then we'll have
9 comes after 8,
and then we'll have the road to MSI. It's not week 10 as you may have thought. I guess technically it is, but we don't call it that.
Yeah.
It is the 10th week. Kingen's in a lot of trouble. The flash on in. Kingen is just not even going to flash away. Just accepts his fate. KT, they collapse and take him down.
And Peter feels fine about this because he just unlocked Hex Flash, you know?
Yeah, he's benefiting.
Kingen in one of these situations where you're playing in Italy and you feel kind of untouchable, and then you die and you're like, probably didn't want to do that.
Yeah. You know that in Italy goes faster through the brush.
Yes.
Right? So he's like, I'm fast.
He died outside
I'm
the
fine.
brush.
Well, he got a little speed boost, and then he died.
Yeah.
So, yeah, not the greatest feeling. I am looking at the predictions once again. You did go for Nongshim.
Yeah.
It was you and Chronicler.
Oh, no.
The only two who win for Nongshim. Everybody else went on the KT hype train.
The thing is, right, if I get the prediction right, that's, you know, it's fine. It's cool to get your predictions right, but then Chronicler's going to be so smug. So I'll no
Especially
longer...
because not a lot of people got the
Exactly.
right?
Like, yeah, I knew, you know. Whereas, like, a lot of us just think, you know, predictions are just a fun little thing we do. Some people have to take it real serious.
Yeah. Chronicler did win from last week. We did highlight that. He had the crown. So he was very happy with that, obviously, as you guys could tell.
Overjoyed. You know, he said to me the other day, keep mentioning how I'm ahead in predictions. I really want you to bring it up on cast a lot.
I mean,
or else.
It's important.
So that's why I'm bringing it up today.
You know, I was tied with him, and then I voted for BNK twice last week when they went 0-2. You and I did the same, actually. So.
Yeah, I remember because that happened, and then at the end of the day, he came up to you and laughed in your face.
Yeah, he did. Gideon's actually fine because he has Lehens here.
Yeah, Gideon just laughed in Cuz's face and said, my blue buff.
Just Pantheon things.
A lot of secure power with that spear. And overall, good move from Nongshim's bot lane. Vital and Lehens with a bit of prio there. Obviously, Alistar level 1, not that great, but especially without sums. Kingen will continue to do that thing that we see AD Nidalees do. Just be annoying.
Yeah. Alex is taking a bit of a beating, but he is going to push the wave in. BDD not going to clear out that wave. He's going to hold it right in front of his turret. And Calyx will be like, huh, what do I do? Do I step up and
Q from a distance?
Yeah, that is actually what he's going to do.
Yep.
He did see, by the way, Cuz moving over here, so he knows he's safe for now.
That's the thing with Galio, is you get the shield back, and then as soon as you see the jungle on a bit of vision, you just walk up to the wave, and you just one-shot it.
He's going the wrong way, but that's okay. In goes Lehens, just miles into this engage. And, well, I mean, he did engage. Bit of damage in, but nothing special.
This is why it's kind of hard to play Leona into Alistar, because he is just so good as a bouncer. And can knock you deeper in if you're close to the turret or something, or he can knock you 80 carry, he can knock you up and then knock you 80 carry away. There's a lot of options for the Alistar into the Leona, which is why people don't tend to favor this matchup.
Trying to gank in Italy.
He does have flash this time, though.
We are going to see that connect, and Kingen does get knocked up here just a bit, and then he heals, and, well, he doesn't really care.
He is holding onto his flash.
Yeah.
Very intently, which was the right call there, and perhaps the right call earlier as well, because he might just died anyway. But either way, he will evade that gank. Hard to put too much pressure onto the Nidalee, but Vivek's doing pretty okay in terms of farm. We do get a swap coming out though. Kingen going to pick up a wave there. We don't tend to see many swaps this early anymore. This was kind of the meta when Grubs spawned early into the game.
Yeah.
Because now they're giving up control over the dragon area. But KT are like, no, we're going to match you. We don't want to opt out of laning phase yet.
We don't like the dragon. You know who does this a lot is Home Life Esports. They'll just put Viper, open the top lane, and say, cool. Viper and Delight are now top lane. And it can be early, it could be before the first streak, it could be after, but they always seem to do it. Just sticking to that strategy. I do wonder what it's like to lane with Lehens. I feel like he would be more of one of the more intimidating supports to lane with, especially for a younger player who doesn't have a lot of experience.
You know what? I wonder what it's like to lane with Beryl.
He probably doesn't. I mean,
I can't even fathom it.
I don't think he would be mean about it, but he would be talking.
Do you not remember that quote where like Lucid was saying he was considering picking a? So it was some champion hadn't practiced. And
it was Pantheon, right?
Or was it Pantheon? And Beryl was like,
it was.
If you're scared to pick it, then you shouldn't be a pro player. That's just aura. You know what? You can say a lot of things about Beryl. You can never say he's been scared to do something.
No.
Not once in his life.
Never.
Maybe a pull on Genshin. That might have intimidated him.
Well, Lehens seems to want to go in, but no route is going to happen. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a 2v2, and it's early game Ezreal Jhin, so it's not a whole lot of damage.
Cuz is here now, though. Looking to get the scuttle. There's no real reason for Nongshim to engage, though, and it's kind of hard. This is the thing with this lane. It's one of these lanes where it's hard to force something, because if Peter goes on Lehens, you're engaging onto a Leona. And if you go to Ezreal, he just Arcane shifts you, and then it gives Lehens free reign to do what he wants. So there's not many windows to make things happen. It's quite a passive 2v2 unless someone makes a mistake.
Yeah. So you do little things like this, like pulling the wave, but you see the vision on the top side of the map here for KT. Duckdom and Peter are totally fine, although he did miss that. Now we got a Pantheon ganking in onto Perfect, who does not have Flash, already used it, and is just going to turn and die. It's not first blood, but Kingen will get his revenge.
It's the thing with having that Pantheon Galio combo in the mid jungle, 2 opportunities to move those global ults, and the thing is it's so much harder for BDD to ever trap Kingen, but like how easy was that for Gideon just to find access to Perfect? Especially because like if Galio leaves lane, you know Galio is looking to come in, but also the ult has to be targeted on Nidalee. Pantheon could just be in his jungle, they're like, oh, free kill. Flash also down from Perfect, doesn't feel good. He's been doing good at keeping up in farm, to be fair, but it's going to get a bit more frustrating as the game goes on, because Nidalee doesn't do that much damage in the early game. She does harass you a lot, but once she starts getting like the sheen and some more items,
yeah,
it feels pretty rough.
It's very obnoxious,
and that's the thing,
as
like
we all know.
Rumble's also building damage, but you're going to suffer more from being on the receiving end of Kingen's damage because he's able to proc it more easily.
I do see a big setup here on the Grubs. KT were hiding on bush with 3 of them. Now we get the stun light coming in from Lehens, and now Peter not level 6. He's in a lot of trouble on this Alistar. He's going to be the first to go down, cuz in the thick of it against 4 people, but he's able to get some secure help from his team. As now we got a wall coming down. We got the Jhin ult as well. They're being corralled up against it. As Gideon is so low, the flash though from BDD secures it. And that'll be KT winning the fight here. Looks like Vital not able to do too much on the back end.
Yeah, a little bit of a scuffed engage from Lehens, not finding Peter initially, and he just survived for so much longer than he should. This was a fight that Nongshim were in the right to take. They had the advantage, they had level 6 lead on their support. They should have won this fight. Mis-execution and a good turnaround from KT ends up giving them favor there. And we'll see, so Lehens goes for the ER flash, but ends up missing the ult. So Peter's not stunned. He's able to get a little bit away, able to headbutt onto the Grubs. And again, takes so long to go down. Meanwhile, Cuz is kind of just thriving in the mixer. Ends up taking out the Galio. And Dakdam and BDD are just free hitting. And the thing with this Jhin is you can't lose fights gracefully against a Jhin because he just ults when you're running away.
Yeah, Talia as well. I mean, BDD, you get a little bit away from him. He casts his wall. He's right there with you. And that's exactly what happened. He was able to pick up that kill. Cuz has 2, BDD has 1. Those are the guys you want your gold on as well for this team. And yes, Perfect's going to struggle a little bit on the top side of the
He's down
lane.
6 farm into AD Nidalee.
Yeah.
You know, something we've always talked about when we saw this AD Nidalee pick coming in. Oh, that's cheeky. The stun light.
That's just the name now.
Something.
Stunlight.
Yeah. Something we've seen with AD Nidalee is that, you know, you can have a massive gold lead, but oh no.
He's coming. He is on the way. The knockup comes in. There's the combo. This is Leona, though. I don't know if they have the damage. They're going to continue kiting this out. But Duckdom isn't really in this fight either, so...
Good chunk, but won't be able to chase more. But yeah, the thing, whenever we've seen the 80 Nidalee, it's always felt like, yes, it'll have a massive gold lead, but it's like you can't join fights. You're not going to have as much impact necessarily as the other top laners in fights. You kind of have that split push and threat. King doesn't even have that ginormous gold lead we typically see in this matchup. Like, Perfect's feeling pretty fine. Despite the gank that got that kill, he's doing pretty okay. So I think KT pretty happy with their chances so far in this game. And the thing that was brought up, I mentioned in the draft, was you need Kingen and Vital to really feel relevant and strong, and ideally ahead of the curve. And that hasn't really come to fruition yet.
Yeah, still waiting on that. Vital's doing okay. As now Perfect, maybe not doing as okay. Nice low there from Cuz. Still Perfect is going to get harassed down all the way down his lane. And yeah, he's just really not having a fun time. Getting camped by Pantheon and laning into Nidalee just means that you're just clearing waves, buddy.
Yeah, not the best ult angle from Gideon. I didn't see exactly where he ulted from, but wasn't able to cut him off. We'll have to back away here. Did have Equalizer, but the wave wasn't that big, so might just TP back in. Peter's moving over here with a Hex Flash, though. Kingen.
He's kind of alone,
that minion.
though. Okay, we got TP coming in.
The minion walked into range of the tower as he got headbutted under, so could have been a little precarious.
Little smite angle here. Should be easy. As Lehens is going to go in, we do see Cuz in a lot of trouble, and he uses his ult very late. And that's just going to be BDD and Duckdom running away.
Good moves from Lehens there. Like, chained the CC well on Cuz, so his ult came out. At that point, it was already done. And able to take out the Xin Zhao pretty quickly. A nice pick. I didn't really expect, considering there was 2 members of Nongshim on the top side. Dragon's given over, but it's fine. Securing the kill, definitely going to feel nice.
Yeah, it's still a very even game as we take a look at the replay.
Yeah, so get the Q, ER. The E kind of roots and hold in place to the R connects. He tried to do that earlier with a flash, but was a little bit off. I feel like Lehens is always one of these players that when it comes to... I mean, this isn't a particularly fancy Leona mechanic, but when it comes to a little bit more fancier mechanics, like we saw the R flash redirect on Nautilus, he'll often try and incorporate those and use those to catch people off guard. So just nice to see.
Yeah, it's a good idea when you're playing against pros that have gone through the motions of the very standard stuff every day, day in, day out, and then you're like, oh, I'm going to mix it up a little bit. Might actually hurt you against less experienced players, but against the best in the world, it's a good idea.
I think like the ER flash is so good because it's like the lowest kind of play sort of combo if you land the ult direct. Ooh.
Okay. Just unlocking no Hex Flash.
Yeah, a little bit off with the range. The thing is, you could have just
ulted.
The thing is, you can throw ult out, but boots of swiftness rumble, and he gets some movement speed from Scrap Shield. Very hard to hit. And at most you get the flash.
Just don't miss. It's a 50-50. Either you hit or don't.
If he hadn't missed the E flash, then he would have died. So I think that was his plan.
Yeah. He went for the other 50-50.
And he unfortunately rolled wrong on that one.
Flip tails.
Yep.
Still a very even game. I do like how proactive Lehens is being, regardless of how successful that last play was. And yeah, just farming it out. Our 80 carries are in mid. We got a Mountain Soul this game. Definitely going to be one that both teams are fighting over.
Yep. Now the team got feats of strength yet. Still waiting that first turret. Although KT with one more objective would secure it without the turret even. Nice block from the Lehens to stop the recall interruption. A lot of plate gold over the side of Nongshim. Really a big reason they're kept so even. Triforce secured for both Kingen and Vital. There's some big spikes here.
Fight over the brush. BDD wins.
Advantage of being a ranged champion when it comes to ward clearing. You know what was one of the worst? You know when Rel used to have that really slow attack speed? And you were a support playing Rel, and it took you like an hour to clear a control ward. And then you know what's the most BM move? Enemy support would just slam another control ward down.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm either here for another 5 minutes, or I'm just leaving. And the right call was to leave, because it was definitely a bait.
Or you just spend all that time and they place the control ward somewhere else. And then you're like, oh.
You didn't even get the gold.
Well.
Yeah.
What was I wasting my time for? Nobody knows. Perfect. Still no first item. Will he buy it on this back? Will he be allowed to back? He's running towards mid.
Looks like they're trying to set up, get mid prio and lean into Rift Herald.
Little K-Ram. We all enjoy a little bit of K-Ramming. But Perfect moves up. He doesn't have TP. Now we're going to have the engage on the root here in mid. Lahen's actually in a lot of trouble. Tries to get out of this one, but no flash and no life. Down he goes. Nice little pick and commit there from KT. And Perfect is able to get back and catch the wave on bot.
They know Lahen's, there's no flash. And here's the thing. Leona may be tanky, but you're not tankier than an Alistar with ult. So when they go for that play, it's impossible really for Nongshim to turn it around onto Peter. And Lahen's does just end up going down. KT setting up this Herald now. Alex is
Yeah, they say, you know what's better than Rift Herald is a Galio. Oh, he's gonna flash though. Maybe he gets away. No, he does not. Immediately, it's just a Jhin ult and it's a Talia. You're not getting away.
Not a great play. Because the thing is, they're still getting the Rift Herald. You know, it's not a choice they have to make. They get both. Nongshim now looking here, but they will just be able to walk it off. I think at most, Nongshim can push in this mid tower and get a little bit of damage there. But yeah, messy, I feel like, from Nongshim here. And Calyx in particular, not making the best play there. Kingen is just in the side lane, as you should be. And that's where he's going to be for the rest of time.
Yep. Feats of Strength do go to KT on that objective, which comes very quickly before Kingen gets that turret, unfortunate for him. So Eclipse runs out, and then he's like, oh.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
And like the targets in return, it's like you can hit an Alistar with ult or a Xin Zhao with ult. Not great choices for Nongshim. Alex, I don't know what you're doing there. I just, into a Jhin Talia, there's just no way you are escaping. I think we've seen a bit today of players just burning flashes for no reason when you're already dead.
Yeah. We've seen some players hold on to it, like Kingen at level 1.
Yeah.
But that hasn't been the more common of it, as Lahen's in the front line again. Gets a big heal from Kingen, but it looks like KT really want to fight for this one. A big wall comes down. Kingen pretty zoned here. You get a root onto Lahen's, who's just too low. Isn't really able to rejoin this fight. They do have some heals here from the Nidalee. They're trying to keep him up, but Peter wants this engage. He's got flash, he's got ult. He's just going to go in onto someone, procs the ult, but no real follow-up. Might just be a flip here on the Dragon. Let's see who it goes to. It goes to the Ezreal, of all people. That's going to be a nice Mountain Drake here for the side of Nongshim, but now Jhin ult comes out, and you see Duck Dom trying to go for the snipes. They'll just go for that first target. Oh! Snipe out of the hands! As I don't know if they were distracted, but the blocking stopped from Gideon, and the Hens was free food.
No way that should have happened there. Gideon was so healthy, he easily could have blocked, but they got distracted. Kingen ends up trading 1-for-1 on the other side of the fight. And Nongshim, the fact that the Dragon was so close, easily could have gone in the other direction, and then that really would have been a bad play. At least they got the neutral objective, but not feeling too good about Lahen's going down there. And we can see in the replay, struggling to really connect onto these targets. Like, Peter gets a knock-up, the seismic shove doesn't follow through. It just comes down, the combination, Nongshim trying to sink the damage, and it's Ezreal who gets it. And then here, you know, the Hens takes that first shot fine. But like both the Hens and Gideon, like they kind of twitch upwards, like, oh, should we help Kingen? No, no, no. And then they forget there's a Jhin.
And
막타 쳤어, 오케이. 레오나 잡았다.
I got Leona. I think he's gonna save his last shot, which he did do to get the kill. It's still a close game. Like, Nongshim got the Dragon. They only lost 2, which is a lot.
One in return.
This Jhin is also very fed.
That's the main issue. Jhin already been on 2 items, because, you know, you remember I said Vital wants to be ahead of the curve ideally, and if you're not at 2 items yet, and Jhin starts to get towards 3 when you're hitting your 2-item spike, you're going to feel terrible. It's also generally a pretty squishy composition from Nongshim. Like, your tankiest members are like your Leona and your Galio, but Galio doesn't really have any armor yet, and Lahen's is on a support economy, so they're not going to be that tanky. Jhin is just going to shred.
Yeah, and Duckdom's having a great time in this game. The first 3 kills did go to Cuz and BDD, so I figured they would be the ones kind of carrying this one. And BDD's doing well, but I think we have a new carry on the block with this Jhin. But again, still within 1,000 gold of this one, and we've seen teams throw leads that were larger.
Oh, for sure.
So, I mean, they still have angles. They still have Pantheon, Galio, Leona.
Speaking of throwing, Arakan is up.
Oh, that's the perfect objective to throw on.
What is Arakan doing?
Alex was just taking her for a walk.
Yep. Yeah, I am a little bit... So Dragon's in 2 minutes. They're going to throw down a Reptile mid. Nongshim going to be able to defend. There's no real onus on either team to start a Arakan when there's that Dragon in 2 minutes.
Are they going to defend?
Apparently not.
They're just like, nah, you know what? Never mind.
They didn't want that tower anyway.
He can... Oh,
man.
Oh, no.
That's embarrassing.
The shame.
They made it easier to drive as well.
Yeah, he did like a 360 and then he just hit the wall. Like,
what's
the point? Okay, we're going really ham here onto DuckDom, who's just trying to run away. Kingen finally gets here. The Kingen Nidalee TP, not the most effective, as now we even get the Pantheon over the top. Should be able to get Peter, you would imagine, who does not have his flash. That'll be a kill over to Gideon. So they used all that, and they got an Alistair.
Decent amount committed. They get the cleanse from DuckDom, but they don't get the flash. I think that's the big thing. If they'd gotten the Jin's flash, that play would have felt much better, because even though you only got the 1 kill, baiting those summoners really big when we're looking towards those objectives. Cleanse means at least Lahen's CC will stick, but you lost Lahen's flash, which is the easiest way to set it up. So TP comes in, but it's a 80 Nidalee TP flank. It's like, oh wow, she's gonna jump at me and bite me. Yeah, that is literally what Kingen did. He jumped in, he bit Cuz, and then he threw a spear at Peter, which did hit in fairness, but doesn't really do that much damage. So maybe if it'd been like a Galio TP flank, could have gotten a bit more. But either way, they will take that summoner, they will take that kill. It does mean that King in the side lane is a bit easier to deal with, but they have Calyx, who's plenty fine there in return, and we are getting a setup for this Dragon in 30 seconds. Manamune hit for Vital. Big spike to come in at the right time when you need it.
Yeah, he's got that stacked. And we're about to have this fight. 15 seconds. Bit of a push here from Perfect, actually, so he's kept his lane in a good spot. Bit of damage on the Lahen's, but nothing critical. And KT, for what it's worth, they do have a lot of control around this objective, but it's pretty clear that Nongshim do want to fight over this. I say that, they are kind of wishy-washy about it.
I think they're waiting for Kingen to push in that bot wave, and he can rotate over and threaten, which is why KT are kind of starting to rush this one. They know they have control now. It's coming in.
And that engage on the Lahen's doesn't really work. He's still over half health as a Leona. I think he's just fine. True Shot Barrage does come in. Peter has to make the room, and it goes down to 75. It does go to KT, though, with the Jin. We got Equalizer trying to just zone, literally, as now Perfect. Gonna have to try to flash the wall. Cuz goes in. He's got BDD with him, but I don't know about this one. Has to flash out, as the Galio is able to peel for that. Nongshim kind of overstaying just a little bit, as we got this Jin ult coming in here as well. Got to be so careful about sticking around with this. We have a big shield, and it's just going to hit Calyx. And either way, the Dragon goes to KT.
I feel like Lahen said something about the fact he wasn't blocked for earlier, because Kingen was like ready to die for Lahen's. He was like, I've got you, Mike Young. Was there on the front lines. This fight a little bit scrappy. Great work from Peter. Peter gets chunked out heavily here, but he does his job. He knocks the Pantheon away. The smite isn't there to come in and secure. And then in this ensuing fight, they're not able to kill Perfect here. He's able to just flash it over the wall. They actually end up using it. They kind of ditch away. But you see here, Piddick finds this angle. Despite being low, he's threatening, and the team just feel uncomfortable about chasing this Jin Talia. Kingen's like, I'll block for you. And then realizes he would die if he... He's like, I can take it. No, you can't take it, Kingen. You can't take all 4 shots.
Yeah. It was kind of an interesting re-engage from KT on that fight. It didn't look like a good scenario for them because they didn't have an Alistair. Peter, he got out, but he was not part of the fight anymore. And then Cuz and BDD were like, we're going in!
He was kind of on that flank angle where, like, if they'd overstepped, he could have just got one more combo, and yes, he would have died, but, like, the impact would have been worth it.
Yeah, I mean, he would have done his job, but, like, I was just surprised that they went in when it looked like a very dire scenario, but they understand their limits and that they have this Jhin Taliyah that are always going to be threatening if they just do a bit of damage.
That's the thing, get them low, you have to clean up there, and gold very even, Dragons even between these two teams. And again, like the major gold lead for Nongshim is on this Nidalee, but Gideon?
Yeah, Gideon in a lot of trouble. He's got a shield though, and the Galio over the top. It is Cuz that they're trying to go on to here on the backside. Is Nongshim perfect, comes in and he flashes away immediately. And now Peter, he's in. He presses that ult and a lot of damage is being done. They can't go on to Peter. Kingen goes in. I don't know about that. And now BDD goes over the top and gets taunted, but he flashes away. And so many summoners are used, but KT, they win the fight just barely.
KT getting so much value from these summoner spells, now looking towards the Baron. Gideon has ult and it's just gone back to base. Sorry, not Baron, looking towards the Arakan.
Well, they could have tried, but I think that would have been too dangerous to do Baron.
Yeah, I think Nongshim can contest this. They have Ezreal, they have Nidalee, they have Pantheon who could just come in. Will they get there in time? That's the question.
I mean, Peter's right here. The spear's gonna miss.
Just send it, send it, send it. Oh, they won't send it. They won't send it. Would have been certainly one of the plays of all time. If it was Baron, I think Gideon certainly would have, but they let the Arakan go. An advantage picked up for KT, and it just felt like the flash value they got was massive. So here, Gideon gets engaged on. Obviously not ideal, and he does take a good amount of damage, but the Galio ult comes in and disengages him. Cuz gets a great ult here to disengage the Hens. Otherwise, he could have been caught in a dangerous spot. Calyx goes for the taunt on Perfect, but because he didn't flash in the last fight, it doesn't connect. A lot of damage onto Peter, doesn't do much. I think Calyx gets a great taunt here on a BDD, but the follow-up just isn't quite there. The Seraph Shield keeping him alive, the Locket and the Flash as well. And it's KT who come out ahead in this one.
Didn't that Seraph Shield get nerfed as well?
Yes, I believe it did.
Still saved him. Still the item you build. And he's very much enjoying the fact that he had a shield in that moment.
Yeah, Locket came through as well. Both teams repping the Lockets in this one. And now you have a situation where, like, Cuz feels really strong. There's a lead for both mid and AD carry. Duck Damage just hit 3 items with the IE. KT's really quite strong, and in return, the person with the lead on KT is, Nongshim, sorry, is Kingen, who's an AD Nidalee. And we've seen in these fights, he's trying to make teamfight AD Nidalee work. Oh, engage.
Yeah, we're just making something happen here as BDD is very far away from the fight, but Gideon is so isolated that it doesn't matter. The rest of his 4 teammates just collapse on the Pantheon and take him down. And that is a pick. We do have some side laning here from Calyx.
Very strange win-up in a scenario where it's the Galio who's the split pusher, not the... Oh, no.
Here we go again, and Duck Dom has been so on point with the deadly flourishes. Vital, Arcane Shift and Flash, it gets him away, but no Flash, no barrier, and low on health before this Dragon fight. Not sure if they would have contested even if he was full health, but it does mean that another Drake goes over to KT.
Good ult there from the Hens to save him, but it just feels like Nongshim's starting to bleed out more and more. Third Dragon being picked up by KT. When a game is this close, any advantage built up is going to mean a lot. They got the Arakan, they got that third Dragon. Things are mounting in favor of KT right now.
Yeah, very slowly. It's like bit by bit by bit. You always talked about how like the top Nidalee lead is kind of fake.
Yeah.
But it's still only, even if you remove that, it's still only 2,000 in the lead for KT.
And here it's KT once again kind of leading the charge with the play, and the Pantheon no flash and quite squishy outside of his E, giving him the damage. Now look at the Perfect on the tower.
Might be able to do this actually as he gets the shield, but now a bunch of damage did go into Gideon. He's trying to dodge everything, but the kill still goes over. Kingen will be taken down though, as BDD is able to collect that one. A little bit of a trade. Peter just going in, showing him who's boss.
I think ultimately Nongshim's still fine with that, getting the kill onto Perfect to force out the Weaver's Wall. All the Hens.
Yep, they're finding him again. They do not care about engaging on this Leona. We have a Galio over the top, and Peter now in a very awkward spot, trying to taxi out of the Pantheon. That's not going to work. He's going down. And they went so deep.
That's
again for the Leona.
Nongshim have double globals. You know, KT only have the one global. They both used one bot lane, and then Nongshim had another in the bag. We'll get that pick on a Peter. But I feel like nothing really super consequential coming out of these kills.
You know, Ox, we have a global as well. LCK global.
That's so true.
Yep.
You know, if KT asked nicely, they could borrow it and then they'd have 2 globals.
But then we'd have to be biased for KT, so that's not allowed.
Yeah. And if there's one thing KT fans do not want is us being biased towards the team and praising them.
Yeah.
Maybe getting X something about them.
Ecstatic?
That'll do.
I think, yeah. I think that's the word.
Yeah.
Vital just gonna get the blue buff.
And, you know, one of the bigger leads in favor of KT was that jungle lead. Cuz now has a GA, which is such a massive spike to have when a lot of these fights we're going into are really high stakes. Like, he's already been so hard to kill with that ult, and now the fact you have to kill him twice, a bit of a pain. You see Kingen trying to find pressure, but losing health in this trade initially. Oh,
we're going in on a Lehens again, but this time it makes sense because he's all alone, and there's no globals. 9 seconds until Calix's ult.
He had wards around the Baron pit. Like, they've been there for a little while, so he's just hovering around there, waiting to get picked off. It just felt a little bit unnecessary. And now, KT will start it. That ward, though, in the bowling alley of that Baron pit, will spot it. They do have vision there.
Perfect just leaving his lane. Looks like they want to turn onto this one. Calix left all alone, and the amount of CC they have is ridiculous. Calix is going to break his arm guard. Maybe just to buy some time and not allow them to get Baron, but I think they're getting Baron anyway.
He did have enough for Zonya, so it's not a big deal.
Okay.
But
that makes sense.
Yeah, Calix could have flashed out initially. Like, it was very telegraphed. They're going to go for the engage. Now the TP's committed. KT are like, we want to make this happen. I think Kingen, you should probably just stay and push bot. No, he's TPing.
I don't know what the CP is going to do. Peter's just zoning them away. Like, they can't really engage, but Pantheon is coming in here as well. He goes in, and he dies. I do not know what the idea was there, but the call was to go in after the Baron, and it did not work.
You know, I'm just, what is the point of playing AD midly, of playing Yorick, right? If you're gonna do stuff like this, you do not pick AD Nidalee so you can TP in to a 3v5 at Baron, which is already dead, and then just watch it go down. You could have taken bot inhibitor, right? You could have done something.
Yeah.
Like, if Pantheon wants to ult into the pit and try and steal, he doesn't need you to hold his hand to do that. He can do that by himself, okay? That's kind of the point. When you're playing a jungle like Pantheon, you ult in, you steal the Baron, you die. That is what teams do. You don't need to just watch him.
Yeah. No, it's a legitimate criticism. I think Nongshim maybe nowadays they're not having a lot of confidence, and someone made the call, and they all just
well, you saw with King, and he like
think about it. They're like, okay, we're just doing it.
He challenged his recall, he cancelled it. He challenged his recall, and then he TP'd, and it's like just attack the structures.
Yeah.
Okay, that is your job. Attack structure. And now Mountain Soul in 10 seconds for KT. They have control of the banana brush here. Cuz trying to push in. And right now they have a goal lead, they have the Adakan advantage, the feature strength. It is in their favor, but it's not unwinnable for Nongshim.
Yeah. Duckdom 6-0-7. 4 items. This is a gigantic Jhin. But there are ways to deal with it. The Ezreal also pretty strong. Only 1,000 gold behind him for a Jhin that is that far ahead. As Calix, very close on that one. A lot of damage does go into Duckdom. He's just going to open up on the ult as now Lehens engaged. Not going to do much. No follow-up. Kingen is going deep for it. Really wants to take out the Jhin. And now we got a Pantheon over the top here too, but they can't take him out. Lots of low health bars, but it looks like KT are in the lead. As Perfect is burning the Nidalee. BDD goes over the top with the wall. And that'll do it for that fight. They ace them. And they will win this one as they look to push mid.
Yeah, with Baron on hand with those long death timers, able to clean out the fight and take the game. Both BDD, Duckdom, no deaths in this match, despite how chaotic and messy some of these fights were. Nongshim try and make the desperation play, try and make the 80 Nidalee assassination. It fails, and KT will end the game.
Yeah, not a big surprise, but I guess once you were committed to the fight, that's the only thing he really could have done. And yeah, they couldn't let them have the Mountain Soul. There were a lot of moments where maybe Nongshim could have taken this game, but slowly and surely, KT, bit by bit, they took this one down. Over the course of 35 minutes, Duckdom a ridiculous game of Jin.
And I'm going to be honest, of the players on this KT lineup, he probably received the most criticism from the community about his early performances. And now he's dropping performances like this. So, you know, we've seen KT making great use of him. They did sub in Paddock for a time. They subbed him out. They said, we think this is the player for us. And he's proving it now with a great performance and putting them one game away from continuing that win streak to 5. Nongshim, on the other hand, you know, yes, Jiwoo was underperforming, but I don't think anything that happened here or some of their shot calling issues of late can be remotely blamed on Jiwoo. This team is looking a lot more lost than they used to. Lehen's getting caught out a lot, struggling to decide around the AD in Italy. And I think, right, currently, Nongshim are 4th in the standings, right? T1 are 3rd. T1 had that great Yorick game where they let Yorick split push and
they figured it
third
out.
end of the game. So, by that, I have surmised, if you're top 3 in the LCK, you can play split pushes. If you're not, you are not allowed, okay?
It is decided.
I am forbidding it.
The decree has come through.
They just stop team fighting with AD in Italy.
Yeah, well, they didn't figure that out in game 1. Maybe they'll figure it out in game 2 if they play Yorick. Still an option, as it is not Fearless Ban, but we'll see how that goes after the break.
그냥 가볍게. 천천히.
천천히 해봐.
야, 봐줘봐. 앞라인 지켜줄게. 지켜줘, 사람들. 야, 갈려. 갈려. 나 가인이야.
알았어, 이거 또 살게, 이거. 아, 써있어.
천천히 나.
날 로플이야.
이제 잡았어. 야, 공복해. 천천히 해봐. 이제 노플이야. 이제 노플.
이제 위치 맞았다?
나이스. 끝내자.
미드로 하면 끝날 때.
미드.
40초.
끝나겠지? 잘맞았어. 이제 노플이고 레오나는 모르겠다.
근데 마지막부터 좀 못했네, 나.
큰일 날 뻔했어.
끊는 뻔했어.
미안해요.
근데 게임 잘 됐다.
좀만 더 침착하게 해볼게요. 위에 좀. 맞는다. 레오나 나오고. 죽일까?
그러던가.
편하게 해도 될 때 10초니까.
소영이 죽어줄까?
무슨 척 하면서 죽이러 가자.
Both Ben and Loki goes back in over the wall. Whippo might be the first kill C9 gets all game. Takes one turret shot there at the very end. Stealing away the Ornalties for the double kill on both carries.
Coming live, we outside, yeah, it's Thursday night.
想打，但是下来，神佑前面开出来了，前了一个恶意收购，均交一个闪现回去，阿乐下来直接反击网晕3个，蝎子跟队友的位置脱节了，精灵球撞出去，截到了 Elk 会死吗？卡利萨滑上来 ，Elk 第一条命已经死了，北川也要死，北川也倒了。哇，这波立场阿斌，你看又有高手，真有高手。我说大龙要刷了，附近没用了，哎，这波没问题吧？大龙刷了，然后附近给一波机会。这波我说的有没有问题，兄弟？
我自愿加入管门。
兄弟，这波绝对跟我说的是不是一样？
Clock ticking, now opposition is non-existent. Gotta get it, the mindset. We on a mission.
그런 만큼 되게 안정적으로 리드하면서 탑에서 번 것도 좋아.
먼저 가는데. KT. 와 이거 보자. 야 튀어. 와. 아니 KT 롤러코스터 스윙 드롭. 예 회전하면서 회전 위아래 회전 아니라 좌우로도 회전하면서 가라 거기에
成功拿下了。佩子这里黏住小虎，精灵球撞起来，小虎身上是没有闪现的。佩子这里跟小虎进行一个佩子跟小虎进行一个单点 solo 吗？这里能救回来吗？及时救难，救回来了，真行！佩子还在滑，他非常努力的在滑，身上插满了毛。这个鳄鱼，
佩子一波1万伤害。
哇，佩子这样玩游戏吗？太可怕了吧，这个人。 他稳得吓人，稳得可怕。随着他这一波超级绝智的输出，要一波掉对手了。
那这波是真一波了，没有任何的意外了。
상대편의 본진화까지 왔습니다. 12연승이 끊길 위기. 세트 연승은 끊겼습니다만 KT의 그 위협을 이렇게 견뎌냈습니다. 그리고 결국 이렇게 넥서스가 오픈됐습니다. 넥서스는 치고 있는 겁니다. 막고 막아요. 넥서스를 버텨요. 이걸 버팁니까?
우리 아직 안 끝났다.
저희가 끝났는데 죄송합니다, KT. 아니 어떻게 넥서스 피가 400 남기고 안 끝나나요? 갑자기 전원을 다시 킵니다.
아니 분명 여기서 먼저 하나생명측 인원이 죽고 시작하면서
We on a mission, built different, I'm ready, it's game time. No need to explain why we outside, yeah, it's Thursday night.
Brojo ainda vem descendo, consegue parar o Curi pelo meio do caminho. O Weiser vai tentar chegar nessa torre, mas ele vai pra base direto dali. Ele estende o tempo dele, quase ele levou tudo, quase nada. Weiser, o que é isso? Weiser, você é um deus! O que jogada foi essa? Qualidade contra 3 do bot!
Coming live, we outside, yeah, it's Thursday night. Hey, coming live, we outside, yeah, it's Thursday.
Hello everyone, now's the time to remind you to make sure to check your seatbelts because the KT roller coaster is on the way up. It was a controlled win, which makes it scary. It usually means the dip is coming. Tigon here as KT go up 1-0 and are a step away from solidifying their place in the rankings for the Legend group here, Wolf.
A little bit controlled, not fully controlled.
It was mostly controlled.
I was spamming duckers in the chat.
That's right.
I mean, not literally, but like I just kept yelling duckers the whole time when he kept hitting really nice flourishes. His ults were really good, and he didn't die a single time on the Jhin in this draft, which I thought was quite important. And like, we started this season and this year with Duckdom being the most criticized AD carry, positionally especially. We said he was the player who did the very least, and what a turnaround. I mean, really, like his improvements, you can definitely feel.
Yeah, I totally agree with your point, and also I really like the draft they set it up for this game one, because like this is the draft we might think of for the series, the first series that played DRX. I think you could just pick top and mid and pick jungle on third. That's what exactly KT did here. So even though you give up the Pantheon for the enemy team, which is most high priority in the jungle, you still have Rumble and Taliyah, and you fill up with Xin Zhao. I mean, Xin Zhao is still one of the best jungler in this meta, so I think it felt great, especially whenever you can have a perfect on Rumble and BDD on Taliyah. It feels great, and also they ended up with the Alista and Jhin. They don't need more extra damage, they just need the setup, and I think this was just great and fantastic draft from KT.
If there wasn't a Taliyah mid, you could really have sold the idea of a triple flex here with the Nidalee, the Galio, and the Pantheon, because all three of these can be played in different positions in top, jungle, and support. Maybe not Nidalee's support, but the Pantheon and the Galio do offer a lot of flexibility, but you don't want to be playing Pantheon into Taliyah mid, so it does kind of, the trickery falls apart there.
Yeah, Ox called it out. They didn't ban the Alistar there in the second portion of the draft. They left it open. They decided to ban the Varus instead. They thought about picking the Sylas, which would have been Gigabrained instead. They keep everything there. It doesn't quite work out for them. Now here in our first highlight, we've got some WA TV coming to you with the telestration of the first grub fight. Take it away, Wadid.
So yeah, here I just want to show how KT set it up well with their setup, because like here it clearly shows that they already have like such a great setup when they want to play around the grubs. So here they have all three warded in the entrance where Nongshim could walk in. So it was such a great setup at first. And also, BDD having the mid priority and first move was clearly good. Like, I think it was really great play by KT in general, but I think they just forgot, even though they are kind of zoning out Galio here, Galio still can jump in. Like, he can still jump in with his ultimate, so he can just join the fight wherever he is. So I feel like KT, they should have like dragged the grubs to Taliyah's side, so actually they can just create the zone here, not on the top side, because then you can actually bring Taliyah into the play. But here, instead of that, KT is just gonna walk on the top side, which makes this fight a little messy here. So you can roll the clip here. And yeah, I mean, if they drag the grubs to Taliyah's side, I think it would be better. But here they just walked on the top side, so Galio could just jump into the fight. So the fight was a little messy, but it was not the worst part for KT. The fight was still okay, but in terms of their setup and I think advantage that they had for this situation, they could have more advantage. And I think this is the one point where they should step up if they want to be in the Legend group and compete against the best team in LCK.
All right, I hope you at home were taking notes, because that's what it's like. You got the win. It was pretty controlled. No, Coach Wadid comes in and says, you should have won even cleaner, but giving very, very detailed points on where they can improve. But another spot here is in our second highlight over at the Nash, where the pick happens, and then we tried to figure out the optimization on what the right player is.
This one gave us a little bit of pause, because if you look at where the Nidalee is pushing in the side lane during all of this, as KT start the Baron, right now Kingan's in a position where you could actually threaten the inhibitor, so KT have full control over the Baron pit, right? As soon as this death happens, Calyx can buy time. You have choices to make as Nongshim here. You could try to deny the Baron, you could try to slow it down while also then pushing here on the top side, or you could try to teleport the Nidalee into the fight, right, and look for a, while being a man down, weaker fight and hope the Baron is going to be your extra teammate in this case. Now, Perfect's not showing. Kingan doesn't know exactly where he is until that orb does appear with the teleport coming through. They can see the teleport channeling. At this point, instead of pushing in, Kingan wants to team fight Nidalee. He gets his back stopped, so he actually has to TP instead of getting full health. He actually comes in at suboptimal health, but I don't think it really makes any difference here that the minion stopped his back. I think instead, you should have been happy to try to stop some backs here, get that inhibitor and say, cool, you got Baron, I have bottom side control for probably the rest of the game. And they really, really, really heavily indexed into that fight after losing a member, and it's just a decision-making problem here for Nongshim.
I mean, just drop it. Just stop bleeding, you know? The game is not ended yet, but I think at some point they just kind of gave up the game after that point.
Well, that's why both these teams are in the mid-table. They have clear opportunities to improve, and they're trying to do so, all while making it to the Legends group in real time. Nongshim, KT, Game 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that great breakdown, especially of that last one. That definitely drove our resident analyst a little bit wild.
I did kind of break down when I saw that TP come in.
Yeah.
Kingan still 2 kills away from breaking that milestone, so maybe he was focused on that. That's why he wanted a TP in to get those 2 kills.
It's all like the Men in Black thing where they press the little button and you just forget everything. They're like, forget that game one ever happens. We go on to the next one.
Good plan, honestly. We go next.
And now you're on blue side again.
Yeah, that's all you need to focus on. Focus on the fact that you now have side selection. Don't worry about the fact that you won't have side selection game 3.
Yeah.
Because, you know, who even says game 3 will happen? That's the thing. You got to focus on the now. And a lot of these prio picks taken away. You know, we saw both the Pantheon and the Xin Zhao gone. We saw the Talia taken away, the Alistair off the cards. We do once again see that respect shown to Peter with the Nico ban. Vi coming out from KT. Yone here, so maybe looking to set up a Kalista take. You'll notice that KT don't ban Poppy. So maybe thinking, hey, you want to first pick Kalista? We're not going to ban Poppy for you. That's on you guys.
Yeah.
It'd be very funny if Nongxin banned Poppy and then KT banned Kalista, but no, they'll ban Kalista again. KT, they banned Poppy here last time. We'll see if they look to do the same again.
Yeah. I mean, Poppy's just generally pretty strong. Also, the Ahri stocks go up a bit in this game. Wasn't played in the last one. Poppy is going to come through. Also, Rakan's still available. This does leave Azir with no Talia answer, just there.
Yeah, I think KT, the pick that stands out to me is Jace, who's left available with the Gwen and the Rumble gone. And KT made the interesting move of like free-picking the Sion. So Sion we often see picked in a Jace. They're like, hey, the big top laner left is Jace. If you want to take that, well, we've already got Sion. One thing to mention as well is the top lane Nidalee in game 1 does deny Nidalee from Cuz, which is obviously a pick he likes to lean on. Are you going to come out for BDD to match into that Azir? We'll see now what Nongxin want to pick up here. If they do go towards that Jace into Perfect, will they want to go in a little bit of a different direction? Like, you're still going to have Prio on the lane. You could actually go on Bessa here, honestly.
Yeah.
If
Sejuani on Bessa.
Yeah, I think Sejuani on Bessa would be fine. Don't go Yorick. I'm begging. Okay.
How about Anivia? How about Sonata?
Yeah, unconvinced. Varus is fine. You can go Varus here. Will likely have to be the on-hit variety into Sion, who's very tanky.
Yeah.
And now KT, a lot of jungle picks taken away, so if you want priority there, maybe like the Wukong. Ahri Wukong's been very powerful. You could pick that up now. You could also go Ahri Neferi, although it feels like the Neferi prior has dropped off a little bit recently. We'll see what Cuz looks to do here. Ahri Wukong looking like the angle. Definitely a lot of dive potential on threat. We're looking at a Varus on the other side. Combo you'd love to have. And again, the Elise ban in the second rotation. We just keep seeing it.
Yeah. I'd say no reason not to. I mean, Varus Elise can be a very dominant lane. The Rakan taken away, especially with the Poppy already banned here.
And with Wukong, I feel like Wukong Rakan is such a dirty combo. It's so hard to play against that. Renata coming through, so denying some of those defensive picks, or one of those defensive picks that can deny the engage. This is very much an all-in from KT. And right now I'm thinking, like, what would Duckdom like to pair with this? You know, we obviously saw the Jhin has been taken away, Varus off the cards.
Zeri?
Zeri sounds, it's like Zeri Kai'Sa sound like they fit the comp's theme, but you are onto Varus, which is a little risky.
Yeah. Tristan? Ashe is going to be taken away.
They'll take away one of those long-range options. If you want, like, to match, say, some of the Varus' lane prio, then it's MF. But if you're like, I want to be diving with my team, then it's Kai'Sa or Zeri. Is what makes sense to me. You could also go the Lucian, but I would not want to play Lucian here. Personally.
Yeah, you could also have Braum taken away if you pick Lucian here. So MF, they want to not get bodied in lane.
Yep. I think it's an important thing to do. With Nico banned here, Renata gone, Elise gone, I honestly think you could... This is a solid Braum angle, because you're presumably going to go the on-hit Braum. Yeah, Braum Sejuani. The goal of KT is to dive into you. But they go the Camille Shen. So Shen, obviously a bit of a specialty pick for Lehens. You have the Camille, who's great in those team fights, but can also be that side lane pressure. And the Shen can sort of submarine on top. But it does mean KT likely to go for that
Rel MF, which is so potent in teamfights, so powerful in the 5v5s.
I feel like Lulu could also be pretty good, but MF Lulu not really.
Yeah, MF
not really the combo.
Also, Lulu got nerfed again this patch.
Yeah.
But like the fourth time, not the 17th time, but like the 4th time in 6 patches, she got nerfed.
It's not fair.
And she already wasn't seeing that much play in pro.
Yeah.
So I think Camille Sejuani, really strong combo. You have 2 sort of longer range carries, and you have a great front line. But KT's comp is just like so much engaged, so much death ball. The question is, will they be able to reach the Azir Varus when it comes to those 5v5s? How much disruption can Kingen provide? Kingen needs to redeem himself, because I was not impressed by the Game 1 performance, particularly the TP. You're now on Camille into a Sion. You have a Sejuani to back you up. You have a Shen to back you up. This should be your game to take over, and you can just Cho'Gath people every 3 seconds.
I mean, that's this is a Shen sign. Really just hoping for Lehens to play Shen. Lehens is going to carry on Shen, it says.
Sending some help towards...
Yeah, towards Le Shen.
Yeah.
That's KT as some kind of robot or something.
It looked like a dishwasher. Were they in a...
Maybe it was
not
a dishwasher.
A washing machine. It looked like they were in a washing machine.
Maybe. So this says, don't smoke, but 80 carries duck nom. It makes sense in Korean. Also, don't smoke.
Thanks.
I am a dad now, so I'm allowed to say that.
Thanks, Brendan. Yeah, this would make sense if you spoke Korean.
Yeah.
Just rub it in. No, I appreciate that.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I was trying to translate for you guys. Yeah. We're ready here for game number 2. Let's do it. Nongshim versus KT.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Game number 2 in what has, so far, since game 1, been a pretty close series. Will game 2 look similar? I do wonder.
It is the poke Varus this game. I mean, I suppose with Camille Azir, you have decent sustained DPS.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
But if that Sion gets in your face, I'm sorry, Vital, you ain't doing anything to him.
Well, maybe he's going to attempt to deal damage to only Ahri and MF.
Sure. Good luck with that. I hope it goes well for you.
Because that, yeah, that's literally it. We are going to have a big Q from big-based Sion here on the Raptors.
Remember when leashing junglers was a thing? For like, the entirety of League of Legends' existence up until quite recently.
And then they just decided it wasn't a thing anymore.
To be honest, it was kind of annoying because, I'm going to be honest, when my jungler asked me to leash in solo queue, like I'd be playing bot lane and I'd be like, no. I am not giving up my lane so you can clear your jungle a little bit faster.
Yeah.
You're going to clear your jungle faster, smite your first camp. That's not my problem. And then he's like, well, I'm not going to gank you then. I'm like...
You weren't going to gank anyway.
Exactly! It's so true! Don't hold that over me.
Yeah. They think you don't know.
I'm well aware of his tricks.
The junglers, they're very sneaky like that.
Every game is a negotiation with your jungler.
Yeah.
You know, I'll do this for you so you'll gank me later. And then they have the opportunity to not do it. And every jungler that comes after them, who doesn't get leashed, just know it's that first jungler's fault.
It's always the jungler's fault regardless, so... Even for the other junglers, the jungler was the issue.
Yeah. That's one thing that can unite League of Legends players. Blaming the jungler.
Yeah.
It's just, it's easy to find common ground. Although, sometimes you want to blame bot lane, you know? Like when your bot lane goes like 0-7 combined. But there's also those times where you want to blame top lane, right? Because, you know, top lane is, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
And then mid, like when enemy mid roams and your mid doesn't.
Yeah. They're just sitting there hitting the mid turret, like not even getting a plate.
Sometimes not even hitting the mid turret, they just reset.
Yeah.
I think the lesson is we should blame everyone.
It's everyone else's fault.
It's everyone else's fault apart from mine. Yeah. That is the lesson that we learn in solo queue.
Isn't that the truth? We do have a Sejuani nearby. Peter might be in a little bit of trouble. Probably going to have to flash here, but with the Sejuani, the stun comes in even after the flash, and he goes down. So first blood goes on in. Lehens tries to flash forward, but now Cuz is here. He's going to go in onto Lehens, who goes down. We do have the stun, though, from the Sejuani once again, getting huge value. But now Duckdom's got a lot of room to move on up, as Gideon not going to be forced to flash. Little double up, maybe, but no mana. And so Duckdom just going to enjoy a free lane.
You know, maybe if it was like Lethal Tempo Virus, a bit more sustained DPS, might have went. No, a little bit of an overstep from the Hens there. Tries to flash forwards to stack up the passive on a Duckdom and ends up overstepping as a result. The taunt cooldown still very long at this point of the game. So unfortunately does not get a second chance to use it here. You can see he's looking to stack it up, looking to get the pass-through on the sword to slow. I think if he'd gotten his taunt back, it must have been really close to the end. But if he'd gotten it back there, they actually could have turned that around. So a little bit sad. But I do think the mistake was him flashing in because Duckdom had cleanse, you know? I guess maybe he wanted to be in that, but he just flashed.
Oh, the charm as he dashes straight into it. He's going to flash out of this. But yeah, not going the right direction. Maybe he figured, well, I'm going to get charmed anyway. I'm just going to dash in for the shield, but that's really given the benefit of the doubt.
Well,
why did BDD not auto that cannon and that minion? Okay, well, that's why. Yeah. If he hit it, maybe he gets the kill.
Okay, you know, sometimes we see some great performances from mid laners, and sometimes it's a little bit goofy. And both Calyx and BDD, I think BDD's a little bit more forgivable, trying to get the flash play. To be fair, maybe he thought Calyx would dash into him when he went for the jump. You never know.
You never know. It
Based
might happen
on previous experience,
yeah,
seemed likely. So BDD was banking on that one. It didn't end up happening. He will get the shove in, but Calyx has had to catch it. Calyx, bit of an oopsie, I think, is the only way we can describe that previous play. Now Cuz looking towards bot lane.
All right. Little
you've got to know.
Flash.
You've got to know if they're doing a play like that. You've got to expect Cuz is in the vicinity.
And he definitely is, as we know, 100%.
We are aware.
Circle around and do the Drake, maybe, or the Skull Crab, or just head towards bot. We do have a taunt coming in, and that is going to force the cleanse here from Duckdom. Gonna be happy he took that one, Cuz being escorted away by Gideon.
Yep, good pickup there from the Hens. Duckdom going to be pretty vulnerable now, especially once that flash comes up, because yes, you can flash a taunt flash coming towards you, but I feel like it's harder to react to. Especially if you do like the short taunt flash, where you like taunt and then like when you literally a third of the way through, you flash to get the connection. So the MF potentially a little vulnerable there. Cuz it's going to start up the dragon. That is low though, and they don't have prio. This is a little risky, but Gideon did reset.
Yeah, Gideon left, so I don't know. Lehens comes in and he's like, yeah.
I'll kill the dragon. But now Gideon's coming over, but you're too late.
He's here already.
Just go top.
Well, now he's going top, now that you said it.
This is just an example of the kind of thing that happened last game with that Baron play that Wolf was highlighting. You need to know when the objective is gone, when the play is cooked. And like, I get it if it's like an Elder Dragon or a Baron, then it's like, oh no, I need to be there. But it's like, it's first dragon. You're not getting there. It's already gone. You just wasted time. And he will now be in position to steal away these Raptors. But Cuz is moving over. Does he have time to get the red? We'll see.
We will see on the next episode.
If he doesn't get the red, we know why he didn't.
Well, it's going to be Cuz on vision and Gideon running away.
He would have had the red. He would have had the red if he hadn't just walked towards bot for no reason.
Yeah.
So that's the cost. Cuz is going to enjoy that red buff very much.
Yeah, Cuz is farming really well throughout all of this. He's already level 6. So is Gideon, but looks like a couple of extra camps going the way up Cuz. Gideon is going to start up these grubs. Maybe he gets one. We do have King in here to help out. So maybe they get a couple. Looking to stay on this. Getting that second grub pretty low before anyone really realizes what's going on. That's 2 grubs already over to Nongshim, and they will enjoy that.
They can start this fight.
Yep, bit of damage in as the ult comes down onto Cuz. He's in a lot of trouble, has to disengage. Here's Perfect, says hello. The charm, though, is huge on Lahen's, and he should be going down. That's a big pick for KT. As they want to get this third grub, they will. So that is at least 3 grubs over to Nongshim in trade for the death of Lahen's.
Yeah, not ideal, but it's honestly not the biggest deal. Nongshim managed to secure the 3 grubs. Kill does go over. And I think just Lahen's not really with an exit plan. Didn't have the flash when he went down. Kingen now in trouble.
This is a Camille.
Yes, he can just do that.
Yeah.
We do see Vital moving to pick up a big wave in the bot side. So I think ultimately Nongshim pretty okay with how things panned out. At level 6 now hit for Vital and Lahen's there. So yeah, going for the taunt here, but doesn't quite connect. Little side steps to come in. They do get Cuz's flash, and then with Perfect turning up, the charm connects, the CC's layered, Lahen's just dead. And they're like, cool, let's grab the grub, let's disengage.
Yep, and now we have Perfect flashing away from Varus and Shen.
Yeah, I don't know if they would have been able to kill him, if I'm being real. But, you know, you would have got CC chain for a while. And even though it is the lethality Varus, you still have, like, the blight damage, which can do quite a bit. So, I don't think he's wrong to flash. I think maybe the wrong move is to try and figure out, will I tank this limit test? Let's find out, you know?
Yeah. Just play it safe. You're Scion. I mean, there's not a lot of opportunities to use flash aggressively. Are you going to be in more danger than this in the next 5 minutes? Probably not.
Oh, he knows.
Got him.
That's cheeky.
Right. Okay, you got him. You're not you're not killing him. He didn't miss any CS, but I was like, okay, you don't have to chase him all the way down to the turret.
Yes, he does. He's sending a message.
Get out of my lane.
That is the message he sent. And now, Varus is going top, and Camille is going into the bot lane, so he is getting out of the lane. I'm glad that could be established. He listened to Duck Down. He got the message personally.
He went home. Just waiting to use that ult.
That's the thing. You kind of, you know, there's 2 schools of thought with the Shen. You can either roam about and make things happen, and then always be there to ult to like your AD carry or whoever, or you can like play around your AD carry and then ult to help whatever plays being made. It's kind of that flexibility that you have as a Shen. Right now, Vital is laning 1v2, but it's a Varus. You can just farm from a mile away and not really be in any danger. So I think we might be getting the Lahen's roam about and be ready to ult back if needed.
Yep, that is the flavor.
The River Shen.
Yes. And that's fine. Clearing out a lot of vision on the top side of the map. We do see that Peter gets some of that back. And again, you know, the Sejuani's bot. There is a Drake about to spawn, and it is a Chemtech Drake, so definitely want to try to pick that up if possible. But yeah, at the moment, Sejuani being bot not going to do all too much, but there's no other big objective. He just goes back to farming. Might have a little bit of a lull in the action, although Cuz is heading down towards that dragon.
Yeah, and both Vital and Lahen's are top side. Perfect is that too, but Perfect has TP. Lahen's can obviously ult down, but you're not going to have your AD carry for anything that happens here. And it's already 1 Drake for KT. I would, like, imagine if it's you get 2 Drakes and it's a Mountain Soul.
Yeah.
And you have a Scion. And you into Lethality Varus. I wouldn't want to chance that. Camille's TPing.
Okay. Well, he is Camille, and he's got Shen, but they're going in onto Duck Dom. They do have, it looks like enough damage as Shen gets the kill. Lahen's picks that one up. The ult goes in as now BDD shows up, trying to get some kills back because it's going to die first, and Kingen doesn't even die. Kingen lives on like no health, and now BDD, he gets frozen. He's going in, trying to find the Camille. Trying to find Kingen as hookshot was very interesting.
He was just a zoning hookshot. He's just spooking him. The play works. This is a submarine play. Manages to pick off the MF, who, despite having summoners, can't really do much against that. And having the Varus on the top side, meaningless when he doesn't need to be involved in the play. Setup works out for the side of Nongshim. Won't translate into a dragon immediately, though, and we see Duckdom, you don't need to stand there. Run towards your team.
He wanted to take it.
He wanted to see if he could take it.
Yeah.
He can't take it. And then a lot of AoE damage during the fight. King flashes out at the perfect moment. The Hens unfortunately cannot get away. For this shuffle, the stun that came through from Gideon sets it up for Calyx. And then King, I don't know where's he's just zoning. He's just spooking him, you know, making him throw the CC at him.
Gave him the thumbs up, you know, he was just... Uh-oh, the Hens.
Okay, you're not fighting the dragon. Why are you there?
Well, it seems like Lehens is fighting the dragon. Just wanted to channel his inner barrel for a little bit, you know?
Guys, look at the map. Look at where Sejuani and Azir are.
Oh boy.
Why are you watching them taking the dragon just so they can kill you? I don't understand what you're actually hoping to gain there.
Not a whole lot. Trying to gain negative gold? I don't know. BDD is taking a beating. But he's fine. And it is Ocean Soul. It's not Mountain, but I still feel like it's pretty good.
There's definitely tankier members on KT who'll benefit from it.
Yeah.
But I think Nongshim very lucky for it to be an Ocean Soul, not one of the stronger souls. Oh no, red buff to you. Sorry, Gideon.
Denied again.
Do you see Calyx getting some pressure on the top side? I should be a little bit concerned. Maybe a little bit more concerned. Looks like Cuz won't find an angle. Gideon gonna ward him off. Maybe Gideon should be concerned. I'm feeling very hesitant about some of the decisions Nongshim are making. You may have noticed.
You seem concerned. I don't think the players are.
Yeah, I feel like all their concern has been taken and funneled into me.
Yeah.
Because they are lacking that level of concern.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of posturing going on the top side of the map. They want to play for this Rift Herald.
That's what Lehens was doing at Dragon. He was posturing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Cuz could get in here. They have vision. But it's going to spin away. They're going to hit the eye, and the combo with the smite is enough. So Nongshim just get it.
Maybe able to get... I was going to say get some prio on mid, but I think Nongshim should be able to move over. And that tower mid is a little bit...
Going in on the Sejuani. Generally not a good idea. As Gideon, though, is getting pretty low. Looking for that second Cyclone. But the Send Shield... I don't think it was actually needed. Maybe it was. Very, very close. Either way, Lehen's going to save his buddy.
Cuz could have secured that kill if he'd body blocked the Sejuani ult. Gideon able to interrupt it. But again, I just think Nongshim are losing so much for posturing. And KT aren't posturing, they're just attacking you. When you're like... I feel like Nongshim are just trying to aura farm, stand there and look cool. And then KT are like, we can just attack you.
Yeah.
We will just do that. And Nongshim are falling for it again and again. We will get the Herald charge comes in for the tower. That will be feats of strength for Nongshim.
All right, where's he going?
Can he get it out?
He can. I think he could have even hit the bottom turret.
Where's he going?
Yeah, I don't know.
He could have gone towards bot lane, but I guess Wukong and
maybe he just dies if he does that.
Maybe
so
he does.
He's like, nah.
Wait, Herald's going mid again. It's time for round 2. I think Duckdown wins that one. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Just about.
Some gold. Calyx actually the most ahead of anyone else on the opposite side.
Nongshim are ahead in gold, you know. This game is in a good spot for them. Why is that worrying me?
You seem very committed, you know, involved in this one.
Because I was promised a 3-gamer, Brendan.
Is that why?
Yes. And I want this to be a 3-gamer. I also feel like, I don't know what it is. I think when our 4th place team is doing some of these goofy things, it bothers me, you know? And also, we've seen such high-level play from Nongshim earlier in this season and in the LCK Cup.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least they're doing it against the 5th place team. It's not like they would also do this against the 10th place team, right? Oh. Yeah, I mean, they've been having their struggles.
Yeah.
As Nongshim have been. So I think it makes sense that they're not exactly clean today. Again, a couple of weeks ago, I think everybody votes Nongshim, but this time Nongshim were actually the minority in terms of the predictions.
Yeah.
At least on the global side. But it's still a close match. It does feel like, you know, Nongshim could win this one and go on to win a game 3.
They're at 3,000 gold lead. They're in a good spot.
Yeah.
They are favored right now. There's a big farm lead for Calyx in the mid lane. Things are looking good.
Can they seal the deal, though?
That is a another concept completely.
You talked about difficulty of compositions. I do feel like it's a bit difficult in terms of that it does have side lane capacity and like playing around it and knowing exactly when to go in and when you're going to have the Shen ult. But at the same time, when you're actually fighting, it's very straightforward.
Yeah,
like it's a 5v5.
You're not it's not like you have like a... Oh.
Okay. Going in onto Peter here.
Nice stun.
Ooh, yeah, he's in a lot of trouble actually. Stun comes down. He's just stun locked 100-0.
Good play.
Can't do anything.
That's a good play. They finally, instead of just posturing, they actually look for something and they find a good angle. Lehen's leaving the CC, but they got to be careful now.
Uh-oh. Okay, that Charm was trying to predict his dash, and, well, it was just... BDD's just too fast. He's just too good.
Yeah, he saw the future, you know. Gideon was just chilling. That's the thing. Maybe he thought Gideon was, like, ready to dash immediately. Gideon's like, I'm fine. I'm a Sejuani.
Yeah. Now trying to fight for this one. They do not have Peter yet, who is trying to run over. But, I mean, this Drake is getting quite low already. Charm hits the Skull Crab.
Thank you,
I don't think KT are getting in here. And, yeah, it's just going to be the smite. Peter gets here.
Good secure.
Looks like they want to fight. Lehen's is going in. And he's in a bit of trouble, but he is just Shen. As the chains hit Duck Dom, but he cleanses. And now Peter's in a bit of trouble. He flashes, gets stunned up. As now we have Perfect in it. And a huge bullet time is going to take down Gideon. Although Perfect does get traded out as well, so a pretty even one. KT only get one ahead. Kingen thinking about it.
What?
Thinking about something.
You've got the dragon.
Well, they wanted more.
I just feel like, you know the Oh my god, they're doing Anakan. The jungler isn't even on the map, by the way. I mean,
no need.
Lehen's must just be completely confident there's no vision here. They must have swept it. They must be completely 100% confident there's no vision here at all. This is a bold play.
I mean, they have a lot of high health members.
Because he's coming. He doesn't have smite right now.
They can just zone him. They can just zone him as well. Because can't even get in. And the rest of the team, BDD trying to get in here.
Oh my god.
It was so close. As BDD almost stole it with his Q.
I think Lehen's... Whoa.
Okay. Gets away. And Nongsim get away with the heist.
They shouldn't be rewarded for that, honestly. This is setting a bad precedent. It's honestly, it's a very bold play. It was good. They clearly had confidence there was no vision. Like, I want to praise it. But also, Nongsim are just doing crazy things. Like, they choose to engage here, despite the fact they already had the dragon. And they end up setting up for this massive ult from the MF.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that could have been worse as well if Cuz was able to connect him to a few more people. And then apparently that was calculated and they just ult the 2 and 5 Shen in to get the Anakan.
Yeah. Whatever works, I guess.
Yeah, very straightforward.
So now they've got Anakan and they're still holding on to that 4,000 gold lead.
You know, you were talking about how this composition for Nongsim a lot easier than the last draft's composition, last draft's comp to play. I feel like they're making it harder sometimes. They're doing some bold plays.
They have so many options that they're like, what if we just did a bunch of crazy things that we don't have to do?
Whoa.
Okay, Peter's going in. Gideon also pulled in. He is Sejuani still. That hasn't changed.
Yep. Trying to find an angle, it's difficult because the Azir is obviously very mobile, hard to pin down. Lehen's probably the easiest target to pick, if I'm being real. They have done it 5 times.
He doesn't seem to care.
No, he doesn't. He really doesn't.
That's fine. He's in the front, he's taunting, he's creating a commotion.
He is taunting. Are you talking about the ability or like the act of standing in front of them and telling them to hit him?
He's doing both.
Yeah. I mean, the game's in a good spot. 4,000 gold lead. You do have that Anakan, those extra stats coming through. 31 petals. Dragon's up in a couple of minutes, and Baron is only slightly after, so we have to fight over a blue buff, obviously.
Yes, of course. Blue buff, very important. Goes the way of Gideon. He gets away with it. It's only going to be him who gets it. So.
Oh no, someone's going to walk up and take it.
Kingen! He's not going to get baited like Chovy earlier.
Yep. Does manage to survive and take the blue buff as the spoils of war. And I think at this point, you know, BDD is a little bit behind on items. Perfect is getting quite tanky though. With 2 items in pocket. Has the Merc Treads now as well. And like Azir doesn't have Liandry's. either. He doesn't really have that much Amado yet. But I feel like if we get later into the game, like Azir does do good damage to Sion, but he is going to be very tanky.
Yeah. This is the build we see pretty often from Azir's after Chovy did it with the Rylai's second, especially after the nerf to Leandri's and some of the other items got buffed, including Nashor's. But yeah, Calyx is just in a position now to carry this game. He's more than 2,000 gold ahead. And even Vital's got 2 kills. He's actually behind on gold to Duckdom, but still relatively fed. He's going to be chewing through some of those shields.
Not through that Sion, though.
Not that guy. You elected not to deal with him.
You specifically said at the start of the game, I will not hit Sion. And that's okay. You have to live with those.
That's a choice you can make.
Yeah, you have to live with that decision.
At least he'll do some damage to the shield.
He'll reduce that shield, yeah.
Yeah. Alex just in the front. He's going to dash away. Not scared. BDD still level 13.
Yeah, didn't dash into it this time, so definitely a positive.
Yeah, really trying to posture around this Drake. And again, this time the charm's going to land, but he's way too deep. And so they're not going to go for that one. Perfect. Trying to tank this one up. And he is going to be chained down. He's actually getting quite low. There's the stun. Might be able to take him down. The shield not able to help him as he goes zombie. Peter goes in. The bullet time doesn't do quite enough as now Kingen goes into that back line and BDD can't do anything to save his AD carry. Nongshim just wiped them up right before the Baron spawns.
Nice fight played by Nongshim, getting the poke down, really starting to threaten KT, and KT didn't see a window to engage, never really found one. The Hens will zone away the Ahri, and Nongshim looking better, looking like they might be able to close out this game cleanly. They will pick up the Baron as a reward for the back of that play, and Kingen, he knows he doesn't need to be there. He's taking towers. He's doing his job.
Wow.
This is character growth. This is what you need in a good story.
Yeah. Game 1 was just to get you interested, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, so here, getting some decent damage on a perfect. And he was getting chunked out by the Azir, gets low, and those white stacks, even with the poke Varus, you still do a lot of percentage HP damage to the Sion. Here though, Kingen flies in, a little bit too bulky to cut through on the MF. Not really the sustained damage carry you can cut through. This Bruiser does just go down. And now Dragon up as well. Gideon's going to pick that up, I assume. But they might leave it for now and just get some pressure with the Baron.
Yeah.
I mean, they're only one Dragon in, so you're not getting sold this game, most likely.
Yeah, it's I don't see this game going another 10 minutes, but I suppose anything is possible. If it was like Genji or Humble Life Esports, I'd say 100% this game is over. They just ended here, they got 2 minutes of Baron, and probably Nongshim are going to do the same. But we have seen some mistakes from our middle of the pack teams. It's that character growth we were talking about. It's Nongshim trying to push bot. They're going to lose their cannon, just trying to play it as safe as possible without overcommitting. Okay, well, Peter is going to go in there as Shen does go down. Gideon in a bit of trouble himself. Kingen, though, is in that back line, and he is just going to nuke down Duckdom here. As Gideon, they finally do get him, but at what cost? As BDD not able to do enough. Vital stays alive, and Nongshim should be taking down this game, too.
Good plays coming out from Nongshim. Kingen getting the value on this Camille. Able to get 3 kills as well. That will put him over the threshold for 1,000 kills in the LCK. 6th top laner to get it. Huge achievement for him. And a good game from Nongshim. There was moments I was feeling a little bit tumultuous. The Hens definitely playing a little bit over-aggressive, but they're calibrated, they locked in, they'll kill Peter here, and they're taking this to a game 3, as was promised.
Yes. We knew this was going to happen. Nongshim show up big here in game 2. KT could not stand up to them. They didn't let it go late enough, and I love that Camille and Shen duo that came in and totally shut down the MF from very early on in this game when Duckdom did stand next to the teleport and quickly found out that that duo was going to be kind of the end of him in this game.
Yep, and it does mean because, you know, Nongshim had side selection at game 1, because KT won that one, they will have side selection in game 3. So we'll be able to have that choice there, which is a bit of an advantage to bounce back. I think this game, ultimately, didn't really get off to a strong start. The Camille, I think, got a lot of value when we're going for those plays, and I think like the Camille, Sejuani, and the Shen, which is a really hard target to deal with. The MF as well. Some players have had good games, but I just generally haven't been that convinced. They clearly picked it up because they're like, we're into the virus, we don't want to get stomped in lane. But I feel like this game could have been really different if they had something like a Kai'Sa and they could really just commit to those dives.
Yeah, the MF didn't quite get the job done, and neither did KT. They say, all right, we got it. And we'll see what Game 3 looks like between these two as we'll head to a break for now.
야, 오공에 치면 안 보인다. 아, 오공 보이 정면. 이거 이런 거 렐. 오케이 오케이. 이거 볼게. 오케이. 큐브 파이고 그냥 구마 써도 돼. 오케이. 야, 레프터 좋은데? 천천히. 야, 아래 봐줘. 좋았네. 야, 이거 야, 할만해. 야, 암라인. 야, 오 맞아. 아무것도 없다. 다리 매혹 빠졌어. 야, 끝내 맞아. 끝났어. 이때 봐, 얘들아.
와, 젠지 강하긴 강하네요, 진짜.
POM으로 선정된 듀로 선수 만나서 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 롤스에서 초비 선수가 듀로 선수의 보라트를 너무 보고 싶어 하더라고요.
민규 오늘 POM 받았으면 좋겠다, 민규. 오늘 민규 POM 받고 보라트 했으면 좋겠다.
아마도 팬분들의 함성 들리시죠? 듀로 선수 너무 보고 싶어 하실 것 같은데 POM 받으면 보라트 해야겠지. 또 이렇게 치어풀까지 있는 만큼 자, 하나 둘 셋 하면 보라트 준비되셨나요? 마음의 준비?
하겠습니다.
하나 둘 셋 파트! 오! 와우, 3단 하트로 이렇게 해주셨습니다. 초비 선수가 뭐라고 할까요?
잘 봤다고 얘기하지 않을까요?
네, 이렇게 시원한 세레머니까지 해주셨습니다.
펜타! 에이스!
야, 펜타.
아, 뭐 하는 거야?
와우! 아, 미안해. I'm sorry. 아, 몰랐어.
좀 비포 어떻게 더 잘했으면 먹었을 수 있었을 것 같아요, 저는. 다음에는 좀 킬캐치를 잘해보자. 좀 아쉽긴 했어.
진짜 주세요. 진짜 주세요. 와! I'm sorry. 줄게. 펜타.
야 이걸 먹네.
나이스. 감사합니다 형들.
야 재영아 내가 한 대도 안 터졌다.
사랑합니다 형들. 아싸 펜타킬 했다. 펜타. 야 펜타 줘 펜타. 야 주자. 안 찌를게. 야 일단 스카노 안 줄게. 야 펜타 먹어. 펜타. 아이고 펜타.
야 타워부터 깨봐.
알겠어. 기다려. 펜타냐? 펜타 주냐? 안 줘. 주지 말자. 가자. 야 가자. 혼대. 펜타. 야 최초 아니야 이거?
이게 뭔가 심장이 빨리 뛰고 좀 흥분을 해서 좀 간절하게 올라오고 있던 것 같습니다. 되게 루시 선수가 펜타키를 좀 간절히 원하는 것 같아가지고 오히려 주고 싶은 마음이 컸었던 것 같아요. 오랜만에 되게 연습도 하고 펜타키도 해가지고 되게 기분 좋은 대회였던 것 같은데 앞으로 더 연습 더 많이 이어나가 보도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Oh no. After watching that little bit of lulls, don't let DK know about what happened earlier this week. Well, you know what did happen? Nongshim was able to battle back and tie it up 1-1 here in the battle of the mid-table, which includes that D+ Digon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. This time, a little bit slower. Game was in the balance, and in the decisive moments, Nongshim were able to come out on top.
Let's talk about the draft, because the setting of the mid-table was it was chaotic, let's just say. As love the Camille Shen to end things up here. Obviously, they don't have the Galio with this anymore, but you have such a strong teamfight composition here as Nongshim Red Force, and I think with how these comps scale, like sure, you have to set up with the Wukong, you have to set up for the Scion, but it's going to be really tough for Misfortune to actually properly channel. And credit to Duckdom, he actually found some cool angles despite how hard it is. But we knew that if we game to late game fights and Wukong's peel wasn't good enough and the coordination for Nongshim was even subpar, they should eventually just bowl over KT's composition with the draft they have.
Yeah, from my side, whenever I think about the team comp, I think about the mid jungle especially. But I think this time around, I'm going to talk about the mid AD because they are the main DPM for the team, right? So whenever I try to fill them up, I try to have a balance between early game leader and the late game leader. But I feel like KT had the issue with Arya and Misfortune, both having kind of early game styles. So if they are behind in game, how can you follow the value of Azir and Varus? And you have the Camille on the top lane and you already picked the Scion. So I feel like KT had to kind of clean a game, just like the game one that Nongshim had. It was kind of same situation, but I feel like Nongshim played really well, especially around the Camille Shen they picked on the 4 and 5.
Yeah, there were multiple different opportunities for BDD to get the resets and get the Ahri rolling. Instead, didn't quite work out. Let's take a look at highlights here, with the first one being at 12 minutes.
Fight around the bottom lane here, and it ends up being a scrappy skirmish where Kingen starts things off. A really nice hook shot there, and Duckdom is out of the fight instantly. But you have Gideon coming over, and this is a nice tempo get back here by the side of Nongshim, because otherwise it looked like it could have been a bit of a disaster here, as then you also see Calyx come in for the sweep, and then I think it's getting a little bit murky on the chase of the follow-up here.
Just look at the fake. So yeah, here is the moment where I think KT should win harder, right? Because I already said that they have early game comp, but level 9 Camille winning the team fight is kind of like just such a bad situation for Camille. And also, I think they underestimated the power of the Shen. So even though you have the first move, you have the Shen. Shen can always jump in, and I think Kingen and Lihan's played that so much better than enemy team.
And just like what both of you said, it was KT kind of holding on and dictating the pace of the game as their champions say they should, until this moment here, highlight 2 in the mid lane. Finally, Kingen gets on the back line.
Perfect gets attacked here, right? And then they want to re-engage with Peter and Cuz.
But there's slow-mo and focus on the Wukong. I think
very late ultimate here, and instead of ulting actually first before Peter goes in, when he had several angles, they wanted to make a wombo combo, but it just gave way too much time. The Scion went down, and you could just see the scaling on full display at this point in the game.
I think Ulf and I was just talking about why Wukong was not going in there, because I think at that moment, yes, we all know that they're gonna get outscaled, but that was the last chance they could actually have a good fight. You know, Sion was tanking and soaking the damage from them, and I think Cuz has the perfect moment to jump in and try to do something different, but I think that was kind of disappointing moment from
You don't have to wait for the rel engage there.
Yeah.
You have Flash as Wukong in this case. Your engage range is actually quite huge. We saw it like in one of our cool highlight clips earlier where we had all the regions highlights where Cuz is willing to flash in on Wukong and actually set up those plays. I was just a little bit surprised how timid he was in this moment, knowing I think the intense game state they were in, but showcasing a rare lack of confidence in that moment.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where they were the ones making a lot of those plays earlier on. They didn't want to be reactive in this one. Let's try to regroup instead. Nongshim call game from there, and now they are on the cusp of solidifying their spot in the Legends group. They are currently ahead over in 5th place right now, or in 4th place right now, but they can make sure that is theirs for the rest of the season. Let's take a look on how things shake out in game number 3.
Thank you very much, Spacers, as we were getting ready for game number 3. Hoping for the win here are some KT fans, some Nongshim fans on this side. We already got to see Lahenz's Shen. I don't think we're going to see Elise, as it has been banned every second phase, and if you prio pick that, that's generally not a good idea.
I mean, I think they did that before. They picked it in the first 3 in a specific spot where they're like, we want to get this, we know it's going to be banned second rotation. They did that earlier this season, but not something we necessarily expect. I feel like so much of the drafts we've gotten have been a focus on the top side in the first 3, maybe like an AD carry pickup, and then bot lanes the second 2. That's kind of become very formulaic so far in the LCK. Even when we get deeper into Fearless, I mean, we don't get that deep because we got 3 games at most, but it kind of feels like it's been pretty resilient for the most part for our teams.
I think it was HLE that picked, what was it, Zyra Khan 1-2 on red, and they just got smoked. I don't think it's a common strategy for a reason.
Yeah.
But we are going to see what happens here in this game. Poppy banned first.
Yep, so first time we're seeing KT on the blue side this series. We'll see how the bans end up shaking up. I think a lot of things are going to stay the same, like Nongshim will be banning Nico every game, specifically from Peter. I assume that'll stay the same, but maybe they were scared of it on red side. Maybe they're not as concerned with them on red side. We'll see. So far, the Vi going to be that first ban, which is kind of universal, even with the nerfs to it. It still does press the button, that CC, so...
Yes. Press R, win game.
Yeah, so KT have banned Gwen and Poppy, which are 2 of their 3 bans they've had for the whole series. And the Vi, which they were banning, has already been taken away. So KT kind of have some free reign for this 3rd ban, and some tricky decisions for the side of Nongshim, because Nico, Yone, Kalista were their bans. They do ban away that Kalista. I think the Nico does lose a bit of value without having the Kalista, so I think that one makes sense. Yone or Nico, which will they ban? We'll see. Could they go in a different direction completely? Absolutely. And now, what will KT look to deny in this situation?
I mean, there's definitely a lot to think about. Might want to target something in... Okay, it's actually going to be
banning Yone themselves.
I was going to say in Calyx's pool, but I wasn't expecting the Yone to be banned by them.
And now Nongshim can just ban Nico, and we have the same bans mixed up a little bit, but the same bans for the whole series so far. We'll see if they've gone a bit of a different direction. Jungle priority definitely dropped a bit. We haven't seen Neferi prioritize as much, but that's kind of the one that stands out as being available. They do ban the Jace. Makes sense when you look at the top laners that have been taken out of the pool, especially the fact that we've lost that Sion as a response. To be honest, I don't think Kingen would be the sort to respond Sion into Jace. Ryze fears
play Anivia or
for
something.
KT. Victor is up and available if they want to pick that into it for Calyx.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good call. Just in terms of tier list and matchup, it feels good. The question is, what do you build around it? Thinking about a Viego first pick.
Yeah, I am not sold on the Viego recently. When we've seen it being a little bit underwhelming. Does obviously have that reset potential in skirmishes. If it pairs with the Victor, there's a lot of reset potential when it comes to fights in general.
And they both start with V.
That is so true. That's a rarity right now.
My ID starts with V. Valdez.
Maybe they should pick Valdez.
I'm down. I'll go down there. I'll play.
Okay.
If they want me to. I don't think it would go very well.
Well, they've decided instead to go for Orianna. Orianna does not start with a V.
Why does Calyx look so displeased with that?
Yeah. 22.2% win rate. Maybe that's why.
I mean, I think the pick itself is okay in a game 3 of Fearless, but I would have liked the Victor.
A lot better about KT's draft, if I'm being honest.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Well, Perfect hasn't let us down today.
So far, yeah.
So far.
This is very reminiscent of that draft we saw DRX bring out game 1 against Genji with like the Ryze, Yorick, a lot of side laning power, kind of lacking a little bit in the fights in comparison. But this is very early in the draft. We'll see what they end up bringing through, but this definitely signals to me that, hey, we want to play through sides, we want to do that. What will Cuz bring in, presuming it's jungle pick?
Why does he look like that? What does it mean?
Trying to read into the expressions of the players.
Zach? Oh, the Trundle.
This is literally copying what DRX picked in that game 1 against Genji.
Ryze, Trundle, Yorick were their top 3.
Yeah, this is exactly the same. I saw a Varus hover there for a second. Naughty. That's banned from Fearless.
Slap on the wrist for that one.
Looking at some... I don't really like the Xayah pick here.
Well, that's a free Rakan ban.
It's not just that, but, you know, Trundle can just pillar you.
Yeah.
And then if you go up in the air, you're still pillared.
Yeah.
At the end of it. So a weird pick, I feel, in this situation. Especially when you look at the win. Like, you look at KT's comp, this is screaming to me, we want to play through side lanes. And you're like, oh god, what if they engage on me? And I'm like, what if they engage on you?
Yeah, so what?
You know? What, Yarick's going to run at you and put you in the little cage? And then you ult, and then you land, and you're still in the cage because you didn't auto-attack it because you were in the air?
At least they're all, like, kind of low range. And you're Xayah, who has kind of high range, and you've got feathers and stuff to poke at them.
It's not that high range. Their auto-attack range.
Not that high, but, like, from what's left. Right?
Okay, well, yeah, you're
Jin's gone, Ezreal's gone.
Xayah's good into shorter range compositions, and they are a shorter range composition.
So maybe that was the idea. I don't really like it as well, but...
Yeah. Rakan ban does come through. So the Nico and the Ashe got taken out by Nongshim, trying to limit some of the impact of that early pressure. Obviously, Xayah, a bit of a vulnerable laner into some of the long-range picks, but Varus is already gone. MF and Jhin are gone, Ashe is gone, so a lot of those longer-range bullies have been taken off the cards. Blitzcrank denial. You never know.
I don't think...
Honestly, it actually
playing Blitz.
It kind of makes sense to an extent, because if you're trying to side lane and Blitzcrank grabs someone, it's a little bit cooked.
King and very straight face.
Roam top? No.
You did talk about it earlier.
I'm not a fan.
Xayah Braum. Well, you're very safe.
You know what?
Very safe. But what are you safe against?
I don't know how to explain my feelings on this draft, but I don't feel good about it at all. Who is setting up the Orianna? Guys, they're going to play Yorick in a side lane, and you have 0 engage in your team composition.
So just Jinx Lulu, yeah.
Wow, it's free. It's so free.
It's so free.
Nongshim just drafted themselves into a corner. I don't know actually what you're going to do for King in here that's going to resolve
Top Zach.
Not in the Yorick.
He's a ball carrier. Aurora.
No way. Oh, man. I really do not like Nongshim's draft, if that's not immediately clear. Like, you know, enemy team face up, say, hey, we're going to split push, we're going to side lane, and we're going to have Jinx, Lulu, and wave clear duty. If we do fight, then, you know, Jinx, Lulu, I guess, are there. And then Nongshim, what engage do they have? What setup do they have for the Orianna or the Aurora? It's just the way you start fight is either engage Braum, hate it, Paperman flash W, hate it, or Kingen runs in and ults, which is the best of a bad situation.
Yeah.
But like the whole point is when you have side laners pressuring, you need to be able to force onto the ones who are defending, and they don't have that.
They don't have any amount of force at all.
I really think this is
the force is not with them.
No.
Actually, I haven't watched the new Star Wars TV show that everybody's raving about.
Andor?
Yeah, but I would imagine that there's some force there. Oh my god! She was already behind the sign, like she was safe, and then she put it down.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. What is that?
Oh, that's from Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh, yes, of course.
Guys, probably excuse Brendan. He's a dad. He's a little bit
I don't have time to watch anime anymore.
He's out of touch, you know.
Yeah.
He doesn't know these newfangled trends and things. He doesn't get it.
Well, it's game 3, guys. Let's go.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지
They're just thumbs upping at each other. At least their level 1 is strong with Braum.
Yep. Honestly, when you have a composition like this and you have a situation like this, level 1 invade is a way to really shake up the game. So I like that they're doing this. They won't find anything, but I do like that they went for this. Also, I do want to remind everyone, so if Lulu has been terrorizing your solo queue games, she has been nerfed 4 times, I think, in the last 6 or 7 patches. 4 times. That's a lot of nerfs.
Was the latest nerf a big one? I don't really remember what it was.
You know what? There's so many. It's kind of hard.
Like, which one was it?
To remember specifically which ones were when and what they did precisely.
Yeah.
I just know there's a lot. The recent one was ult cooldown and armor growth. So the ult cooldown hits a little bit, but less in pro play because you're not using off cooldown in pro play. And armor growth, our supports don't get a level up anyway, so it's kind of whatever. They nerfed the base health, they nerfed the Q damage, they nerfed the W cooldown twice.
These were on other patches, right?
Yeah, they nerfed her attack speed on the W, they nerfed the shield amount and the damage amount on E. A lot of nerfs. But I do think it works well with the Jinx, and you enter a Braum who just has no pressure. You enter Braum Xayah.
In this specific position, it's great.
Yeah.
And Jinx Lulu, it's classic. Oh man, if he got hit by that, that was going to be a problem. He's still in a lot of trouble, actually. One more auto could do it. On top of that, as Vital is just out of the lane already.
Yeah, this is why we don't bind Xayah Braum, if anyone's wondering. If anyone's been
I think we already knew that,
thinking, why don't we just
figured that out like years ago.
Some of us did, Brendan. Some of us did. Not all of us. Some of us.
I feel like Fearless really sometimes throws our teams for a loop. And they're like, what do we do? And they run out of time, and they're like, what's available? And they get put into situations like this. Doesn't mean it's auto lose by any means, but it's definitely pretty weak, especially when you're into this.
When 2 teams are pretty close, I think when you give yourself a draft disadvantage, it feels pretty rough. I will say that, you know, Kingen should have some good early pressure in his lane, playing the Aurora into the Yorick. How much it'll amount to later. The problem is, though, it eventually gets to the point, I mean, at least it's hard to pin down the Aurora. So you can hop out your cage and stuff, but it gets to the point where you're just not going to do any damage to Yorick, really.
What are we ganking?
He could have.
His mid laner is backing.
He's going to TP in.
Yeah. The Lulu's spending a lot of time in mid. just giving Vital and Lehens a way back in.
Well, it gives Duckdom a little bit of solo XP, like the wave was pushing in anyway.
Yeah.
And I guess didn't need to be there. You give some XP to your Jinx, you soaked a little bit of XP from mid. Maybe that was the theory. Didn't get to hold the wave though. That would have been ideal. Could have held the wave and maybe just got some harass down.
Yeah. I feel like, you know,
I mean, at least now,
expanding on your lead that you already had.
Vital and Lehens are level 3, which makes things a bit better, because at least if Peter or Duckdom overstep, you can actually punish. You have your abilities to do so. But if you don't hit a Q, you are just going to get harassed. Like this.
Yeah.
And even if you hit a Q, you're probably still going to get harassed. Duckdom's even gone Cull. This is how confident he is in the situation.
Yeah, it's a pretty free situation for him, so it's just fine. It is the first time that Duckdom and Peter have played this combo, so maybe in some worlds the coaches were like, hey, they're not going to play this, we can safely pick Xayah Braum, but I think you have to give credit to any pro players to be able to play Jinx Lulu. This gank, though, could be good. The stun coming in. Duckdom maybe in a bit of trouble, but he doesn't get the last auto off. And Duckdom lives. Oh, boy.
Yeah, so earlier I was talking about this concept we call Engage Braum, and why we're not fans of it. That's a prime example of why we're not fans of Engage Braum, especially paired with Engage Viego. Viengageo? I don't know. Yeah, you throw a Q, Duckdom uses his sums, and bear in mind, Vital and Lehens both committed their flashes, so it's a 2-for-1 trade in terms of flashes, and they didn't get the kill.
Yeah.
It's not a good feeling at all. So Lehens being a little bit cheeky there. We'll stack the wave and
could do it again. Could do it again.
He would. You know
he did.
Would.
He did it again.
Oh man.
But Vital's not there, so it's not the end of the world. Vital's actually going top. And this wave is mostly going to go to the Xayah. And with the TP bot, I mean, yeah, they're okay. I thought Duckdom and Peter were gonna go bot, which they were originally, but once they see the swap, they're gonna go top.
Not a big loss, you know. It was a TP committed by Kingen, so Pifek's gonna have his TP a bit sooner, but it's still a while away. Dragon is up and available. It looks like Cuz heading down for it. At least to get control in the area, maybe that Scuttle Crab. But Calyx is there and BDD isn't. So you may be forced out on that one.
Yeah. I mean, Gideon could just start it. Doesn't look like he is going to. There's also vision on it from KT. As we're zooming in on this top lane matchup.
You know, with the late swap and the fact that Duckdom, he was delayed by Lehens, actually, like, even farm with Vital, which is kind of criminal given how the lane's been going.
Yeah. Got a little combo here. BD's just fine. Although our junglers are having a bit of biffo in the jungle.
Biffo?
Yeah, that's what Atlas would say. And as you know, I'm Atlas, so...
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Also, you know this skin from Trundle?
Yeah.
I feel like the textures just mess with my mind because it just looks like so different to every other skin.
His club looks a little bit extra, like, 3D.
It looks
somehow.
like, you know what? It looks like he's stolen his club from, like, another game and put it in a League of Legends, and he's hacking, and it's given a big advantage.
He is a troll, so he would do that.
Oh. And the double meaning of it.
In this lane, I mean, it does feel like Duckdom and Peter should be bullying a bit, but with no sums on Duckdom, I guess they're just playing it a little bit more passively.
They're a bit scared. And I feel like the fact that they've fallen behind, well, not fallen behind, but they've lost the lead they had earlier.
Oh, the turn on the Duckdom, the Ignite coming down, should be the stun. There it is. Definitely a good trade. Will he get the kill on top of it? Doesn't look like it. Vital took a turret shot! Oh no! And that's going to be the end of him, and Lehens just left there scratching his head. Can't do anything. It was fine until the turret shot came through.
But once again, seeing the struggles, trying to get onto this Jinx, it looked like the worst case scenario for Peter and Duckdom, and you know what? They still get away. Even if Vital hadn't tanked the turret hit, he wasn't killing the Jinx.
Yeah.
And they're just trying to force because they know they're in a bad scenario. Lehens is holding the wave. But KT will pick up these grubs.
BDD came over to help. He just hit the one grub that's going to hit full health and then just left.
Respect it. Yeah, so they're trying to force Peter away. Peter has to sidestep. Q hits on a duck dump. Chompers are miles away, but the root doesn't come through in time, and he moves to the left, so he can't connect it. Vital takes the turret hit, and Peter's full HP. He can just run at him.
Yeah.
With the Jinx hitting from a distance. That's the thing. You know, when Vital wants to stop trading with the Jinx, there's a certain level of distance that he has to leave where he can't hit Jinx and Jinx can hit him.
Yeah.
And there, when you're getting slowed by the Lulu and things, there's not much you can do. So, you know, we saw the gold lead in terms of farm not be that big for the KT bot lane, but getting that kill, definitely a big boost.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help. They're only about 500 gold ahead, but they got all 3 grubs on top of that. The Drake also available as they rotate their bottom lane down, so potential for KT to get that objective on top of it. Although at the moment, we do see Gideon is a bit closer. I don't think he can just straight up start it, though, without knowing exactly where Cuz is. And as such, he's just going to do the Scuttle Crab and put down a ward. And no Pryl from bot, so it can be pretty difficult to just start up this objective. As I say that, Gideon is going to start up the objective. Not for real, though. He's just going to hit it and walk away. And full control of this area will go to KT. Gideon just going to get pillared, though, and now just being escorted out another chomp to the face. And now they really can't do much about this Drake.
Yep, definitely zone away from this one, and it's just hard to get space in because, again, I feel like both Gideon, both Lahens, they would love someone else to set them up, and it really, I think it's just going to have to be Lahens leading the charge in one of these plays. I think, you know what it is, Brendan? It's going to have to be an engaged Braum game.
Engaged Braum, yeah, that's the only option.
I'm not liking it, but I think it needs to be. There's no, I don't think there's other options.
Engage Aurora.
Again, that's fine, but how often are you going to have the Aurora with you?
Yeah.
Gideon will find an angle here to get in. It looks like they're trying to challenge King in here, but it's an Aurora. Hard to really punish too much. They'll get Prio and look to potentially move over. There's the hands, the engage for him. He's coming.
He's engaging. BD has TP, so yeah, just poking at them. And again, they can't close the gap.
This is what we were talking about, though.
Yeah, the hut is great.
Yeah, this skin is peak.
I'm gonna say it. I like it better than the esports fan one.
Wow.
Vital is just dying. The ult goes in on the Cuz. There's the engage from Kingen as well. Yeah, so the engage is down. They ran out of engage now.
Yes, and didn't quite get what they want. Oh,
very interesting spot. He's gonna be okay because he's got phase rush. Take a little trade, break the wrist, walk away.
Guys, I don't think putting Xayah against Yorick is the play. You are really trying to get this dragon.
Maybe they get the dragon? Well, I mean,
Xayah down.
Like, Duckdom isn't in the fight, right? So Subjugate comes in, it's just a flip, it goes to Viego. Smites come down at the same time, now they're engaging with Engage Braum. They're going in,
oh,
and he gets TP'd out! And the disengage is there, and Perfect is just getting plate after plate in top lane.
This is so rough. He didn't even have Maiden, now he does. And like the Xayah can't do, Xayah is horrible into the Yorick. They end up getting the dragon, which was a flip. Like they easily could have just not gotten the dragon and it would have been an absolute disaster. But they do get it, but then the Realm Warp away. I just think it's so mean. You know Nongshim lack engage and you're gonna taunt them with this Trundle in front of them and then Realm Warp him away.
Like Rise Trundle is so good at disengaging as well.
Yes. Yes, you know, Lulu Trundle,
yeah,
very good at creating space.
It's funny though, they don't even really need it that much.
No, but they'll take it.
Just in certain situations like that, they're like, okay, I guess I'll Realm Warp.
I guess.
If I really have to.
Yeah.
Whereas against other teams, you don't even get a chance. You just get clobbered before Trundle is even able to get out, and you get punished for trying to flip.
I think sometimes I've been critical of teams for over-prioritizing engage and like making sure they have like multiple engage sources from multiple people. I'm like, your comp doesn't necessarily
need the R5 Rel from DRX.
Yeah, I didn't think that comp necessarily needed it. And there has been a tendency for pro teams, LCK teams to be like, no, we need an engage support. You needed an engage support here. And now
it's engage. Duckdom has flash, so he's just going to get out of there. That one was the shockwave engage from Alex. Nice job. Gets the flash out.
They're theory crafting new strategies as the game goes on. It feels like they're like, hey, Braum wasn't working so hot, now it's Oriana's turn for the engage.
Well, at least they're getting flashes.
That is true. No, in fairness, you need to do this. When you are struggling to find these engages, you need to be burning summoners somehow. So next time it's a little bit easier. Cole completed for Ductum. He's very much going the investment stacking build. I mean, Yuntal's pretty standard, but you know, he's stacking that up, he's stacking the Cole. He's locked in for this to go late.
Yeah. That's really his only job. Alongside of, you know, bullying in the lane earlier on, but that was a little bit mixed. They got a kill. Not necessarily from their own play, but they did it either way. And now Calyx, who is bot, is just going to be zoned away. There's no cross map here from Nongshim. It's just a full turret to KT. Meanwhile, Gideon's taking the blue. And the wolf. No, not the wolves. Okay.
Yeah.
Or maybe he'll wait.
There is a Maiden Hunter for him. Honestly, if this was a horror game, Yorick plus Maiden hunting for you in a forest. Pretty spooky.
That is pretty scary, yeah.
Yeah. Who do you think's... I mean, I was going to ask this question, but it's Fiddlesticks, isn't it?
It is Fiddlesticks.
Scariest champion?
Yeah. It's Fiddlesticks.
Who's second?
Cho'Gath. I mean, he's huge, and he's like a void monster.
That's true,
right?
But I think of... You know what it is?
Imagine if that was in your closet.
The gentleman skin just is so goofy.
Yeah, I mean... Depends on the skin, I guess.
I mean, the skin definitely is, you know, esports fan Trundle is a lot less spooky than this Trundle.
Yeah.
You know? Also, the Union Jack fiddle or whatever it is definitely the least spooky fiddle.
Yeah.
Is it least spooky?
There's Surprise Party.
Well, I guess if you
but that's
get
like
a
clown-esque, yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to want to see that. But maybe some people really like clowns. You know, and I'm sure there was a dozen people.
I'm pretty ambivalent. I don't really like them or dislike them. I'm not scared of them. Okay, so Nongshim trying to engage on this one. Let's see how that works. They are going to smite it away, though. Okay, they're going to get the objective. So they did that at least. You see Cuz and the rest of his team trying to zone them away, but I don't think they can for long enough.
Oh, engage on the Maiden?
Yep, they engage on the Maiden. BDD, meanwhile, is just pushing mid.
Well, this is the solution. You don't need to engage if you just smite everything. That's the strategy, it seems, from Nongshim so far. And it's working.
Flip every objective, win the smite battle, win the game.
There you go. That's the strat. Do you see Calyx has gone for the Ludens, which was made cheaper on this patch. So going for that earlier spike. BDD is looking.
Yeah, I mean, running into the jungle with Braum leading the way with 3 people. Even KT are going to have to respect that. And they know they have this Jinx for late games, so they're not really forcing anything right now.
Gideon's smite is upgraded, and Cuz isn't. I'm not sure if it was for the... I assume it was, because he's got quite a lead for the Herald, in which case it's not very easy to win that smite fight. And now Gideon just going to start up Dragon. So, thing is, Cuz still needs another camp before upgraded smite. Looks like he will back away, doesn't have the backup from his team. And we're back to a bit of fun. You know what just makes it worse? There's a Mikhail's on Peter.
Yeah.
Honestly,
just in case.
If he goes Mikhail's Shirelia's, what are you going to do?
I don't even think he has to do that.
Oh, that was
Viego. He is up 2 levels.
Yeah.
Cuz has fallen a bit behind. And you know, it's Trundle who goes Trinity Force. He's not the fastest farmer in the game. He is going to fall behind.
Some camps, you know, Gromp, you're feeling great.
Yeah.
Raptors fills you with dread.
Yep. He's still level 9.
I mean, he's still just going to work as a pillar block.
Yeah.
At the end of the day. I am interested to see how the side lane is going to start to go. Kingen has gone for the early pen with the blood letters and going Leandri's second. But I do think at some point, Perfect might just be able to kind of ignore him and just beat on the tower.
Yeah. I mean, you can see that KT are definitely setting this up. Like, they know how to play this kind of composition, whereas DRX were very much struggling to do so. Vital is alone here against the Jinx Lulu. He needs a bit of help, but now Cuz is here as well, so they're just getting zoned out of this. They're not able to do anything. And Lens is trying to keep the turret alive, but he might just die instead, as nobody's here to help him. And Vital was going the other way. Even Vital is going to have to ult. To add insult to injury, Duckdom also got the kill. And there was just no response from Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way to spin it. Tower goes down, kill secured, KT moving towards the dragon. TP coming in though, this is a flank from Kingen.
Yeah, the chomp comes in from Cuz, he is gonna get it, and now they just turn on to Gideon, who is left alone. Kingen gets here a bit late, still gonna drop his ult down, but now everybody on the side of KT is here. And Cuz is just zoning Kingen away from his AD carry, and Calix just dies for free. It's perfect, actually. TP and the rocket hits Kingen in the face. And KT are loving life right now. They're going to take down this dragon, and Duckdom is 3-0-2.
This might be curtains for Nongshim. 5-0 now, a 5,000 gold lead. And not many options, not many tools to get out of this hole they find themselves in. Dragon going to be secured. Feature striking 3 grubs. Everything right now going in favor of KT. We'll see the replay. The Hens, he's like, I can save this tower. He can't save
that tower.
He can't block Cuz's autos, and then he just gives a reset to Duckdom, who just starts shredding Vital, forces the ult. And then here, they're trying to make this play, but look, the Zaya's in base. This is a 3v5 with that TP that comes in from the Yorick. Initially, it's like a 3v4 with BDD coming in, and then Kingen like ults into a 1v3, and it's just never gonna find anything. And Calix gets blast coned. It's not engage cone, it's not disengage cone, it's a delivery cone.
Yeah.
That's what we see. And then the ult catching him.
Did he get him? Nice. Let's take this. Dragon, probably.
KT feeling pretty good. And remember, KT on a 4-win streak right now. They were 3-7 and are looking to be 8-7. What a rebound from this team.
This team has very much transformed themselves. I don't know how they managed it. We're not in that team house, but they've certainly become the team we expected them to be.
Okay, this seems like a scary play, but the game is in a terrible spot. You have to make some gambles. And Nongshim are going to start up the Arakan. It's on 6k HP. They need to get this.
I mean, we see a ping in the top lane. I don't know if BDD's even TPing into this one. Rocket's coming through, and it's just going to hit Lahens, and the smite is easy for Nongshim, so they get away with it. BDD will get this top inner, but it was KT that elected to say, yeah, just give it over, we don't care.
Which is a great decision, and I feel like a lot of our weaker teams, something they've struggled with massively, honestly, even sometimes some of our stronger teams, is being willing to let go and say, hey, we don't need to fight this objective. We lose Arakan, and what? The game is still in a fantastic spot. They get a bit of extra adaptive force, a bit of XP. Don't throw yourselves at them. And instead, they end up just letting BDD push in. They get the tower mid as well. They get a bunch of jungle camps. It's just a smart play from KT.
Yeah, it's definitely the right play. I mean, they could have scrambled to try to get in, and maybe they wouldn't have fight on the Otacon, but it's riskier. You don't know 100% that you're going to win it, or maybe you try to get in there, you put yourself in a bad spot, you lose the smite, makes the game turns.
It's so unnecessary because, you know, yes, it would put the nail in the coffin for Nongshim if you wipe them there, but the coffin's already closed, right? There's already a few nails in.
Yeah.
You don't need to take these risks when you're in this position, when you have this compositional advantage. When Nongshim, I feel like even though they obviously got the Arakan, that's what they wanted, they also kind of wanted KT to charge at them, funnel in, so they don't have to rely on their engage tools. And KT...
Wait, which engage tools again?
Lack of engage tools, I guess.
Yeah.
And KT, you know, they picked this composition. We saw earlier today, Nongshim themselves and DRX struggling to make the split push style work. Have you seen Perfect much this game? No, and that's how I like it. I don't like to see my Yoriks on the screen. I want them doing their own thing, having a great time. He's doing it well.
Yeah, the one time he came down, they actually didn't even really need him.
Yeah, it was like a long flank just to cut them off, which, you know, I think it's not that you should never group your Yorick, because obviously if like there's like an Elder or something, sometimes you need to, but it's knowing when, and it's knowing when to just keep him in the side lane, and I think they've been making great decisions around that. They know this 3-man unit of the Trundle, Lulu Jinx is almost impossible to engage on.
Looks like BDD might have been spotted there, Kingen very far back. Some go pings from Kingen. Maybe he wants to get something going, but you don't really have much control. And I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but they don't really have a lot of ways to start fights. So Nongshim just going to group up here and hope that KT stick around and try to engage into them. But I think the supreme range of Duckdom is also a huge problem for them because you're losing the poke war as well. So if you're just standing here, you're not having a good time. Now Cuz is going to get caught, He does use the subjugate. He's very tanky, and now BDD just going to go in, and Gideon is in a lot of trouble. It is a 4v5 for now, but Perfect does get here. KT were already winning the 4v5. Vital going to be put in the chamber, and he has to ult and flash and use his cleanse, or is it his ghost? Either way, he doesn't get much, and KT should be able to get this next Drake.
It's looking rough. I don't really think there's many options for KT at this point. And especially as you were saying, Doctor with the long range and the IE, you get crit by that, and every single person on Nongshim's getting chunked, apart from Lahens with his wall up. And that really isn't lasting too long.
Do you think he maxed Q?
I mean, he's trying to engage for him. Of course he did.
He probably did, actually, yeah. Maybe he needed. But fighting over this blue buff once again. KT not leaving. They want to get this Chemtech Drake. Trying to stack up to that, get as many objectives as possible.
Do you see Kingen in a side lane trying to get some... Oh, Lahens.
Lahens, yeah, he took the blast cone over, and he is going to hop over to Gideon, who just isn't able to do much for him. So Lahens goes down. Only a second death, but no kills just yet for Nongshim, and it will be the Chemtech Drake.
It's actually a pretty great pillar from Cuz. I feel like the Trundle pillar is like an ability that has a weirdly high skill cap. Like, everyone thinks of Trundle as quite a simple character, but like the placement of the pillar, you can get like an actual knock-up, like a full-on knock-up if you place it right. And he not only got Lahens airborne, but got it behind him as well. And just basically guaranteed his death.
It's like a better seismic shove if you place it correctly.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you're trying to place it for the maximum knockup and you're slightly off, you can knock them in the wrong direction, which is obviously terrible. So,
so just don't miss.
Just don't miss.
Yeah.
You know, if there's a Zeri zooming about at 800 movement speed, just don't miss. It's that simple. I mean, despite the deficit that we've seen in the jungle, Cuz has had a really good game. Been doing what he needs to do. It feels like, you know, some of the games you have someone who's like, this person's a specific carry, this person's doing everything, this person's doing this. This has really solidified how KT is at the moment, where they're just a strong team. Everyone has been performing well in this game. Everyone's been doing their job. They understand what the mission goal is, and they're sticking to it.
I think it also really helps that they're able to play around Duckdom, because for the first half of the season, they weren't able to play around Duckdom.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such a glow up. Like, both games he's been playing, both their wins he's been playing pretty fantastically. And to be honest, in the loss, I don't think there was that much he could do on the MF. There was that one time he kind of stood next to TP, but
besides that, he's been great.
Yeah.
And this is obviously a very fun game for him. Just get fed, have a Lulu with Mikhails near you, and not be in very much danger, as Gideon now is going to have to ult over the wall and proceed to just die. Also, the missile was going to hit him, but BDD takes the kill away.
I mean, BDD's got to seek his arm guard and is so bulky, so hard to deal with. Perfect's
just doing his job.
Yeah. He knows what to do, and he'll just keep that pressure up. So now Kingen has to hover over there, and Kingen is the best engage option, and he's not going to be here. They're going to be able to get this Baron, and with the Baron in pocket, I don't see any outs, really, for Nongshim.
Yeah, not even going to take a look at this Baron. No way to get in on this one. And the Baron does go over to KT, already about 11,000 gold ahead. 26 minutes in.
KT just looks so good at the moment, you know? Really? Can this team do any wrong? Can we? I feel so positive emotions.
Getting a bit excited for them.
Oh, you said it.
Yeah.
You said it.
I'm not scared. I'm confident.
You're just inciting chaos.
No, I believe in them.
Okay. You know. We'll see.
Who's their next matchup anyway? It's not going to be... Okay, it's BNK.
That's very winnable.
And then it's Genji.
The thing is, I think our estimations are too high for KT right now. But then again, the estimations for Genji are even higher, but a lot of people have said they expect KT to get the upset. So we're kind of in this sort of inverse area where it's whose expectations are, I don't know.
I feel like they might have a better chance of beating Genji than BNK. In some iterations of KT, that was very true.
Yeah. But there's also the timeline I like, which is where KT don't beat Genji, so estimations drop a little bit, sets them up for a good playoff run.
Yeah.
Well, Road to MSI run. But more importantly, it leaves Bro as the final boss for Genji to beat.
We got the engage! King and okay, well he did it. He engaged, but the follow-up was very nice shockwave actually. His Cuz is in a lot of trouble. He's going to be taken out, and now the Xayah is able to press forward, able to look for more, but Perfect and BDD are trying to get in here. Duckdom left all alone, can't do anything by himself, but still BDD and Perfect exists. A very messy fight, and a good one actually for Nongshim.
They managed to find the engage. They've been a lot of summer. TP. Oh, he's in the mixer.
He's just getting in there. He's going to keep them around for BDD, who's level 18, to zone them away.
I have never seen a more manly TP in my life. And Perfect, he's still ready to go.
Oh, man.
He's been like, I've been farming all game. I want to fight.
Let me do something.
BDD is like, you know, I'll take this inhib, I'll take this inhib. The top inhib's being threatened. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the engage actually worked from Nongshim, but I feel like it's too little too late. It was a bold attempt, Kingin. He knows he has to be quick. He's on a ward, flashes for the ult. And I think it just baited KT in to be a bit overzealous. They charge forward, the shockwave catches him out. That was beautiful from Calyx. And then the resets start to come in. But unfortunately, BDD and Perfect exist, and they are very scary. Lens unfortunately fails the flash, does go down.
Yeah. Wasn't the best positioning from KT.
Yeah.
But it worked. Okay, BDD's just going in there, and he knows that he can just bounce everything off of both of them. And he had backup from his team. That's a very nice engage cone. BDD 5-0-2.
It's chaotic, honestly. BDD really wants to make sure he gets POM.
All right, they're engaging onto him once again, but he has the Lulu ult and the Duckdom with him. And Vital will be taken out. There's the reset for the Jinx, and this game is over. As Calyx gonna get pillared eventually. Also, the Realm Warp, and no pillar actually does come through. So, no kill. And KT fans still won't believe until the Nexus falls. Probably a good call, I would say, but they're gonna do it this time around. In 30 minutes, KT do take game number 3 in a 2-1 scoreline. Oh, the hug.
Oh, that's so cute. Actually, 5 win streak now for KT. Apart from Gen G's obviously ludicrous win streak, they're on the longest win streak right now in the LCK. And I think for Nongshim, you know, they tried something to bring Vital in. Vital was not the issue. I think whether they had Vital or GU in here,
Vital was fine.
There's some shot calling problems with this team. There's some decision-making problems. There's some draft issues. There's a lot going wrong systemically. But on the other side, KT, their performance has been pretty fantastic. And the main thing is, yes, there's been individual step-ups. I think Cuz and Duckdom really have stepped up substantially. But they've just been so much better as a team.
Yeah, no, I mean, everybody's playing on the same page. You couldn't say that about them in round 1. Cuz gives the 2 thumbs up. Will we see any more celebrating from Peter?
I want to see Peter's celebration. He's always peeking.
A little smirk there from BDD.
BDD always looks battle-hardened, you know?
Yeah.
He's ready for the next challenge.
All right, Duckdom. KT Rolster. Nice.
Ramping up to it. I'm ready. Oh!
All right.
I love Peter, man.
Peter Parker.
You know what? He brings the vibes, right? And maybe that's what KT needed. Because the vibes are impeccable right now.
Especially now that they're winning.
You know what the saying is? What goes up can only keep going up.
Yeah, that's definitely what they say. That is absolutely what they say. BDD and then Cuz/BDD fighting. Yeah. How far will the roller coaster go up is basically what that sign says. That is a very common KT sign. The fans know. The question is, will they lose to BNK or to DRX? That's really the only question at this point.
Who knows? Who knows? But this was a big win. Again, this was against a team ranked higher than them. Because of the game score, they are now tied on series score, but it will be Nongshim still ahead by 1 in game score. But, you know, they've managed to close the gap substantially, really helping them secure a spot in the Legend group. And with how KT are playing right now, they deserve to be in Legend group. Because that's always a question, you know, 5 teams need to be in Legend group. It's going to be strong competition. It's going to be hard. If KT play like this, then they'll be able to challenge some of these top teams and look to actually put pressure on them. Because that's always a bit of a concern when you are splitting these groups up. are you just going to lose a ton of games against teams like Gen G and HLE? I think losing against Gen G might still be a thing, but KT really had a great performance, and I think it's so clear that the way this draft was going on, as it started to unfold out, they had a plan, they had a strategy, they lent into it, they understood the limitations of Nongshim, and they did exactly what the comp needed to do. They did get a little bit goofy towards the end, disengaged going for BDD, but I think they kind of knew the game was done and over.
Yeah, I mean, they were like 11,000 gold ahead at this point, so it was pretty done and dusted. Perfect's just saying they can end. Saying Zaya's here. Go for Zaya. Look at Orianna. He's dead. Perfect's already fist bumping. He is playing Lulu. So.
You mean Peter?
Yes.
He said perfect.
Oh. Peter is already
if you
fist bumping.
describe Peter as perfect, that's valid. That's valid.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yes. You don't have to do the whole, no, Perfect's the top laner of KT. You could just say, no, yeah, Peter is perfect, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I said earlier today, I said only top 3 can play these split pushes, can play, you know, and have permission to do that. And Perfect proved me wrong immediately. He knew his role, he knew what he had to do, played around the side lane really well, and POM for Dr. 100% deserved. Had a great Jinx game as well, did really well. I don't think the MF game was really his fault. And at the end of the day, this has been a huge blow up for him. A player who was subbed out, had a lot of criticism from the community and even us as well.
For a good reason. He wasn't playing well, but now he's playing great.
Yeah, and I think it's, you know, there's some players who are on top all the time and always playing well. A lot of players, you know, there's ebbs and flows in the form, but I'm really glad to see him step up and get a POM in this way, because he's been playing better these recent weeks, and today he really deserved it.
Well, guys, I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POM interview translation. And KT keeps on going up. Their winning streak is unstoppable. Let's hear from Deokdam after winning his POM this season. It's been a while since your last interview. How are you feeling? I was actually expecting myself to win a POM a little bit faster, but it's a bit of a bummer that it took me a while. Your team is on a 5-match winning streak currently. How's the team's atmosphere? Really, really good. You know, we are on a great momentum. We are feeling great. Before the match, you said you would punish Lihans when he roams. Do you think that game plan worked well? Well, he didn't actually roam. I guess he was afraid of, you know, letting his AD carry die. So it didn't really happen, which made the game a little more difficult. You looked very stable on Jin in game number 1. Your ultimate shots were great. Your objective setups were solid as well. Well, Jin has been your most picked champion this season. How satisfied were you with your performance today? Well, normally when I played Jin in the LCK, my W didn't really land well, but today I was able to land the skills a lot, so I'm pretty happy and content with my Jin performance. What do you think went wrong in Game 2, and what did you guys focus on before heading into Game 3? I mean, even though we lost the second game, we were pretty confident going back to the blue side in game number 3. And exactly, in Game 3, the Jinx Lulu duo picked on the blue side R4 and R5 worked out perfectly, so your execution was also near perfect. How did the drafting go? So with the 4th and 5th pick in that game, I think we wanted to have some priority in laning phase, and Jinx Lulu was the perfect duo. And then their opponents decided to go for Zaya Brown, which is not a common comp. How was dealing against it? Peter did a fantastic job in the laning phase, so it was not that difficult to play against. Well, KT's winning streak is impressive, but it also feels like you really stepped up individually. What's been the key to your improved form? I've been enjoying the game a lot, you know. I try to have fun while I play the game, and I think it really worked for me. And in order to make the group legend, you have to beat other strong teams such as 농심D plus Kia. Well, the competition is really fierce. So how do you see the standing shaping up from here? I hope KT can keep on winning the remaining matches and secure 4th place and make the group legend. And KT's next opponent will be BNK Fear X, and you're aiming for 6 wins in a row. What is your mindset for that match? I will make sure to win that match and also make my appearance back to the POM interview as well. And this will be the end of the Dokdam POM interview from KT Roaster, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun Ayaya, as it was the Dokdam POM, and making a promise to make it back here as he goes up against Young Diablo in their next series against BNK Fear X. Congrats to Dokdam for getting that one done. Deserved, Wolf?
Deserved. Duckers in the chat. Ducker Z. Really fantastic Jin performance. We can kind of like glaze past a little bit to some of the early game in Game 3, but the team fights in the mid game was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, like when you think about the Dokdam, I think he was probably the main reason why like KT struggled a lot. Like their bot lane was the issue. They cannot do anything with their bot. But right now, he can play Jin, some kind of early game, but he can play Jinx as well for the late game. So I feel like he became one of the best option for KT.
Well, you can kind of, you know, he got through the laning phase. Wajid was way more lenient on it than I feel like me and Wolf were. Oh, BDD getting the shout out there.
BDD voter.
A BDD voter.
His rise was the key in Game 3. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
I suppose.
I mean, it did allow Cuz to escape that one time. Also, whenever we see Dokdam in, I want to see Dugger Z in the chat. We're going to make it a thing.
Yeah,
it's going to be a nickname, and then when we pull him onto the space, we're going to tell him about it. So this is your opportunity. I want to be a part of LCK history. We give nicknames. Here's Wolf's comment.
Wait, that's mine.
Here's Wadid's comment.
Yeah, I got Solon.
Yeah, no, that's just his.
All right, well, let's put the camera on Wadid, and then he can read
Wadid
Wolf's
said,
comment.
I used to say that Dokdam was the reason for KT's losses, but now I believe he's become the cornerstone of their success. Which I also said in much fewer words. Most improved AD.
Yeah, I guess that was the same actually. Yeah, I think we really have the same sentence, I guess. So yeah, I mean, I already mentioned that he improved so much. I think, I mean, yeah, he was struggling. Like definitely, it was clearly the issue that KT had. But right now, I feel like he's more consistent. I think it's maybe some of the laning phase still question marks on it, but like no, everyone can have those kind of silly mistakes in the early game. It cannot be the issue for the late game. I mean, if he can actually manage to carry out that kind of Jinx late game as well.
We were mostly concerned about him either getting caught or being so safe he didn't do anything.
Exactly.
But now he's actually fighting well. Like we can forgive missing some zaps
for sure
in the laning phase or flashing too early. Degon won't, but we will over here as Duckers enjoy it.
I mean, he's mad because he's like Jinx main, you know?
Yeah. Jinx main, like, you had the lead against Xayah in the bottom lane, you lose it, the kill up top. It's all a Peter diff. Peter comes in.
I'm surprised Peter didn't get any votes.
Yeah. Well, no. I think this one goes to Dokdam, but Peter has been the difference in the most improved player
For sure,
category.
he's getting shout out too, yeah.
Yeah, the shout out to Peter. All right, Ox coming out here with the Dokdam glow up has been so good to watch. We're all on the same page. We need to talk about this.
Well, let's see if the KR side like is also on the upward trend type of comment, I should say.
Yeah. Let's see what we have here from the KR side, as it is KT moving up in the ascendancy, which does make it a little weary for known KT fans, because usually when you go up, you go back to equilibrium. So that means they have one more win to get and one more loss to lose. All right, what do we have from our KR side? BDD, it's me. I've known how good you were since the CJ days. Wow.
It's showing off.
Old hat Helios. I mean, he's been good for a long time. I'm probably BDD's #1 fan in the world, so I do agree with Helios. We've all known he's been good for a really long time. He's been good all season.
That's right.
That's right.
The BDD classic user all the time here in Wolf. All right, summer is the peak season for KT and Duckdom also.
Kind of like he's saying Duckdom went up because it's summer.
True.
It's not quite as linked with ours, but it's more season based.
Well, apparently, Korea summer, it's gonna be from April until November. This summer in Korea.
When was spring? It was snowing in April.
But it was really hot already. Like we could have like some T-shirts at the lunch. So it's like, I think this summer is gonna be long enough for KT to win some in the MSI roadshow probably.
Yeah. Well,
Road to MSI.
We'll see what happens. Let's see if Duckdom has some T-shirts at lunch as well. And then Cloud Templar going with ADC ruled the day, clean, sharp, and perfectly timed. Love it.
Yeah,
he did. We did too.
Yeah, it was true. Factual and indeed. I was a little bit disappointed that we didn't all like align on the upward trend, most improved, improving. Duckdom went from like down here to like going up here, kind of like the roller coaster thing, but it's still a good quote.
Yeah, it kind of went with like, you know, the seasons, right? The temperature's getting hotter. And here we go, Pony going with time for a bit of Duckdom. You nailed that, Duckdom.
Yeah, so Duckdom is also like a compliment in Korea as well. So I guess that is somewhat related here, but I just like to think of it as that's not actually what this means, and it's just time for a little Duckdom. You nailed that, Duckdom.
Nice. That is funny. We want to take a look at one more thing from this last game because just throughout today we've had unique drafts, and draft was important in this one as well as the Jinx Lulu does come on out. We've seen a lot of Zeri Lulu, but not as much Jinx Lulu. What else jumped out at you?
Well, I mean, I love the Jinx Lulu here, especially with the Xayah pick this early, which did kind of showcase maybe Vital's still a little bit inexperienced. But the fact that no one can match this Yorick in sides, and they have a Rise, and there's no engage, there's no way to chase down Perfect. Like, who stops Perfect from just destroying turrets in this draft?
I was actually mad about Nongshim's draft. Like, why do you pick Viego and Orianna at the same time? And you have no playmaker, basically. Like, you have Viego, Orianna, and Xayah and Braum on top of that? No way. It's not gonna happen. Like, I think that Jinx Lulu into Braum like made this draft completely one-sided by KT. So I feel like Nongshim, maybe they ran out of their champion pool, because I feel like I think it's really hard to see Viego and Orianna popping up at the same time, and like even Xayah and Braum is defensive pick. Maybe they wanted to rely on Aurora topside, but it didn't work that well. I could see Yorick pushing on the side lane all the time. So.
Who's your ball carrier for the Orianna?
Exactly.
There just isn't one.
I mean, we saw the team fight before the game ended. It was Engage Aurora who went in, got the engage, died, and then the fight was at least somewhat playable for Nongshim. Final thoughts here on this series. How do you feel like Vital did and what that did for Nongshim?
I feel like it's too early to tell. Like, I feel like I can't draw too many conclusions. The Xayah pick makes you wonder about maybe is that a champion pool problem for him, but at the same time, I do feel like if Gio was there, maybe there's a little bit more cohesion. It was a big risk that I don't agree with for such a pivotal match for whether or not you make Legend or Rise group.
I'm not sure like how we can say about this, because it's not about like ADC right now. I feel like just Nongshim as a team, they cannot find a way how to like win throughout the early game. So I feel like they just need to kind of fix their issues on the draft, especially. I mean, the game 3 was just kind of conclusion about their draft was like pretty bad draft. Like I would say it was just a pretty bad draft. It's not about the player.
It's okay to say it. I think we all agree, especially into what KT had.
All right. Well, with that said, let's take a look at the standings. As this week so far, maybe a junior week of upsets. We've had week of upset before, but now it's starting to get real crowded there at 4, 5, 6 with B&K Furex and Bro still needing miracles, but still alive.
There were so many signs in the crowd asking for it, and KT have finally done it for the first time since basically the beginning of the season. They've crested West Side. They're on top 5. They're one game behind Nongshim, and it feels like there's a real chance that they're going to be in the Legend group, which we would have said like 6 weeks ago, absolutely no way. 5 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, like there's just no way KT get in.
Especially after DK losing this week. So, I mean, it's going to happen, and we still have one important match left. So, yeah, we are not sure yet. Every match matters, so we'll see.
Yeah, remember, they've done all different types of combinations of team members to get to this point here, other than Cuz and BDD. Well, tomorrow we've got a big one in terms of standings, and it's super important for that team there on the right side of the left side of the screen. D plus Kia need this win to keep up in the hunt against Hanwha Life Esports, and then the DN Automotive Freaks, they're looking for any sort of traction up against T1, who have all the traction on a nice win streak. It'll be a great day of action tomorrow. Make sure to stick around for that. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK family, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the Saturday Showdown.
연패를 끊고 나니까 경기력이 좀 달라지고 있거든요, 지금. 이러니까 승리만한 게 없는 거예요.
완벽한 연계! 정말 귀신 같아요. 30분이 되는 그 시점! 하나생명의 시간인가요?
경기력으로 증명하는 거잖아요. 과연 누가 쇼의 프로브를 할지 기대가 됩니다.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.